my dear colleague and beloved friend, Barbara Marx Hubbard, in her way, said it for decades. And we came together to form One Mountain, Many Paths in order to invite reality to look up, right? Against all the forces that are saying, don't look up. But to look up and to understand that not only must we respond to existential risk, but we can respond to existential risk. It's a special week. This is going to be actually a 2-week conversation. We're going to start this week and we're going to complete the next part of the conversation, I hope, next week. And we may even go a third week, probably 2 weeks, to actually try and really access this and understand what's going on. Should we be looking up? What does it mean to look up? And really, all of you who've been with us before, over the last decade, and over the last 273 broadcasts, and for some of us, we've been talking about this for a couple of decades, understand that this question that we're coming together specifically to talk about this week, and this is the moment where we set our intention every week in One Mountain, Many Paths. So this is our intention setting. This movie, Don't Look Up, has been the topic, the center of our purpose, our pathos, right, our passion. For some of us, for several decades. Others have joined in the last couple of years, some in the last few months. And for me personally, if I can just be vulnerable and personal, it's been the absolute center of my life for day and night, 18, 19 hours a day. And the movie Don't Look Up captures some of it. It gets some of it deeply right. And it's important. And it's why the movie's gotten panned by so many critics in the media. Of course, it doesn't portray the media particularly well. And so, as David Sirota, one of the authors, wrote, if you're panning the movie too intensely, you're probably a character in it. And there's other things that the movie gets profoundly wrong and misses something utterly essential, which is beyond necessary in responding to this moment in time. And the movie is not particularly about a comet that's about to hit planet Earth, although that's the particular theme of the movie. And we'll talk about it a little bit later, or maybe we'll talk about it now for a second. You know, what are the chances of a comet hitting planet Earth, and what's real about that and what's not? And, you know, our colleague Toby Ord in Oxford wrote a great book called Existential Risk, which we've talked about in some depth. He wrote it only recently. It's a recent contribution to the literature. Toby is a student of Derek Parfit, who's a key moral philosopher from my alma mater, where I did my doctorate at Oxford University. And Derek was deeply concerned with existential risk, as are we. Around Derek Parfit, a circle of people gathered, including Nick Bostrom. And Nick coined the term existential risk in the early 2000s. And Toby, in his book Existential Risk, talks about comets and asteroids and what we might call natural potential disasters and how we should and shouldn't respond to them. But let's just say for now as follows, and we'll get into this a little bit more next week, right, in more depth for about 6 or 7 minutes next week, because it's an enormously important topic and how it's being treated is important. But let's just say for now that the possibility of a natural existential risk of that form happening is extremely slim, but real, but it's less than 1%, and if you do the math over, time, over deep time, and you see how the mathematical equations work, and I've looked at all the equations with some degree of care, and I reviewed them this morning, that actually paradoxically is something we need to look at. And we need to evaluate, should we be building spacecraft that have the ability to deflect or shouldn't we? And what that means. But that actually is exponentially the least serious of the existential risks. So if you want to just track Toby's book as an example, right, you'll see that he begins with natural risk, and then he kind of goes through the risk landscape, and it just begins with, asteroids and comets. Then much more serious is interior Earth events, supervolcanic, possible eruptions, possible stellar explosions, not high on the list. But then the real issues are actually the state of nuclear weapons today. And actually the nuclear threat has not disappeared at all. It's the same as it was at the height of the nuclear era for a set of reasons, right? The stockpiling, right, and how it's being done and what's being done to safeguard risk and what's not generates a reality when that hair trigger is actually one of the most serious risks we have. We've just looked away from it, right? Climate change is obviously number 2, right? 3, pandemics, which we've been talking about for a decade intensely in our conversation. Unaligned artificial intelligence, right, is the next one. The gap between have and have-nots. And then the second form of existential risk, which is not an extinction event, which causes the death of humanity and most of life on planet Earth, but the death of our humanity, right, which was also a sub-theme already taking place, in the Don't Look Up movie. There's a particular scene when Bash says we have, 47,000, whatever the number was, this enormous amount of data points about you. We got to know everything about you. We can typecast you. We know about how you're going to die, right? We know implicitly, we can predict exactly what you're going to do, and we can control you. That's the death of our humanity, which is deeply at play. And of course, Toby Ord, misses that topic. He talks only about the first kind of existential risk, the death of humanity, the potential extinction events, and not about the second kind of existential risk, right, the death of our humanity. Point being, as we set our intention, the movie got something enormously right, in that, wow, we have to look at existential risk, and we can't look away. And that's absolutely gorgeous and true. And we're going to allude today to several scenes from the movie. We're going to actually look at 8 scenes from the movie next week that we're going to actually have the clips with us. We're preparing them now, that were completely unnoticed. None of the critics noticed them. Pretty much no one commented on them. And they're actually the key to the movie. They're gorgeous, both in what they say and what they don't say. So next week we're big movie weeks. I just want to invite you next week. Come with an open, wide, crazy heart, with serious intellectual rigor, popcorn for sure. And next week, we're going to go through 8 clips and look at them carefully. And this week, we're going to set the context. So here's the context. The context is we're poised between utopia and dystopia. And we say that every week. And every week when I say it, and I've been saying it for several years, almost a decade in different contexts. And my dear colleague and beloved friend, Barbara Marx Hubbard, in her way, said it for decades. And we came together to form One Mountain, Many Paths in order to invite reality to look up, right? Against all the forces that are saying, don't look up. But to look up and to understand that not only must we respond to existential risk, but we can respond to existential risk, that we have the capacity to. But in order to respond, we can't just do it through changing the infrastructure, through technological solutions, as Isherwell, head of Bash Industries, kind of representing the techno-optimist kind of Elon Musk Singularity University kind of school, or Peter Diamandis, right? And all wonderful, wonderful human beings, but who are basically taking, let's change the infrastructure. Let's build technological solutions. That won't take us home. It won't get us there. It's also not enough to look at social structure. Let's change the laws. Let's change the covenants, right, in society in terms of the laws and in terms of the social structures, right, which are, the way we do government and the way we do business. That has value, but it's not going to change it. We're only going to change it if we change the superstructure. And the superstructure is a word: superstructure, infrastructure, social structure. These are words by Manfred Harris, who's a good, right, meta-theoretician. And it means something, superstructure means something really simple: the story. The superstructure is the world story. It's the worldview. It's the metaphysics. It's what I believe about the nature of reality. It's the story I live in that drives not only me, but that drives every single person making the movie, every single person watching the movie, every single person commenting on the movie, every critical review. Everybody is driven by a hidden superstructure, which is a hidden story, right? It's a source code story that we live inside of, that we're barely even aware that we live inside of it. My friend and colleague, Lana, right? Lana Wachowski, right? Just made Matrix 4, the blue pill and the red pill, right? And what it means is, what Lana was trying to say correctly is that if I live inside the Matrix, it means I'm living inside of a simulation. I'm living inside of a story. And that story drives everything I do. And that story itself is what we call in modernity a success story. I've got to be successful. If I'm successful, it's okay. And success is always based on me against someone else, me getting more of, me getting status. Success is rivalrous conflict. It's always governed by a win-lose metrics. And it drives everything. It drives the economy. It drives politics, right? It drives religion. It drives the academy. It drives everything. There is no way to talk about COVID. There is no way to talk about vaccines. There is no way to talk about any decision that we make personally in life. Do we stay with our partner? Do we not stay with our partner? How do we love and who do we love? Where do we live? Where do we go to school or not go to school? Right? How do we spend our time? How do we show up? It's all, right, deeply governed by an internal source code, which is modernity's success story. Wow. Pre-modernity was a rivalrous conflict between different nations and religions, particularly religions. Which religion was the best one? Who was going to be successful? Rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics. Only one religion's really got it right. Modernity moved the same success story from the competition between religions, rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics between religions, to rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics between everyone. What Hobbes called the natural state of war, between people and family systems, between government departments, between different states, between different social structures, between different organizations, between different divisions in the same company, right? The whole thing. And that drives the extraction model, right? And that drives our inability to form consensus about how to respond to existential risk. And that drives the exponential growth curves that will fall off. And that drives the ever widening gap between the have and the have-nots. And that drives literally the creation of a caste system, what India called a caste system, in which we're literally going to have a less than 1% of super elite who are augmented and cognitively enhanced and physically enhanced and longevity enhanced, and the entire rest of humanity, and we're a hair's breadth away from it. And that launches, right, the systems which augur for the death of our humanity. Right? That is to say, right? As Isherwell said, that character, the head of Bash Industries, collecting data bits on people and creating systems that actually undermine free will itself, appeal to the human lowest common denominator. So all of this is in place. Now, we're going to look at the movie really, really carefully next week. But just for now, how do we respond to it? And the only way to respond is a new superstructure. The only way to respond is a new story, right? A new story of value. A new story of first principles and first values embedded in the story of value, which becomes a shared grammar of value for humanity. And notice just how tragic the movie was. At the beginning of the movie, you've got this lovely group of people kind of bowling, when Kate, right, who's played by Jennifer Lawrence, comes in and she's got this disturbing news about a comet that might hit Earth, and that they're bowling and they got to do the calculations, right? And Randall Mindy says, okay, how are we going to do the calculations on the trajectory of this comet? And he says, okay, what would Carl Sagan do? Is let's go back to first principles. So there's a notion of first principles in mathematics, right? That's actually there, that's still somewhat at play. And he does the first principles calculations, and they come to the conclusion that actually this comet's going to hit planet Earth. And then they try and share that information. But actually, because we've moved into this postmodern moment where all values been deconstructed, so even first principles in mathematics, which have been ratified and peer-reviewed all over the world, are rejected. So even the facts of first principles in mathematics are rejected. Because, now stay really close, friends, it's gorgeous. Because if you don't have first principles and first values in the interior sciences, meaning in ethos, right, in the world of interiors, in the world of value, in the world of goodness, truth, and beauty, if you don't have first principles and first values that govern what it means to be alive and what it means to love, right? And if we don't have a universal grammar of value as the context for our diversity, if we're not all playing our unique instruments, but within the same musical score of value, if we don't have first principles and first values in regard to interiors, then the first principles of math are going to be rejected also. Facts are going to be rejected. Because here's the thing, stay really close, it's really beautiful, right? In the pre-modern era, right, the claim was there's value, but the value is owned by one religion, and all the religions were in rivalrous conflict competing with each other. We get to modernity, and modernity, the major movement of modernity was value is not real, only facts are real. That was the major movement. But then along comes postmodernity, and postmodernity says, hey, facts aren't real either, because facts themselves are a value. Did everyone get that sense? Taking facts seriously, that's a value also. So if you deconstruct interior values, then there's nothing compelling to tell you to take facts seriously. So you can have scenes in the movie in which, although all first principles of mathematics tell you that the comet's happening, and all the modeling tells you it's going to hit Earth at a particular time, but there's complete confusion. And 23% of the people say there's not a comet, and other people are doing book contracts. And everyone's lost in an ego win-lose metrics game. And even the hero, Randall Mindy, Dr. Mindy, gets drawn from being an idealistic scientist to a major part of the movie, becoming kind of a showboating celebrity until he remembers who he is, and he remembers gorgeously. So you can't even begin this story. You can't respond to existential risk, which is real. We're poised between utopia and dystopia. That's actually real. I think about it literally 19 hours a day. Anyone who's been around us at the center knows that our entire energy and effort is directed towards this. But what we understand is, let's do this together. We can do this together. We can look up together. We can't respond just by infrastructure. The Isherwell response is not going to work. We can't respond just by reconfiguring some laws in society and reallocating how we do certain kinds of social structures. We got to change the superstructure, which means we got to tell a new story based on first principles and first values. There's not only values in mathematical equations, There's values in the equations of life. And we actually understand, like Da Vinci did in the Renaissance, at that time between worlds. We're in a time between worlds. We're in a time between stories, that actually there are values in the equations of our life. We've articulated an intimacy equation. We've articulated an eros equation. And I spent the last 4 days articulating 10 other equations, first principles and first values, in the interior sciences of life that are the ground for a universal grammar of value. That's a context for our diversity that allows for global coordination. We can't coordinate. And did you notice the movie? They couldn't coordinate. India's knocked out. Russia, India, and Japan are knocked out, and they're not going to get a piece of the potential wealth that might come from the minerals in the meteorites. And so then they decide to launch their own mission to deflect the comet. And then their ships are blown up, probably by the United States. No global coordination. No coordination within the United States. Rallies fighting against rallies. You can't coordinate, stay close, right? Unless we have shared ordinating values. And ordinating values means values which we ordinate by, right? Ordinate means our compass, right? Our compass of joy. And our compass of joy, right, is a byproduct of a shared story of value. Right? Wow. They're like, wow. The Death Star moved today. We're in Star Wars, first episode. You want to take down the Death Star, the culture of death. You can only do it with a direct hit. Nothing else will move anything. And the only possible direct hit, and it's the most gorgeous direct hit, and it's radically beyond imagination possible, but it requires our all, is that we come together to articulate a new story, to tell a new story. And I want to tell, and I want to just share something personal. I'm going to end our intention setting, and I spend a little more time today on the intention setting because it's so insanely important, okay? It's so insanely important. So I've been privileged, together with Zach Stein and Barbara Marks Hubbard and our co-founder Ken Wilber, right, and Howard Bloom, and it's an incredible group of human beings, right, who've come together, right, many of them on this phone call, right, to co-found and vision the center. And we know that we have the capacity to tell this new story of Homo amor, right? The fulfillment of Homo sapien as Homo amor. And to tell this new story, we need to actually enact and do the research, and not just claim it and not just declare it. Get the facts together, integrate the best of pre-modern, modern, and postmodern, hire the right research staff, right? Do the right investigations, and actually articulate what we call Homo amor, the tenets of intimacy. Cosmoerotic humanism, right? The best new story, which is a Darwin level, Marx level, Freud level intervention, right, in the vector of existential risk. The new story is the only effective intervention in the vector of existential risk. And I just want to say something really just heartrending. I haven't succeeded in funding it yet the way it needs to be funded. I don't take a salary, so it's not about me, right? Because, and why? Right, and it's probably part of it's my failure, my incapacity, right? So I apologize for that. And part of it is, right, people I love madly just won't look up. I mean, they just won't take it seriously. Oh, that's that beautiful thing Mark's doing. Isn't that great? Oh, Mark and Barbara, yeah, Mark and Ken, right? Mark and Zach, isn't that great? That's a great thing they're doing. And then people go about their business and their egoic wounding, right, and their trauma. Right, and make sure to invest and save all sorts of money to take care of their 3 kids or their 1 kid, right? And create but actually just hire the staff that we need to do the research and get it done, we don't do. Because in some sense, right, even working with existential risk is a hobby that fills our time. Right? It's a form of what we call pseudo-eros. But the eros of actually stepping in and saying this is ours to do, wow. So I'm just sharing a painful thing, right? And we're gonna make it happen. And I'm gonna give everything I have day and night, right, to articulating this new story. But well, wow, right? Can you imagine if we could resource it the way it needs to be resourced, right? right? We can change this. We can deflect this comment, and it's not a comment, right? It's actually the vector, right, of the failure of framework. It's the vector of failed stories. It's the vector of a world. The vector of the common is the vector of a world sans first principles and first values. It's shocking, right? It's shocking, right? We can do this. We have not yet begun to create. We have not yet begun to fight. We have not yet begun to love. But we got to do this for real, right? It's not about looking down. It's about looking up. It's about creating a resource, creating the passion, right? Creating the singularity of purpose, which means to be a lover. Because that's in the end, all that we can be. We can be lovers. And to be a lover means I got to love myself madly. I got to love you madly. And I've got to love we madly. And I've got to love beyond my immediate circle and beyond, right, what makes me and my personal journey of my hero's journey. My hero's journey can't be just my hero's journey. That's Joseph Campbell. And Joseph Campbell was great. And he was teaching in the 40s at Sarah Lawrence, in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And he did a beautiful job. But the hero's journey is also a story that's about me, and it's about my mythology. And it's a beautiful, but actually, right, to become Homo amor is to realize that it's our hero's journey. We're now moving beyond just the individual human being. The individual human being does not disappear. Unique self is gorgeous and necessary. And every person has their unique hero's journey that matters infinitely. And your transformation participates in the transformation of the whole thing. Yes. And it's now our hero's journey. No one stands alone. It's us. It's together. It's the we. It's the unique we. It's the unique self symphony. We need each other. We've got to do this together. And we will. And we can. And we must. Because it's the true meaning of love today. To love today is to love reality open and to respond directly, unequivocally, fearlessly to existential risk by pouring every resource we have to do the one thing that historians agree changes the vector of history, which is a new superstructure, which is a new story, not a fanciful story, not a conjecture, not a made-up story, but a new story that integrates the best information from every dimension, from every sector, weaves it together into a new whole greater than the sum of the parts. That's the only thing that heals the global intimacy disorder. And if this movie was about anything, it was about snapshots of the global intimacy disorder. Oh my God. And it's only a new story, right? A shared story of value, rooted in first principles and first values as a context for our diversity, in which we can all play our unique instruments in the unique self symphony that can actually augur for, militate towards a planetary awakening in love through unique selves and through unique self symphonies. That's the vision. That's the vision of evolutionary intimacy. We're omni-considerate for the sake of the whole. I move beyond my individual, and even again, I'm mad love and honor and respect even the people closest to me, right? There's just a small group. They're actually saying, yes, I'm standing for this. And everyone else who's gorgeous, but yeah, can I fit this in between the 17 other things that ultimately are not going to matter at all? Can I fit this in as my hobby? Can I fit this in as this is my spirituality gig? Fills up some, right? It's important, sure. No, stand for it, right? With everything we got, right? Let's go all the way in this lifetime. Because actually, friends, the future, whether there'll be a future at all in a way that we understand it, right, depends on us. Oh my God, so that's our intention. That's a big intention.
The first shock of existence is the death of the human being. Existential risk is the second shock of existence. The second shock of existence is the death of humanity. There are two forms of the death of humanity. One is the literal potential extinction of humanity at the physical level. This is the first form of existential risk. There is a second form of existential risk, not the death of humanity, but the death of our humanity. you cannot respond to the first shock without the second shock, or to the second shock without the first shock. You cannot respond to either the first shock or the second shock of existence without going inside and finding out, what do we really know? We need to know we have the capacity to access intrinsic first principles and first values of the cosmos that are not fictions, not social constructions of reality, nor figments of our imagination. Rather, we have the capacity to go inside and access evolving first principles and first values embedded within a story of value. Humanity will not have the capacity to look up and respond to existential risk until we move beyond and articulate evolving first values and first principles. Only first principles and first values embedded in a story of value have the capacity to respond to the first and second shock of existence, for looking up itself is a first principle and first value. In the end, it is only evolving first values and first principles that have the authority to demand you look up, love madly, love yourself, love your life, love me, love my life, and love our lives together, and be willing to die rather than violate the integrity of that love. This is the only true meaning of being alive. And then we realize that you and me will never, and none of us will ever ultimately die. For life and love are eternal, and death is a night between 2 days. And yet from this perspective of this moment in evolutionary time, whether humanity lives or dies depends on us.
Let's look at this code. Leonard Cohen's going to be with us, right? The song he sang towards the end of his life, Darker, it was about existential risk. It was the last song that he made. And he was looking for the way through. And we are going to find this way through. And we are radically positive, even as we're radically serious, and we're filled with joy, because only the joy of radical responsibility can animate this response to existential risk. So I want to existential risk. I want to look with you at the code again. And I'm going to ask you if you can, let's put it there, right? Let's take a look at the code again. Let's put it at the bottom. Okay. And let's just read it together. I'm asking you to read it with me. Okay. We wrote the code like 1 second before One Mountain started. Okay. And I was up a good part of the night just feeling into this. So existential risk is the second shock of existence. What does that mean? So the first shock of existence historically is the realization early in history that we were going to die, right? It's the death of the human being. So the realization of the death of the human being, not just the physical fact of death, but the existential realization of death, which probably takes place early in the hunter-gatherer era. You know, people used to think, right, that it happened in farming, right, was agricultural, agrarian. Right, David Graeber has written a very, very good book called The Dawn of Everything, where he affirms what I've long thought and talked about, and what many of the interior scientists say, that actually death came, the skull grinned at the banquet much earlier, at the very dawn of our existence in the hunter-gatherer era. We realized, oh my God, we're gonna die. Does that sound like a scene from the movie? It is. We're gonna die. But stay close, friends. It's subtle, it's deep, it's wild, it's beautiful. In the first shock of existence, it's the death of the human being. But what happens when we realize the first shock of existence? What happens? Anybody? We're pressed inside. Death creates life. It's only, wrote Rilke, right, when I come face to face naked before death, that I'm born. It's only death that turns life into a genuine option. Oscar Wilde, right, understood very well when he wrote The Picture of Dorian Gray, that Dorian Gray, who lives forever, becomes degraded and becomes corrupt because he never chooses. And death creates a scenario, a simulation in which we choose. And in choice is our dignity. And in the freedom of our will, not absolute freedom, doesn't mean we can do anything or choose anything. It doesn't mean we're not determined in part by antecedent causes that set the stage, but there's a dimension of the human being which is not reducible. Not just of the human being, there's a dimension even in the world of life, but it comes to full bloom in the human being where we choose. And when we confront the skull that grins at the banquet, then we choose for the first time. That's why death is so important. So I'm going to tell you a secret. It's unlikely that most of us on this call are going to be here in 30 years from now. Some of us will. Unlikely that most of us will. Right? 40 years just went down. And I have a little secret for you, friends. It's going to go by in a second. It's going to go by in a freaking second. And then it's over. Or is it? Because actually, when we go inside, when we step inside, then we go to the one place where we have access to wisdom, to information, to gnosis. Just like the mathematician goes inside the depths of his own capacity, right, to imagine, but not imagine in the childlike sense. God is a figment of our imagination, but our imagination is a figment of God. The mathematician deploys imagination as Al-Farabi, as particularly, right, the great masters of Sufism and Kashmir Shaivism and the esoterics of Hebrew wisdom talked about it. I imagine means that actually I have the capacity to imagine the interior of reality. And when I imagine the interior of reality and I come face to face with death, I realize that it's not all over in one lifetime. I realize, and I'm going to talk in more depth about that next week. I just want to put it on the table now, right? But I just realized actually it's not over when it's over. And I'm going to try and share with you next week 6 ways in which we all know internally in our own interior gnosis, when we're pressed inside, it's not over when it's over. Death is real. Death demands that we choose. Death is the simulation of reality. And we take it seriously. And we do everything we can to live and to live gorgeously and to live deeply and live with radical meaning. And what that means, we'll also talk about next week, because there's this gorgeous plays in the movie that both get there and don't get there. But the first shock of existence, the realization of death presses us inside and activates our ascension, activates our descent into the depths, activates our gnosis, activates our knowing, activates what we call our anthro-ontological knowing. Anthro, human being, like anthropology. Ontological, for reals, is what we really know. Anthro-ontology is the great new field, which we're developing at the center, and together with my friend Howard Bloom at his institute, he calls it omnology, but it's the same thing. And Howard's kind of the kind of, if you will, the guru of NASA, who's a science, right, dear friend, and we're working together. And just anthro-ontology is what we know when we go inside. So when we go inside and we confront the first shock of existence, the death of the human being, right, we actually, from that place, create new knowledge. We create all of culture and all of the great traditions and all of the interior sciences, right, and all of, right, the best of the religions and the best, right, of the deepest wisdom structures, right, in every dimension, in every era of existence, that all come together and tell us that it's not over when it's over, that death is a night between two doors. But we can't avoid the first shock. Right? The first shock of existence is real, and we have to actually not engage in what Ernest Becker called the denial of death, but to actually face death and let death breathe life into us as we find our way to the continuity of consciousness. And we make completely different choices than we otherwise would have made, because our worldview, our superstructure has changed. We have a new worldview. And we actually begin to understand that every choice we make and every move we make, right, is not about my position on the chessboard of rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose matrix. And even though I pretend it's not that, that's actually what drives me. But actually every move I make, right, is actually creating the next dimension, my continuity of consciousness. It's writing the script of my next story, right? Wow. And so I dip my quill into the ink of value. I dip my quill into the ink of first principles and first values embedded in a story of value. And I realize that my story is not isolated. It's not alone. My story participates in a larger story, that actually the universe is a story. The universe is a love story. Evolution is the love story of the universe, not as a declaration, not as a quaint idea, right? Not as a fundamentalist claim, not as a new age claim, but it's actually the best take on the sciences that we have. Now, if we get the right resources, we'll do this faster. If we don't, we'll get it done. I'll die doing it. But we can actually show that's true. It takes resource. It takes research across domains. It takes heavy footnotes, right? And a story that's super clear to anyone. But the super clear story, whether the super clear story is told in 500 pages, right, or in 100 pages, doesn't matter, but it's got to be footnoted so extensively that you actually realize this is really true. This is not a claim. It's not made up. This is the best take we have on reality. Reality is a love story. We do live in an amorous cosmos. There is continuity of consciousness. Love actually is eternal. Love doesn't die. We actually will all be together again. We got to show that. We got to gather the information available. And there's information available from different diverse disciplines that we need to integrate into a new story and a new whole greater than the sum of the parts. And I can't do that myself. We got to do that together. That's part one. That's the first shock of existence. Now, the second shock of existence, and this is our code. The second shock of existence means we go through, stay close, right? We go through epic after epic after epic of human development, right? We start with the first Big Bang, matter. Matter triumphs in life, the second Big Bang, right? The biosphere, then the biosphere triumphs in the depths of the human self-reflective mind, the noosphere, the sphere of the idea, the mind. And then we go through all the stages of human development, and we come to this precise moment in time in which Toby Ord writes Existential Risk. And we realize that at some point, we kept developing our technological capacity, particularly in the last 300 years, but we stopped developing, right, our interior capacity. We developed our exterior technologies. We stopped developing our interior technologies. And so we've got these runaway exterior technologies. We call them exponential technologies, but they're untethered. They're available to non-state actors. They're easily weaponized. What Nick Bostrom, Toby Ord's colleague, calls a black ball can come out of the urn, which is not a comet, but it's actually an existential risk technology. It's a weaponized technology, which is not a nuclear device, which requires an entire state to enact it because uranium is very easy to track and to develop. Enriched uranium is very, very easy to monitor, or relatively easy. But we're talking about what Nick Bostrom calls in his essay, The Vulnerability Hypothesis, a black ball that comes out of the urn, right? Not a white ball or a great ball, white ball positive technology, gray ball mix, positive and negative, black ball. It is something that can be easily built, easily constructed by non-state actors, easily deployed, and there's no way to stop it. Now, we can respond to that also, but only with a new story. So the black ball is the second shock of existence. It's the possibility that not a comet, but the next 8 chapters in Toby Ord's book, Existential Risk, published 2019, Oxford University Press, but there's 20 other books. Toby's is the last in a long line of them. And science fiction has been looking at this in its own way, right? In kind of book called Terminal Visions, right? So wow, that's the second shock of existence. So the second shock of existence is not the death of the human being, right? When I realize existentially that death is right before me and that death presses me inwards to create new gnosis, that's the first shock of existence, the death of the human being. We're now facing the second shock of existence, the death of humanity, the potential death of humanity, meaning all of the past can't pass the baton to us because we, the present, are going to disappear. Extinction events. And then the future is unborn. And you notice there were 2 beautiful shots of babies in the movie. And there were beautiful shots of mother and child in the movie, right? A panda bear and a rhinoceros. Right? Like, wow, right? That's all unborn. The whole future is unborn, right? The future, the memory of the future is erased because we didn't respond to the second shock of existence. Now, the second shock of existence isn't meant to catapult us into the paroxysm of paralysis, right? It's not meant to catapults us into the paroxysm of global action confusion or the stillborn deadening of global action paralysis. Now, the second shock of existence needs to function just like the first shock did. Just like the first shock pressed us inwards, and we told the greatest stories of the human spirit, which are evolving stories of value. So now the second shock of existence, not the death of the human being, first shock, second shock of existence, death of humanity, also needs to press us inwards to tell a new story of value based on first principles and first values. And it's what the movie didn't do. Right? The movie kind of understood intuitively we need first principles, but it talked about first principles purely in terms of science. That's the fact, and the facts have been rejected because the new movie is an expression of modernity. And modernity's notion is we can get rid of values, but at least facts have value. But of course, that's not true. In other words, the movie gets it's not true, but doesn't get that it's actually participating in the move of modernity. And the move of modernity is, again, modernity says we get rid of the values of pre-modernity. The only thing that actually is real are facts. And then the movie's completely surprised. Why are the facts not getting out there? Why is everyone not listening? Why is science not being taken seriously? Because, friends, a fact itself is a value. And if you deconstruct value, facts can't stand because truth itself is a value. Facts are comprised of truth, beauty, a certain kind of elegance, right? They hold an essential goodness. But if truth and goodness and beauty, those values are deconstructed, then there's no room for facts, right? Like, wow. Did you get that? So the movie's making this desperate gambit to call us back to facts. But you can't call us back to facts unless we come back to value. And then a fact can be a value, right? How many people get that? How many people get it? Who gets just a sense of what we're saying? It's deep. It's crazy deep, friends. It's crazy deep, right? It's crazy deep. You can't respond to the second shock of existence unless you have first principles and first values embedded in a story of value. It's not enough to have first principles and first values, and it's not enough to have a new story. You need to bring them together, right? It's in that merger, which has got to be articulated in a great library. And the great library's got to have 20,000 word books, and it's got to have 10,000 word pamphlets, and it's got to have, long books which have the depth footnotes, and it needs to be resourced, and it needs to be distributed all over the world, in which we actually reclaim value, not as a fundamentalist gambit, not as a new age claim, right? Not as a secular humanist, Sartrean, right? Let's create meaning even though it's not real, which is, of course, the move made by my friend Werner Erhard. Meaning is not real, but we'll create it anyways. No, we have to understand that meaning is real and meaning is disclosed and meaning exists, and it's for us to disclose. And then the second shock of existence, the death of our humanity, we then realize, oh, we can actually change this, can change the vector of the whole thing. And then we realize, and even if we would actually confront an extinction event, the death of our humanity, right? The death of humanity itself, we would still pray. And it wouldn't be the end of the story either. Because the same way the death of the individual human being isn't the end of the story, the death of one epoch of humanity is not the end of the story. And just as we do everything we can with all our power, passion, potency, we give everything to make sure that we live and our children live and that we live deeply and gorgeously and beautifully, right? Life is an ultimate value. Nonetheless, we understand there's some things we're willing to give our life up for. And stay close, friends. This is so gorgeous. Even though life is an ultimate value, it's not the ultimate value, it's an ultimate value. And it's only when I realize there's a larger field of value, the Tao, the Dharma, there's a larger field of value, first principles and first values embedded in a story of value in which my story participates. It's only when I get that, it's only when there's something to die for, there's something to sacrifice for, that I'm born. I'm not born till then. I'm not alive till then. Until I realize that there's a value which transcends death, and therefore a value I'm willing to die for, I'm willing to stake my life on, I'm not even alive. right? And that's true about the death of the human being. It's true about the death of humanity. Wow. Right? Let's read the code. And we're going to end with prayer. And next week, we're going to dive into the movie. This was part 1. We'll recapitulate next week, the beginning of part 1. Then we're going to dive into the movie. Bring your heart. Bring your heart wide open. Find us. Right, Krista? If you can write in the chat box. Right, I'm going to make an appeal right now. And Krista, if you can write in the chat box, anyone who'd like to help resource this story, right? Find me directly, right? Put my email in the chat box. Find me directly. Partner. Anyone who's already a partner and can go the next step. Partner, let's do this for real. For realsies. Okay, wow. All right, so let's put that in the chat box. That's the resourcing. Barbara always did the resourcing every week. That's the resourcing, right? My email's in the chat box. Contact us. Right? I'll meet you with this week, any evening. Let's make it happen. Now let's read this code. And let's finish with prayer. Right? Like, oh my God, right? Existential risk is the second shock of existence. The first shock of existence is the death of the human being. The second shock of existence is the death of humanity. You can't respond to the first shock without the second shock, right? Or to the second shock without the first shock, right? In both cases, you're responding by going inside and uncovering and disclosing the field of value which transcends death. And it's only if I live in a field of value that transcends death that I can face the first shock and second shock and actually learn how to live, learn how to avoid the second shock, and learn how to live knowing that the first shock, the death of the human being, is this night between 2 days, and to be able to face death with full joy. Because the only reason we ever face death with angst and pain is because we haven't lived our life well. A life well lived in the field of value and joy, where I've taken my unique risk, when I've clarified and lived my unique heart's desire, and I've given my unique gift, and I've played my instrument, the Unique Self Symphony, I look in the face of death and I understand, I feel it in my body in my near-death experience. Wow, I'm going to the next stage. Okay, so let's look at it. Let's look at it, right? Right? Only first principles and first values, paragraph 3, only first principles and first values embedded in a story of value have the capacity to respond to the first or the second shock of existence. And then it's about looking up, loving madly, loving yourself for real, loving your life, loving me, love me, I'm going to love you, loving you, loving my life, and loving our we, loving our lives, and being willing to die for that love. Love's not real unless you're willing to die for it, and I can't transcend death, neither the death of humanity or the death of the individual, unless I know that love's real. Right? Wow. Wow. Last piece of the code. In the end, it's about looking up, loving madly, loving yourself, loving your life, loving me, loving my life, loving we, loving our lives, and being willing to die for that love. That's the only true meaning of being alive. And then you realize that you and we cannot and will never die. We'll never die eternally. We'll transition between worlds, for life and love are eternal. And yet in this moment, at this time, whether we live or die depends on us. Remember the scene in the movie? Right at the end of the movie, and we can find each other for a moment in our chat box. Who remembers the scene at the end of the movie? Right? When they're sitting and having dinner. Right? Who remembers that scene? That they're having dinner, and we're going to come back, we're going to actually show it next week, or we're going to look at the text of it, but they're sitting there having dinner. Because what do you do? Or what do you do, right? When it's about to be over, you do the simplest thing in the world, you have dinner. Right? You just sit and you eat together, and you laugh and you talk and you share. Right? And they want to be grateful. And they want to pray. And they want to pray. And they understand, even if you don't believe in God, believe in prayer. Because the God you don't believe in doesn't exist, and prayer is real. And here we have this movie that can't embrace first principles and first values, and yet, and they say, in the family in Randall, Dr. Mindy said, in the Mindy family, we don't know how to pray. And they said, well, let's just say amen. We're not sure how to say amen, or even what amen means. So we'll talk about amen next week. And then the young kid, the kind of anarchist, the same guy who plays Paul Atreides in the movie Dune, right? He says, hey, I got this. I got this. And he prays. What prayer means is that we know we're not alone. There's a field of value beyond the death of the human being, and beyond the death of humanity. And that life is an ultimate value. And that we stand for every life and for every baby and for every adult. And every life has infinite dignity and infinite value. And we give everything to create life. Everything except for giving up our humanity, giving up our value. Value itself transcends death. And it's only by articulating a story of first values and first principles that we can face the first and second shock of existence. And it's only by articulating the depth of value that we can claim fact as a value, and science can be taken seriously. Last sentence, only if there's interior science, value, can exterior science be taken seriously. Modernity tried to say, let's get rid of interior science, we'll just have exterior science facts. And modernity forgot that a fact is a value. Once we deconstruct value, we deconstruct the pursuit of knowledge. We deconstruct facts. We deconstruct the nobility of science, and science becomes hijacked and the information ecology breaks down. So we're precisely at a moment when the information ecology is broken down. And look at the huge conflict over vaccines, in which there's two very clear sides that actually don't speak to each other, when there's validated information on both sides, but actually it's not being driven by fact. It's being driven by other meta-narratives, right, which actually collapse the system. Friends, where are we in this moment? We're poised between utopia and dystopia. And that sentence is unbelievably important. We're not on the brink of dystopia. We're poised between utopia and dystopia. There's an unimaginably beautiful future that awaits us. We can create the most good, true, and beautiful world that we know is possible. And we have the resources to do it if only. If only, and there's a huge if only there, and we're going to talk about that if only today. And at the same time, without the if only, we actually are poised at the brink of dystopia. And not per se, as the Don't Look Up movie has been interpreted, because of climate change. Climate change is an unbelievably important issue, self-evidently and obviously. It's a far more complex issue than the way it's presented. I'd recommend two colleagues of mine, Michael Zimmerman, a professor in Denver, and Sean Hargens, wrote an excellent book called Integral Ecology, where you'll get a deep sense of what actually the ecology issue is and what climate change is. But suffice it to say that it's not the most serious of the existential risks. And when we say we're poised between utopia and dystopia, what we mean is that all civilizations, as Joseph Tainter points out, all civilizations have fallen. But for the first time, we have a global civilization. And we haven't solved any of the problems that caused the other civilizations to fall. And the way a civilization will fall today, because of exponential technologies, will be not just a temporary devastation, but a extinction or near extinction level event. That's never been true in world history. We've never had bows and arrows, and B-52 bombers don't have that capacity. And even a nuclear bomb in 1945 was in some sense controllable, right? Because it's very hard to develop enriched uranium. It takes national capacities. But now we have 7 or 8 other forms of existential risk that don't require state capacities, that are potential, what Nick Bostrom, who coined the term existential risk, calls black balls. Now, underneath all these existential risks, there's a overriding, underlying root cause. And the root cause, and it's dual, and this is going to take us into the movie. But let me just set the stage again, okay? Let's set the stage. Underlying all of the existential risk, whether it's from AI, artificial intelligence, and particular forms, right, of artificial intelligence, whether it's from the huge gap between the haves and the have-nots, right, whether it's from the extraction model, which causes the exponential growth curve, which ultimately has to fall off, right, whether it's from rogue drones generating weaponized payloads, whether it's from biological warfare through pandemics, right, of an entirely different order than what we're dealing with today, right? Whatever the particular form is of existential risk, which is actual risk to the planet, the death of humanity, and the second form of existential risk, which is not the death of humanity, but the death of our humanity, right? That we actually generate a technocracy, right? A worldwide grid where everyone is reduced to a number on the grid, operating according to an algorithmic pattern with no courses of appeal. Humans are ultimately commodified, reduced to their lowest common denominator. We get downgraded humans and upgraded algorithms. And that technocracy is where we're going. And social media is one of the forms of generating that technocracy, right? And the models, the business models of the big five, right, in tech, which are based on their own form of extraction model, right? Extracting what they call data exhaust or data mining, right? Putting all of that data exhaust about you, meaning how long you hover, right, above, right, before you click with the mouse. What's your precise pattern of response to a series or a particular series of sequences that try and get you to respond to a particular ad? We chart the pattern of your response to particular sequences to know precisely how to manipulate you. What's the course of your month? When are you most vulnerable, right? Based on your data, right? When are you getting your period? Right? And you're going to be vulnerable then. We can check, right? When might you've gotten fired for a job? When, right? And it's literally the amount of data put together on you is shocking, completely, utterly shocking. But then it's fed, it's not analyzed by an individual, it's fed into machine intelligence. Machine intelligence then produces a personality profile either on you specifically or on you as part of a what's called a peer group, but it's not really a peer group. It's people who respond to the same sequencing in there, what Daniel Kahneman calls fast thinking. So in other words, the web becomes a worldwide nervous system. It was actually called the nervous system of the planet by Alex Pentland at the MIT Media Lab, right? Who's part of this move towards this global technocracy in which free will doesn't exist for Alex Pentland, as he's declared very clearly in the MIT Technological Review. And he's based ultimately on deep roots in behaviorist psychology and B.F. Skinner. So that's the death of our humanity. So the existential risk, extinction level events, the death of humanity. Existential risk, the death of our humanity, right? Poised between utopia and dystopia. And the difference between the two, right, is in the if only. And so what are we missing? And that's that we're going to talk about the movie today. So we're missing is two things. And this is the key. The core generator function of existential risk is not an infrastructure issue. It's not the technology, right? It's not social structure. It's not actually the structure of our governments, as important as they are. But the core issue is superstructure. And superstructure means the story, the invisible framework, the inescapable framework, the story, the narrative in which we live. What's the story of value that informs everything, right? So if our story of value is what we've called success 2.0, which is the modern success story, that's the story of modernity, after it's rejected all the value stories of pre-modernity for lots of good reasons, right? Because in pre-modernity, God and devil got really mixed up, right, Brad? Right? So along comes modernity and says there's an individual achiever, there's a separate self, right, who competes. It's rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics. So rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, that becomes the DNA code, quite literally, right, of the social structure. And that DNA code, rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, gets replayed billions and billions of times. It's literally in our mind, right? And it's hard to fight an enemy who has playgrounds in your mind, right? The rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, success story governs everything we do. And it's between us and everyone. Right? Are we successful is the question we're always asking. Not are we good, not are we true, not are we beautiful. Am I succeeding? Am I successful? Every company, all the divisions within a company, every religion, all the divisions within a religion, right? Every state, every province, every family, right? Every team, right? All the people within, there's always rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics of separate self against separate self. That generates what we've called many times hyper-object complicated systems, right? Meaning such a complicated system of economics, of sexuality, right? Of politics, so many pieces happening all around the globe. You can't trace the financial or social instruments. Everything's dissociated from everything else, complete alienation. And the system begins to break down. Supply chains break down, currency chains break down. And they're right at the brink of breakdown. Unless you track it, you can't see it. The parts are dissociated from each other. So both of these dimensions, this complicated systems, hyperobjects, and these win-lose metrics, rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, are rooted in a deeper global intimacy disorder. The global intimacy disorder is the source for existential risk, and itself it's rooted in the lack of a shared story of value. First principles and first values embedded in a story of value, right? Which can actually generate a completely different world. The only thing that's ever changed the vector of history, and on this, I agree with my colleague Yuval Harari, it's the very few things we agree on, is that only a new story of value, historically that's validated, changes the vector of history. Da Vinci, Renaissance, tells a new story. Pre-modernity and its structures are breaking down. But the threat then was relatively little, even with the Black Death, even with half of Europe virtually destroyed. There was no exponential technology. There was no global civilization with exponential technology. We're in an entirely different moment, meaning the past has passed its baton to the present. All the past needs us to fulfill its destiny. All of the sacrifices, all of the lives, all of the loves, all of the evolution of consciousness is now, the baton's passed to us. We're the present. And the future needs us. There is literally no future without us. The future doesn't exist without us. There is no future. Everything will be stillborn. Unborn trillions of people depend on us. So all of the past, all of the present, all of the future is literally in our hands, and we look down. So here we go. Let's take a look at this movie, but we're going to look at the movie not as it's been explained by the half of the people that like it, right, as a great call and cry for climate change. Climate change is a more complex issue. Look at the book I talked to you about, an important issue, but it's not the core, right? One. Two, right, we want to look at the movie as a text of culture and see what did it get right, what did it get wrong. We talked about it in broad terms last week in terms of existential risk. And I've dedicated the last, 10, 15 years to this, right? Day and night. Many of you who are with us. This is everything depends on us. And we're at the leading edge. And one mountain, many paths, right? It's the hub of revolution, right? How do we actually enact a revolution in value, right? Which actually changes, evolves the source code of culture and consciousness by enacting the overwhelming moral, social joy imperative of this moment to tell a new story. Not a conjecture, not a made-up story, but to actually integrate the leading edge strands of wisdom, pre-modern, modern, and postmodern, of validated insight, and to put them together in a synergistic whole greater than the sum of the parts, which actually tells a new story that we can tell each other and we can tell at any truck driver stop, at any finance firm, in any nursery, right? Any place in the world. It's a shared story of value rooted in first principles and first values. Because without first principles and first values, we don't move. Okay, now we're going to talk about today about first principles and first values and what the challenge is and why they've been rejected. and we're going to do it through the prism of the movie. So here's what we're going to do. I want to ask everyone, if you can, right, to take a look at last week. Okay, so when you finish today, we're going to send everyone, I hope by the end of the day, last week's clip, because that was the great meta context. I don't want to review any of those issues this week, but it's super important. Actually, just gentle invitation, invest yourself, right? Forget about all the little things we're going to do today. Invest yourself. Watch last week. You need last week to get the context. It's critical. We're going to take that as a given. We're going to dive in and we're going to look at 4 sets of clips today, which are completely surprising, which have been completely ignored by culture. Either the pro-movie, anti-movie people, all ignored. None of them commented on, but they're actually the key to the whole story. Welcome to all the new people. We welcome, just madly good to be with you, right? And every week, people join from around the world. This is, I think, our 275th week, right? We're here every week. We're broadcasting and we're studying and we're participating together in actually evolving the source code. In the old world, it happened at the university. I went and I sat in Oxford and wrote my doctorate there. It's not happening in Oxford, right? My partner, Zach, right, who's the co-president of our think tank, did it in Harvard, right? It's not happening in Harvard. There's a reason we didn't stay in Oxford and Harvard. Right? The university's not doing it. The university itself, right, is lost in its own win-lose metrics. Or Harvard is lost in its capital campaigns and in running its finances. Right? I went to Oxford. I couldn't find any real conversation. Right? The churches and the synagogues involved in their win-lose metrics, and blessings to them. They're all doing things that are of value. But actually, the real conversation, right? The place where we're actually waking up and we're saying, okay, let's change the source code of consciousness and culture, right? Is actually no longer in the old legacy institutions of power, which is why we came together to form the Center for Integral Wisdom and why Barbara Marx Hubbard created, right, the Foundation for Conscious Evolution, which we partnered in, which is all part of our Office for the Future. Because, right, we have to actually enact today a memory of the future. We have to recover a memory of the future. Hope is a memory of the future. So with that in mind, let's go into this text of culture and let's find our way. We're going to end today, right, with prayer. Now, prayer is also a theme in the movie. It appears 5 times in Don't Look Up. We're going to talk about that next week. But when we talk about prayer and God, we're not talking about the God you don't believe in. The God you don't believe in doesn't exist. We're talking about not the prayer, which is a cosmic vending machine that you give, put in a quarter, and get, right, some reward from the God you don't believe in. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about a new age medievalism replayed. We're talking about divinity as the incessant, ceaseless creativity of cosmos that knows your name, that operates and lives through first person, lives in you, as you, and through you. Third person, the 4 forces animated by Eros. And second person, the infinity of intimacy, the space between us, right? The reality of personhood, the personhood of cosmos. And God as the infinite personhood, not the person, not the grandfather or grandmother, but the infinite personhood that knows our name, in which our personhood directly participates.
The first shock of existence is the death of the human being. Existential risk is the second shock of existence. The second shock of existence is the death of humanity. There are 2 forms of the death of humanity. One is the literal potential extinction of humanity at the physical level. This is the first form of existential risk. There's a second form of existential risk, not the death of humanity, but the death of our humanity. You cannot respond to the first shock without the second shock, or to the second shock without the first shock. You cannot respond to either the first shock or the second shock of existence without going inside and finding out, what do we really know? We need to know we have the capacity to access intrinsic first principles and first values of the cosmos that are not fictions, not social constructions of reality, nor figments of our imagination. Rather, we have the capacity to go inside and access evolving first principles and first values embedded within a story of value. Humanity will not have the capacity to look up and respond to existential risk until we move beyond and articulate evolving first values and first principles. Only first principles and first values embedded in a story of value have the capacity to respond to the first and second shock of existence, for looking up itself is a first principle and first value. In the end, it is only evolving first values and first principles that have the authority to demand you look up, love madly, love yourself, love your life, love me, love my life, and love our lives together, and be willing to die rather than violate the integrity of that love. This is the only true meaning of being alive. And then we realize that you and me will never, and none of us will ever ultimately die. For life and love are eternal, and death is a night between 2 days. And yet from this perspective of this moment in evolutionary time, whether humanity lives or dies depends on us.
I want to look at a bunch of sets of clips. Okay, and what we're going to do is each set of clips, we're going to look at a few clips strung together, and then we're going to use those clips to actually launch board into culture and to understand where we are and where we need to go. Now, to be clear, when we do this textual reading of culture, which is going to be wildly exciting, we're not claiming that the makers of the movie had this or didn't have it in mind. It's often the case that the makers of a movie, right, are unconscious. They've got kind of a general sense, oh, wow, Adam McKay, I'm doing this movie about climate change, and that's great. But once something's been created, it's created from something deeper than the conscious mind of the creator. It emerges, right, from the field of culture itself. I remember sitting in Chicago with my friend then, Lana Wachowski, who actually just made a new movie, The Matrix Resurrection. But at that time, V for Vendetta was a movie that he had come out, and we sat, almost all night, right, at his place in Chicago. And I was explaining to Lana, who had made the movie, what his movie was about. Now, how can you do that? Right? Because we both understood that whatever Lana thought he was doing, the question is, what does the text say? And the text is always powerful. Texts of culture are powerful, and they're critical and crucial. So let's read texts of culture. We're going to start with Kate. Okay, so in the movie, I'm going to try and kind of lay out the frame a little bit. Okay, for those of you who are not tracking super closely, right? You know the general theme: comet about to hit Earth. Kate and Randall Mindy is his name. Kate DiBiase, I believe, a student and a professor. They detect the comet. They understand. They do the calculations of the trajectory it's going to hit Earth. We all know that's happening, right? They then go to try and alert reality. They team up with Teddy, right, who's this wonderful man, right? Oligrove, right? I think I just pronounced his name wrong. I apologize for that. What is Teddy's last name? And whatever it is, Oglethorpe, right? They team up with Teddy Oglethorpe, right? They get stymied and stopped, right? They're ignored, right? They can't get their message across, right? They get commodified, they get co-opted, right? The whole move, we talked about that all last week. Right, but we're now going to look at this week, we're going to look at individual clips and see kind of what actually happens. So we're going to look at a surprising set of clips. When Kate and Randall, Professor Randall Mindy, now we're going to slow down, Professor Randall Mindy with his graduate student, Kate, doctoral student, they come to the White House. They're going to inform the president, played by Meryl Streep. Her name is Janie Orlean. Her son, Jason Orlean, is her chief of staff. They're about to meet the president to inform the president of this comet. We're at the very beginning of the movie. They're waiting because there's some crisis going on in the White House. And a general, his name is Stuart Thames, he's a 3-star general, gets them some snacks. And something strange happens with these snacks that are not commented on in culture at all, but they're actually utterly essential to the movie. And actually, there's a theme that moves through the movie. Several times, after the snack story that we're about to see, Kate comments on this snack story, right? After Kate's unable to get anyone to respond, right? She abandons ship, right? And she goes through a very particular and gorgeous set of unfoldings. She keeps telling the snack story again and again. So take us inside. Let's see 3 or 4 clips that we're going to string together about this unspoken, hidden theme in the movie, which is actually one of the keys to the entire story. Conscious or unconscious in the mind of the movie makers doesn't matter. Let's go inside. Let's read this text of culture. Let's love this open. Let's begin to find our way to responding to existential risk. Here we go. Take us inside. We're ready, Tahele? Let's do this.
They charge an arm and a leg for this stuff. 10 a piece ought to do it.
Where do I pay for these? It's free. Really? Yes, it's the White House. The general. He charged us for the snacks, but they're free.
Oh, gosh.
Why on earth would he do that? Why would he charge us for free snacks?
Maybe he just gets off on the power, you know, like any kind of power. It's like he knew eventually that I was going to find out that the snacks were free.
Right.
Watch out for him. He'll charge you for free shit.
Did everyone get that? 4 scenes. Okay, who tracked that? 4 scenes. None of them are noticed in culture at all. Free snacks. And it's not a casual thing in the beginning. It's repeated 4 times throughout the movie. What's it about? Who cares? Right? What? Snacks are free? Why is a 3-star general charging, right, for snacks when the snacks are free, number one? And look at the beginning. It's the beginning scene. It's the inception of the movie. And he makes them get changed, $20. So I'll give you the $20. I'll pay for you. And then 3 times she keeps returning to the scene and she can't figure it out, right? And when she's with Yule, that was scene 3, Y-U-L-E, Yule. He was also the dude who played in Dune, right, as Paul Atreides, if you remember him. So she's with Yule and they're both looking up and they're talking about what's going on here. So what's this about? And let's stay really close, friends. Reality is made of billions of micro actions. And if you look at the designers of the web, like Alex Pentland, who we mentioned earlier from the MIT Media Lab, who talks about, in wake of B.F. Skinner, the behaviorist psychologist, he talks about the billions of micro acts that people do every day, that they do in reaction, that are a function of what we call fast thinking. Daniel Kahneman, Nobel Prize laureate, he calls it fast thinking. It's automatic, it's unconscious, it's habitual, as opposed to kind of deep reflective thinking, which we do very little. So what Pentland understands is that you actually create the fabric of reality through billions and billions of micro acts that happen virtually automatically, which Pentland believes correctly through nudges, through social pressure, right, through everything that's happening today in the complex of the web. You can actually control the way people are going to vote. You can control what they're going to buy. You can actually control mood, right, in multiple ways. And that's the subject of a different conversation, which we've had several times. Now, stay close. Shoshana Zuboff wrote a book on this called Surveillance Capitalism. There's another book written a couple of years earlier by Brett Fleischman from Cambridge University called Re-Engineering Humanity. Jaron Lanier's written 3 or 4 books on this, from You Are Not a Gadget in 2007 to 10 Reasons Why to Get Off of Social Media in 2018. Right? There's an entire literature on this, which is quite good. Now, stay close and stay really, really close. And we're going to get back to Zuboff and surveillance capitalism in a second. Let's just take one piece from this now, which is that there are billions of micro acts that make up the social fabric. Now, what determines our micro acts? All of our unconscious, habitual, and automatic actions, which form the fabric of society, what informs them? What informs them is always the story we're living in. We're embedded in a hidden story. We're actors in that story. Charles Taylor, a fantastic book called Sources of Self. The human being lives in inescapable frameworks. And that framework is my story, right? In advanced terms, we use mathematics, but in our everyday lives, we use stories. We're informed by story. We're entranced by story. We live as characters in a story, right? That's unbelievably important. Now, when my story is not rooted in first principles and first values, all that's left is power. That was the essence of Michel Foucault's critique, his postmodern critique of reality. All that's left is power. So what Foucault says is there's no value, which he got wrong. What he got right is when there's no value, all that's left is power. So what happens? It's an incredible scene. There's a 3-star general. Person becomes a 3-star general, it's because they're interested in power. They also may be interested in serving their country, which is beautiful, but they're also interested in power. And there's a set of micro acts. You're now giving snacks to these couple of visitors who've come to the White House. And you act, this micro act, you automatically make a power move. You don't make a value move. The value move is someone comes into your home, someone comes into your space, you feed them, you nourish them. The notion of nourishing the guest is a first value and first principle. I nourish the guest who's in my space, right? We take care of each other. We create resource for each other. We feed each other. I spent a lot of time in the Middle East, and a good friend of mine, Khalid, a Bedouin, when I would walk into Khalid's tent, the second I would walk into his tent, I was a king and feeding me and nourishing me. And had I offered Khalid to pay for anything that he gave me, he would have shot me. I mean, figuratively, right? Because it was a violation of this first principle and first value that lived between us, that we nourish each other. So now, is everyone tracking? You come to the Pentagon. It's amazing, right? You come to the Pentagon, right? You come to the White House. The Pentagon, with its 3-star general, is in the White House, right? General Stuart themes. And there's no first principle and first value of nourishment. There's no first principle and first value of honesty. There is no sense of radical honesty. Right? And once there's no radical honesty, once there's no first principle and first value, then it's an entire story repeated billions of times, micro repetitions, right? Micro billions of repetitions of the violation of first principles and first values. And the only thing that's left in the space, that's in the third clip, is power. This is a power. It was a power movement, and it was a sadistic power movement. I want you to catch this. It was a sadistic power movement because, as Jennifer Lawrence says, Kate in the movie, he knew we were going to find out. He knew we were going to find out right after he left that it was free, and he knew we couldn't do anything about it. So once you remove first principles and first values, then you create a structure of society where the billions of micro acts that take place sans first values and first principles. So you introduce a kind of insidious undermining. The basic first principle, first value of the guest in my home doesn't exist. There's a violation of trust. There's a violation, right, and there's no love without trust. Eros always built on trust. There's no trust. And she keeps repeating the scene because she's stunned. How could that be? And she's coming to this realization that, oh my God, I thought we could make it without explicating first values and first principles. I thought we could make it just on a kind of general, feel-good, poetic, artistic, aesthetic. And I love art and I like poetry and I love aesthetics. But actually, what we're trying to do is, even after postmodernity has deconstructed all value, we think we're going to be okay. We think it's okay to actually have a success story, rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, and we'll find our way through. We won't. Because the entire social fabric, now governed by what Alex Pentland calls the nervous system of the planet, becomes non-intimate, right? The intimate universe is undermined, right, when the eros is completely destroyed, because trust is destroyed, because the nurturing is destroyed, because the guest, right, isn't honored, because the basic honesty between human beings and the basic sense of care, right, is exploded. And it comes up 4 times in the movie, again and again and again. And the best that the movie can get to, and it does its best, the best the movie can get to is right, she says power. It must have been a power trip, which is Foucault. That's the postmodern explanation. But what the movie doesn't get to is the breakdown of first values and first principles. Does everyone get that? The movie itself refuses to declare first values and first principles. And that's very much, now stay close, friends, it's very much like Shoshana Zuboff's work in Surveillance Capitalism, which is a book which analyzes the business model of the techplex. And we're now concluding a book at the think tank, which we're calling Technofutilism, which is dealing with a set of the same issues. And we're critiquing the techplex, but we're also critiquing Shoshana Zuboff with lots of respect and love, which is that Shoshana herself and all the other critics of the techplex themselves, when they talk about the business model, right? The techplex is absorbing your data, pouring it into machine intelligence, creating a personality profile, selling it to misaligned third parties in order to create predictive analysis of what you might do. And we're selling that predictive analysis ostensibly, right, to be able to control the world. That's one of the reasons. The techplex is lined up with the security establishments. There's an enormous amount of data on that to try and create some sense of control in a world run wild, and for exponential profit and power. So Zuboff names the business model, but she refuses to tell us what first principles and first values is this violating. And every time in surveillance capitalism, she begins to come close to a first principle and a first value. What she does is, now stay really close to me, we're doing a very deep dive here. What she does is, so for example, taking your data should be a violation of personhood. It's a violation of the intrinsic dignity of human personhood, which is a first value and first principle of cosmos. But Zuboff refuses to declare it as so. And instead what she does is she cites Sartre, the existentialist, from his book Being and Nothingness, as the source of the value of personhood. But of course, what she's doing is she's avoiding the issue. She's actually making an intellectual dishonest feint, thinking that no one will catch it, when in fact it undermines the very fabric of society, because Sartre is the apostle of cosmic meaninglessness. Sartre believes there are no first principles and first values. That's his whole point. Being in Nothingness is one of my favorite books. Read page 549 to 555. You'll see one of the cores, right, of this argument in Being in Nothingness. For Sartre, there are no first values and first principles. For Sartre, there is no story of value. So what Zuboff is trying to do, which is the same thing that Don't Look Up is trying to do, is it's trying to say, okay, we're not going to name first principles and first values. Now, why? Not because Zuboff's a bad person. She's a great person. Not because Adam McKay and the gang making, right, this movie Don't Look Up are bad dudes, bad people. They're fantastic human beings. No, they actually identify first values and first principles with medievalism. They think that value is a pre-modern quality. And they've been completely taken by the academic critique of value, which says that all value is relative, right? All value is always changing. So therefore, we can never talk about first values and first principles. Now, the academic critique is partially right. There's critiques of natural law, right, which claims first values and first principles, that shows that natural law is actually making religious claims and claiming to be doing first values and first principles. And natural law doesn't take into account, for example, the fact that love, which is a value, changes all the time. So the academic critique of natural law, first values and first principles, says you can't declare first values and first principles, because even if you say love is a value, love was something 1,000 years ago and something else 2,000 years ago. So clearly it's complete culturally contextual. It's completely socially constructed. That's not exactly right. It's a critical mistake. Of course, love evolves. Of course, love evolves. And of course, you can't say that this form of love is the first value and first principle. That's true. But love itself is not a social construction. Love in the general sense that I care, right? That I nurture, that I'm concerned with, that's a first principle and a first value. Now stay really close, friends. It's an evolving first principle and first value. Did you get that? In other words, first principles and first values are not only eternal, they're not only rooted in the very structure of cosmos, but by eternal, we don't mean unchanging. Eternity doesn't mean everlasting time. That's just a lot of time. By eternity, we mean it's beneath time. It's beneath the space-time continuum. Intrinsic in the fabric of cosmos is meaning. Meaning lives in cosmos, and meaning evolves, right? The nature of reality is that meaning evolves. Love evolves. The story of reality is the evolution of love. Evolution is not just the move from simplicity to complexity. Evolution is the progressive deepening of intimacies, the evolution of love. So love moves, gets deeper and deeper, gets wider and wider, right? Love used to mean, I love the people in my tribe, right? So everybody agreed you can't kill a human being, right? In the pre-modern period, but everyone said human beings are only the people in my tribe. That's tragic. So there was love, but love was for my community. So that was a boundary mistake. It was a critical boundary mistake. We need to shift the boundary. No one's outside. No one's outside the circle. The evolution of love means we expand the circle. We expand our circle of intimacy and love. We expand our circle of care and concern, right? And we love more and more until no one's outside the circle. But love itself, love is a first principle and first value. And unless I declare love to be a first principle and first value, unless intimacy is a first principle and a first value, unless the irreducible uniqueness of human personhood is a first principle and a first value, unless trust is a first principle and first value, unless integrity is a first principle and first value, right? Unless there's first principles and first values embedded in a story of value. And the story of value is I'm a unique self. And I have unique gifts to give, and I have a unique story to tell, and I have a unique poem to write, a unique song to sing. And together, right, I can care for larger than my egocentric circle. We can come together as unique selves and join the Unique Self Symphony and address the unique needs in our unique circle of intimacy and influence. That's what it means to be alive, to give my gifts for the sake of my own full being and for the becoming of the whole planet. Right? That's a great story. I'm a unique self. I'm a hero in this story. I have superpowers that no one else that ever was, is, or will be can have. And living my life and giving my unique gift, which has irreducible value that's needed by all that is. Wow. Right? And my person, it's irreducible and it's not commodifiable. And you don't have a right to steal my data and feed it into machine intelligence. Never begin to get it. But unless you have first values and first principles, you can't even begin the conversation. And paradoxically, just like Shoshana Zuboff, who gets the violation of the techplex, but refuses to name first values and first principles through no fault of her own, because she didn't have, right, an understanding of first values and first principles that worked. She was right about that. So what we're doing now at the center is we're now articulating a new vision of value. Value is evolving value. There are evolving first values and first principles. Human personhood, intimacy, love, trust, integrity. Those are not social constructions of reality. Those are not contrived meaning. Those are part of the meaning structures of cosmos, and cosmos is its design structure. It's inherent, and the conflict between Darwin and design is nonsense. Neo-Darwinism is dead, as is intelligent design. There's a much deeper third. Reality has an inherent design. There's an inherent telos to reality. Reality is moving from mud to Mozart. It's moving from bacteria to Bach. It's moving from quarks to culture. There's a story, and that story is the evolution of love, in which there's more and more creativity, and there's more and more care, and there's more and more uniqueness, and there's more and more interconnectivity, and there's more and more intimacy. Those are the plot lines of cosmos. And my story and the plot line of my story participates in those plot lines of cosmos. Now, here's the thing. Stay close, friends. We've just begun. All of that is missing in Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up, they sense it, but they can't quite say it because they don't have a language. They don't have a new story of value. It's our job right here, right in One Mountain, is to articulate this new story of value. They're looking for it. And we're going to get deeper and deeper. We're going to do a couple more rounds here. We're going to get deeper and deeper. It's shocking and it's beautiful. So there's this story, this thread, this invisible thread that weaves through the movie about this 3-star general charging for snacks, and he's lying. Because that symbolizes, it captures, and it's an intuitive realization by the makers of the movie, which they don't quite know how to explicate. It's not quite formulated even in their own minds and hearts, but they're reaching for something, and they're reaching for something good and true and beautiful, which is reality is made up of billions of micro acts. This is a little small, minor, irrelevant act, but it's everything because it's exponentialized across the system when the system is sans first values and first principles. Wow. Does everyone begin to get that? I want to add another piece. Let's go deeper, okay? Let's go a little deeper, okay? We're going to go a little deeper. There's one more step, and then we're at the very beginning, and we're not going to go too long, but this is just the beginning, and it's gorgeous. There's a scene later in the movie, which we're going to see later, probably next week. But there's a scene in which Peter Isherwell, and if you're in the chat box, let me know if you remember the scene. Peter Isherwell, who is the head of BASH, and he's the guy who always says, it's fine, it will all be fine. Remember him? Who remembers him in the chat box? Who remembers him? Okay, I'm going to take a look in the chat box for a second now. Right? Who remembers the guy? Everyone remember him? Okay. So there's a scene in which Peter Isherwell, right, is presenting to the cabinet. And this is after there's been a mission to deflect the comet. The comet can be deflected. And then Peter Isherwell, the head of BASH, right, says to Janie, hey, we got to call back the nukes because I just realized there's all this value, right, in these outer space, in this comet. There's all these rare minerals that are now controlled by China, which is actually the situation today. And what we're going to do is we're going to not take it down with this nuclear strike. We have another way of doing it. And he has a Nobel Prize winner get up in front of the cabinet and explain how they're going to be able to take the comet down. You would think, Nobel Prize winner, we should trust her, right? No, we shouldn't trust her. That's the point. Right? The point is that actually the process of peer review didn't take place in the science. And actually the structure of business, which is supposed to be in dialectical balance with the structure of science, is actually completely disproportionately undermined the checks and balances of society. So actually the same way that the general sells for $20 snacks, the Nobel laureate, right, actually sold herself to BASH and actually risked the planet because she was in her win-lose metrics. She's working for BASH. She was a Nobel Prize winner, and she's sitting there working for BASH, right, to actually increase, right, their profits. Today in the world, just as an example, there's about 10,000 great data scientists in the world today. Data science is utterly critical, right, in order to avoid existential risk. Virtually all 10,000 of those data scientists work for Google and Facebook and Apple and Amazon, right, and Microsoft. Those are the big five. So there's been a complete drain of the best skills from Nobel Prize winners, right, all the way down. Right? The universities can't even get people to fill the positions because everyone's working for these big five. So once there's no first values and first principles, there's nothing to actually cause even a person who's a Nobel laureate to actually pursue knowledge. Right? The great movement of science was based on first values and first principles, the value of truth, the value of facts, the value of the pursuit of knowledge. Once we deconstruct value, we deconstruct the pursuit of knowledge. We deconstruct facts. We deconstruct the nobility of science, and science becomes hijacked and the information ecology breaks down. So we're precisely at a moment when the information ecology is broken down. And look at the huge conflict over vaccines, in which there's two very clear sides that actually don't speak to each other, when there's validated information on both sides, but actually it's not being driven by fact. It's being driven by other meta-narratives, right, which actually collapse the system. Right? So it's a very critical idea. The second you actually have a win-lose metrics, rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, the second rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics drives the 3-star general who's going to sell snacks. It also drives the Nobel laureate to work for Bash instead of being involved in the first principle and first value of the noble pursuit of truth, the noble pursuit of facts. And it's shocking. Okay? So now let's go another step. Okay, we're going to go just one more step here, just to kind of get this. So, how are we doing, everybody? Is everyone tracking? We doing okay? Okay, let's go to the next step. And it's beautiful, but it's beautiful in a shocking way, and it's beyond important. So, there's a gentleman named Brian Cox. So I want to validate the claim that I just made. I just made a claim that this movie refuses to name first principles and first values, although it intuits their breakdown and it artistically, aesthetically documents that intuitive breakdown in these 4 scenes of the snack ripoff, right? The breakdown of trust and Jennifer Lawrence's shock at that breakdown of trust. Now, stay close. We're going to go just 2 short steps, but it's critical. The movie itself is shocked that no one's looking up. And by no one looking up, the movie's making obviously an obvious and correct point, right? Which has consumed my last decade, which is, oh my God, existential risk is real. Why are we not responding? Because that's important. We have to save the future, but stay close. And here's the deal. And this is the deal. And this is where it gets kind of crazy. See, here's the thing. Saving the future itself is a first principle and first value, right? In other words, we only move to save ourselves when we're immediately confronted by the tiger. When we're not immediately confronted by the tiger or by cancer, we actually go about our business and we displace death, right? And we're going to talk about this in 3 stages now. We displace death. Now, as long as the human being has the capacity to displace existential risk beyond the thread of their own lifetime, even if it will enter into their children's lifetime, as long as the human being can displace the thread of existential risk, right, beyond their lifetime, they will look away. Because, right, the very notion that we're going to save the future, the responsibility to future generations, is itself a first principle and first value. Now, stay close. We understand, right, if someone's dying in front of us, that we have to take care of them. We get that. Someone's dying in front of us, we pretty much get there's some responsibility to save them. That's still, generally in place, although not absolutely. But what happens if someone's dying on the other side of the world? So let's say we displace the ethical challenge geographically. There's a geographical spatial dislocation of the ethical challenge. It's happening in Biafra. Let's say, stay close with me, my friends. Let's say that my name is Bill Clinton. And let's say you were living in America while Bill Clinton was president, or any place else in the world, or in France, or in Great Britain, right, or in Holland. And everybody in the entire world knew that 800,000 Hutus were macheting and massacring men, women, and children, Tutsis, in Rwanda, and no one in the world did anything for 100 days, although everyone knew it was happening. Why? Because they looked away, because they couldn't actually be intimate. And intimacy means feel me feeling you. Intimacy means I shatter the boundary of my skin-encapsulated ego, and I realize I'm not merely a separate self, and we're part of the same field, although we're unique expressions of the field. But actually, to actually experience that intimacy, right, to actually transcend the optical delusion of separate consciousness, to transcend the optical delusion of separateness, right, the effort to do that, that's a value. That's the value of transformation. That's the value of intimacy. But if that's not a first value and first principle, which there's an ultimate violation if I ignore it, I'm not going to do it. right? The Black Lives Matter movement in America explodes because everyone sees in front of them the violation of a first principle and first value, right? You see a man, right, with a knee on his neck for 9 minutes, right, who dies. It's a kind of snuff film, right, seen, right, tens and tens of millions of times, and you realize, oh my God, that's a violation of first values and first principles. And even though we were in the middle of the beginning of COVID then, and everyone was was not sure how exactly contagion worked, and the fear was correctly real, everyone flooded the streets, because we flooded the streets because our will is activated by the violation of a first principle and first value. But if there's no first principle and first value, then there's nothing that calls me to be intimate with Rwanda. There's nothing that calls me to step out of, right, Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb, right, the business of usual as my life. So no one responded to Rwanda, friends, because there was a dislocation in space. Now, what if, friends, right, we move from a dislocation in space to a dislocation in time? Because we're all afflicted by temporal myopia. Temporal means time. Myopia means a narrowing of vision. Meaning, if we can't feel what's happening right now because it's in a different part of the world, what expectation is that we're going to feel what's happening in a different time, where the dislocation is not spatial but temporal, not space but time? That's actually, it's not human nature. No. It's human nature sans first principles and first values. Human beings are, stay close, human beings are not naturally good. Human beings are inherently good. But goodness needs to be trained. And we only train goodness if there's a value in that training. If goodness is a value, we train it. I was talking to a woman named Betsy Farnham, who passed away not that long ago, a wonderful woman, right, who taught at at Exeter Academy, one of the leading academies in the country, a fantastic human being. And she said to me, when I came to teach in Exeter, everybody knew what the good, the true, and the beautiful was. And Exeter is the institution that produced Mark Zuckerberg, not by accident. When I came to teach at Exeter, she said, everyone knew the good, the true, and the beautiful. That's what we wanted to facilitate from the students. By the time I left Exeter, she said, when she retired a few years ago, and she recently passed, she said, no one, the students nor the faculty, no one knew what the good, the true, and the beautiful were. And its value itself collapsed. And the collapse of value is at the core of existential risk, right? And so we need to actually reclaim first values and first principles, but evolving first values and first principles embedded in a story of value. And a new story of value, that's the overwhelming moral imperative of the time. And if we make a movie, Don't Look Up, it's fantastic. But if we're not willing, just like Shoshana Zuboff was unwilling in Surveillance Capitalism, to declare first values and first principles, and instead we rely on this implied kind of theatrical ruse, we're going to have these 4 clips, right, about the violation of integrity, right, charging $20 for snacks, which no one tracks. And probably the writers themselves didn't quite track. It's incoherent because there's no story of value. So that's a very, very, very big deal. Okay? So let's hold this together. So if that's the case, then we can't expect people to look up, because looking up itself, right, when the comet's not right in front of you, they only look up in the movie when the comet's right in front of them. There's no more dislocation in time. But when there is a dislocation in time and you can't see the comet, right, you can't see the 10 forms of existential risk because you're going about business as usual and you're myopically, narcissistically involved in the trauma of your life, whatever it might be, and in the victim dramas of your life, or in the rivalrous conflict, win-lose metric success 2.0 story. There's no possible way you're going to look up, because you're looking up beyond the time horizon of your life. Right. And unless there's a first principle and first value that says we're committed to the continuity of consciousness, we're committed to the continuity of generations. And it's possible to do that. Okay. It's completely possible to do. I want to just tell you a story for a second. I was in Dharamsala, a bunch of years back. Okay. I was in Dharamsala a bunch of years back, and I was talking to the Dalai Lama. So I was in his home in Dharamsala, after we had spent some time together at the Pope's summer residence in Castel Gandolfo, where kind of a group of people got together a bunch of years back to talk about the future of the world, as if anyone cared what we had to say, right? So, and the Dalai Lama and I had a little bit of an argument there. It's a story I've told before. I won't tell it to you now, but in short, we had a little bit of an argument, right? And I thought he was saying things that were kind of fundamentally off. And so we had a clash, but we liked each other in the clash because we got out of the politeness of it all. Okay. We got out of the politeness of it all. So let's stay close. Let's stay close. It's really, really beautiful. Let's stay really, really close. Okay. So what happened was, and let's stay really close and really, because it's crazy important. Right. So what happened was, right, he invites me to Dharamsala, right? And, in Dharamsala, he says, how do we get people to concerned with the future? And so I said to him, right, and he was particularly, he says, how do I get Tibetans, right, concerned with the future of Tibetan Buddhism? And I said to him, and I remember it very carefully, I said very clearly, and it was very poignant. I said, there has to be a value of the future, right? The desire for the future is a value. And unless we declare a value of the future, we can't get there. We just can't get there. There's no possible way to get there. Does everyone get that? You can't get there. And I want to just give you an example of one people, right? Which is a very, very beautiful example. And this is, and I'll take the example, of and it's an interesting example of the Jewish people. And, the Jewish people, like the Christian people, like the Muslim people, have their strengths and weaknesses, right? We all do. And I was raised in the Jewish world, so I know a little bit about it. And it's a beautiful and complex world. And there's one thing they got right. When they got right is commitment to continuity. And it's when you grow up in that community, there's a first principle and first value, right? To have a continuity of community. That's a big deal. Right? There's a first principle and first value. I'm concerned with the future generations. And so therefore, even though, stay close, it's very, very wild. Even though all the historians said that when you lose your land and you lose your common language, right, and you lose your political power and you go into exile, and it's a worldwide exile, and you're hated, right, as the Jews were, right, all through the ages, right, where the scapegoat of humanity, you disappear as a people. There's no way you can survive as a people. And scholar after scholar, right, of history has said that if you lose your land, you lose your language, you lose your culture, you're dispersed around the world, you have no power, there's no possibility you'll survive. It's impossible. And yet, as Mark Twain pointed out, he said, all things pass, and yet somehow something remains. These people are still here. Why are they still here? Right? They're still here because they established a first principle and first value of commitment to the future. Right? Now, this is not an argument for Judaism or Christianity or Islam or secular humanism, obviously. The point is, we have to establish first principles and first values. And the commitment to the future itself is a first principle and first value. Does everyone get that? In other words, if you sell snacks and you lie about it, and you're a Nobel laureate, right, who gives into the win-lose metrics, those are violations of first principles and first values, right? But the commitment to the future itself is a first principle and first value. And unless we understand and we create a first principle and first value that we are part of a shared humanity, but not as a conjecture, that's actually the metaphysical fact of reality. There's an optical delusion of separateness. Unless we actually begin to go much, much deeper into our identity, and we actually understand our identity to exist beyond our death, unless we have a broader vision of a world beyond our death, which is where we're going to begin next week. What happens after death? The movie talks, there's 4 or 5 scenes in the movie where they say, we're all going to die. Well, if in fact it ends at death, then it's very hard to enact a first principle and first value, which is responsible for the future. Right? Because this is a short end story where in the end, everyone dies. So if everyone dies a little sooner, the collective death of humanity, not that much different than the death of an individual human. Unless we can actually understand that there's value beyond the collective death of humanity, right? That beyond the collective death of humanity, there's meaning, right? Beyond our individual death, there's meaning. There's continuity of consciousness. There's meaning that lives underneath and beyond death. We're never going to be responsible for a world beyond death. It's a very, very deep idea. And I'm going to check in the chat box, see if just it's subtle, it's deep, it's beautiful. It's not, but it's not obvious, but it's everything. Right? It's completely everything. Right? If it all ends at death, that means it's a materialist game in which meaning is just created. That's not the case. And I want to just get this really clearly. I mentioned Brian Cox before. So Brian Cox, representing the BBC, talks about this movie. And the way he understands this movie, I'm going to read it to you. He says, essentially what this movie is saying is, right, it's 400 billion stars, he says, from trillions of planets, right? And it could be we're the only civilization that exists at all, right? And we have intelligence, we create meaning. So the only place that meaning exists in the world, he writes, right, is therefore very possibly on our planet. And so therefore, if meaning is destroyed on our planet, here's the quote, it's the destruction of meaning in the galaxy. And then he says again at the end of the BBC clip, that he says, you've got to realize, right, that this is the only place in the galaxy where anything matters. So that's Brian Cox, BBC, on the movie, right? This is the only meaning in the galaxy. So therefore, if existential risk is fulfilled, there's no more meaning in the galaxy. Or this is the only place in the galaxy where anything matters. So what's Brian Cox saying? That's the non-first principles, first values reading of the story. And the movie allows itself to be read that way. It doesn't stand for first principles and first values. Does everyone get that? It's subtle, but it's beautiful and it's wildly important. It's not true. Meaning is intrinsic to cosmos, right? Allurement, autonomy, first principles and first values, just like they exist in mathematical equations, the exterior sciences exist in the interior sciences, right? Love is a real value of cosmos. Intimacy is a real value of cosmos. They evolve, right? They get deeper. Right? From matter to life to mind, value gets deeper, it gets more subtle, it gets more full, right? We evolve, right? That's a huge deal. The evolution of value is clear, but value is real in the cosmos, right? And it's only when I get that value is real. Yes, it's evolving value. And once I get that value is real, then my entire life, the joy, the ecstasy, the urgency, the pleasure, the eros of my life is incarnating, right, and evolving value, right? When atoms come together, atoms are allured to each other. Stay close, friends. Atoms are allured to each other. They're separate atoms. They're allured to each other, subatomic particles, and they create a new whole greater than the sum of the parts. That's value. That's value. When Alfred North Whitehead, the great mathematician who wrote Principia Mathematica, Volume 2 with Bertrand Russell at Cambridge, what Whitehead talks about is the interior consciousness that goes all the way down the evolutionary chain, right? There's meaning. Meaning means there's patterns of value with deep intention of unbelievably complex structure at the subatomic level. This is not a mechanistic world. That's a lie. Science doesn't say that. Scientism, dogmas of science say it. If you actually study science, you actually get that meaning, structures of meaning exist all the way down the evolutionary chain. Atoms are coming together, right? There's a dimension of freedom, right, that exists in atoms themselves, as Stuart Kaufman's already pointed out. So the movement towards intimacy, right, towards greater wholes from separate parts, right, the movement of allurement, right, the movement to create patterns of communication. Cells, individual cells, when they're under crisis, literally rewrite intelligently their DNA codes. Right? That's called natural genetic engineering. James Shapiro, University of Chicago, one of the best geneticists of this generation. Barbara McClintock, Nobel Prize, 1972-73 for transposition, horizontal gene transfer. Right? In other words, reality is intelligent all the way up and all the way down. Its meaning structures all the way up and all the way down. The world's invested with intelligence. It's invested with meaning. It discloses meaning. It evolves meaning. And we're in devotion to meaning. We're in devotion to value. We're incarnations of that value, right? We are value come alive. We're evolution come alive. So that's where we got to go. We got to go to this place of creating a new vision of value. Reality is driven by needs. That's a very big sentence, not a small sentence. I spent a decade on that sentence. Need drives evolution. Not at the human level. People think of needs at the human level, and they talk about what are the human needs. No, need is a structure of reality itself. right? It's deep. And need and desire are intimately related. Now, welcome everyone. Right, where are you? Oh, we're in the revolution, right? And the revolution means we take very seriously the full potency and the full peril of this minute. In this moment in time, this time between worlds and this time between stories. And we're filled with joy, and we're filled with trembling, and we're filled with the potential utopia, the capacity to create a world in which every person's story matters, and every person knows they have a poem to write and a song to sing, and a way of laughing and loving and living which is irreducibly unique and matters infinitely. That's the utopia that we're poised before, and there's more life than there's ever been on the planet. We forget that. Right? We have actually in the last 200 years gone from 500 million people to almost 8 billion people. That's an exponential, that's not population explosion. That's an explosion of life. That's an explosion of irreducible unique selves. It's an explosion of possibility, and it's an explosion of love stories. And we literally forget that. How many people think about that? That in 200 years, technology has facilitated explosions of life. Now, technology has its demonic capacities, which we need to deal with. And we need to actually infuse technology with evolutionary love. And we need to code reality with the interior sciences. And that's a critical challenge, and it will determine our future and whether we have a future. And at the same time, technology is a potential blessing. Technology has literally yielded, right, an explosion of life, which is an explosion of unique selves, which is an explosion, right, of love. And so we're poised literally in this moment between utopia and dystopia. We face existential risk and catastrophic risk. And what Barbara Marx Hubbard and myself understood separately and then found each other, kind of the way Neo and Trinity find each other in the first Matrix movie. We're now doing the Matrix Resurrections, and we may have time to talk about that movie, not today. We may spend a special One Mountain on Matrix Resurrections movie. And what we do in One Mountain, and we're moving in this direction, we always take a key artifact of culture. It might be a movie, it might be a book, or we take what we call a first principle or first value of reality, which I'll talk about in a couple of minutes, and we weave it and we understand it, but with a particular end. Because, Barbara and I felt like Neo and Trinity in the original Matrix, when they meet each other because, as Neo says to Trinity, Trinity says to Neo, we're asking the same question. So Barbara and I were asking the same question, which is, how do we respond to existential risk when we don't have a story equal to our power, and our power has the capacity to end reality as we know it? And while that began to be meta-theoretically true with nuclear power, it's now true in an entirely different way with distributions of weaponized technologies, right? And there's a list of other, which I'm not going to go through now, we've done it many times, but there's a list of 10 other serious existential risks, all more significant than climate change. That's a big deal. Climate change is a very complex issue, deserves to be dealt with, but actually there's 10 other issues that are actually more significant in this very moment in time. Now, let's stay close. We can engage them. And what Barbara and I understood is that we had both come to a similar answer or response to that question, which is how to respond to this moment when we're poised between utopia and dystopia, when we're at this time between worlds and time between stories. And what we understood is that the only factor that irrevocably changes, either for the worst or for the better, the vector of history itself, and either sinks all boats or raises all boats, but actually evolves the source code itself, either evolves or devolves. The source code of consciousness and culture is story. Story. The story you tell about who you are. That's everything. And in order to respond to existential risk, we have to tell a better story. We have to take charge of the story. The story being told in modernity that emerged out of the Renaissance is in part beautiful, and it's brought with us the dignities of modernity, which is the rise of the feminine, universal human rights, democracies at their best, an explosion of actual life on the planet, right? Social mobility, right? High levels of literacy, education, right? An enormous explosion of good. And at the same time, the fault lines in that story, the cracks in that story, right? The fundamental undermining of the intrinsic nature of value in that story has also brought the disasters of modernity. And the disasters of modernity have now piled up as a result of exponential technologies, right, available to non-state actors, right, and a host of other existential risks, all connected to technology itself in its exponentialized forms, and actually threatens either the death of humanity or the death of our humanity. And both are discussed actually in Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up is a movie with many flaws, and it's been savagely attacked in the press and enthusiastically watched. And we're looking at the movie as a portal. We're not that interested in what the movie makers were thinking. Sweet Adam McKay's a lovely man. You know, blessings to you, Adam, brother. But that's not right. The movie stands by itself, right? It's a piece of art. And we need to look at it. And what's most important in the movie hasn't been discussed at all in any of the large conversations around it. We're not looking at it as a metaphor for climate change, right? Climate change, different topic, important topic, but as a metaphor for existential risk. We're not looking at the issue of comets. Comets is, in terms of existential risk, it's the smallest problem, although it's not non-existent. And you can look at Toby Ord's book on existential risk, where he adduces in the footnotes all the data on comets. That's not our topic. We're looking at the bigger issue of existential risk, which is rooted in the failure to tell a new story. And that's a failure in which Don't Look Up participates. Does everyone get that new sense? And it's Don't Look Up doesn't offer a new narrative, doesn't offer a new story. And in fact, Brian Cox, for example, of the BBC, looks at Don't Look Up as a materialist story. He assumes that it's materialist, that Don't Look Up's premise is that there is no real value in cosmos, there's no real meaning in cosmos, that it's all made up here, but since it's all made up here, let's make the best of it. That's how BBC read the movie, because the movie allows for that interpretation. And in fact, the movie makers, right, they don't get to a place of actually saying, what would it take to tell a new story? They don't articulate the need for a new story. And they don't actually understand that actually it's only the telling of a new story. And by a new story, we don't mean a new made-up story. We don't mean conjecture or a fanciful story, but we also don't mean a story of dogmatic fundamentalist certainty at all. We mean a story that integrates the leading edge insights of pre-modern, modern, and postmodern culture, the leading edge validated insights in all the wisdom streams, weaves them together synergistically into a new whole greater than the sum of the parts that actually becomes a universal grammar of value, which doesn't homogenize us, but it's a context for our diversity. It's a context which generates, right, a planetary awakening in love through unique self symphonies. Now, the movie doesn't get anywhere near that. But what the movie does almost unconsciously is allude to pieces of the story. Okay? So what we're going to do, and if you have not been here before, this is a perfect week to start. This could be your first week with us. It could be your 240th week with us. You could be joining just today, or this could be your third week and you're in this series on Don't Look Up. Doesn't matter. You can step in right here. But what we're going to do is we're going to read a code, and then we're going to dive into 4 sets of scenes from the movie directly. And we're going to look at those scenes specifically and clearly to begin to understand where there are unconscious but critical weavings of key dimensions of what needs to be a new story, but the movie can't quite get there, right? The movie can't quite find its way. And it's only the telling of a new story of value, intrinsic value, embedded in first principles and first values, that will allow us to create a universal grammar of value that will allow us to coordinate as a planet with collective action. You know, one of the articles that Christina Kincaid sent me this morning about Don't Look Up from Atlantic Magazine, you know, points out correctly, right, in this despair, right? The movie tells us we're beyond the point of collective human action. We just can't get there. Well, that is, in one sense, what the movie says. In one sense, the movie is tragic because it seems to say that collective human action is impossible. But why is it impossible today? Why in COVID-19, which is obviously a virus that transcends national boundaries, have we been unable to overcome what we would call the global intimacy disorder to create a coherent response which could save, right, literally tens of millions of lives, right, in the long term, right, and millions of lives in the short term? But we literally haven't done it. Why? Why hasn't there been a meeting which we actually coordinate? Well, the answer is because there's no shared story. That the global intimacy disorder is rooted in the absence of a shared story. Just like a couple needs a shared story in order to cohere and coordinate, right? A shared story creates new intimacy. And new intimacy means we have a shared identity because we have a shared story. And there's a mutuality of value between us, which creates a mutuality of feeling. We can now feel each other because we're in the same story. We have a shared identity. Right? Intimacy, there's an intimacy equation in the interior sciences that we formulated at the center as a key part of, right, articulating the new story. Here it is. Intimacy equals shared identity, right? Plus mutuality of recognition, we recognize each other, plus mutuality of pathos, we feel each other, plus mutuality of value, we have shared value, and that creates mutuality of purpose. You can't have, right, collective action, our dear friends in the Atlantic Magazine, when you, friends at the Atlantic Magazine, have spent the last 30, 40 years actually deconstructing value, because that's what postmodernity's done. It said there is no intrinsic value in the universe. Right? Once you do that, once there's no shared value, you get to the position, and this is what we spend last week on, where if you remember in the movie, and we're not going to review it this week, I'm just going to allude to it, when they're in the movie, Dr. Randall Mindy, who's Leonardo DiCaprio, and Jennifer Lawrence, who's Kate, they're in the White House, and the General Stewart's his name, the 3-star general, right, sells them snacks that are actually free. And that's a refrain through the movie, right? Kate keeps coming back to him, why did he sell us those snacks that were free? And we pointed out last week is because if you don't have a first value and first principle of trust and love, right, and care and nurture for the guest in my home, which is not just a social convention, it's a first principle and first value of reality, then you're going to sell snacks in the White House, meaning life's made up of a billion small interactions that are determined by the story we find ourselves in. If we're in a story of value, rooted in first principles and first values, you come into my house, I care for you, I love you, I hold you. We create trust between us as first values and first principles. But if that doesn't exist, if we don't have a new story of value, then the whole thing is rivalrous conflict based on win-lose metrics. And even if I'm a 3-star general, looks like I have all the power I need, I can't get myself out of that computer program in my mind, which is the story running in my mind, the story which has a playground in my mind, which says win-lose metrics, win-lose metrics, win-lose metrics. It's corrupt all the way up and all the way down. So I'm going to sell snacks that were free from the refrigerator down the hall in the White House. Oh my God. So we're going to step into a whole new world today, right, based on the cultural illusions, probably unconscious to the movie itself, that begin to tell us, how do I actually enact a new story? And they're wildly fascinating. And I mean, we got so many gorgeous letters. Thank you, everyone, about last week. This week is it's just wild. It's insanely beautiful, beyond important. And we're actually coming together as a band of outrageous lovers. As a band of evolutionary lovers, we're engaged in the revolution. We're going to tell the new story. We're going to look up. It's so hard for people to look up. They're in their own little lives, in their own, and when I say they, I mean we get lost in our petty hurts, our petty and imagined insults, and our rituals of rejection and our egoic games. And, we spend, most of our resources on our own egoic continuity and so little on actually looking up and actually creating, right, the resource with our love, our time, right, our energy, right, our finances, our commitment, our trust to actually create this new world. Friends, this new world depends on us. We're poised between utopia and dystopia. We can do this, right? And this week, right, in One Mountain, Many Paths, right, we're going to actually participate together in moving the revolution one step forward. So David's going to read the code, and we're going to dive right in to the clips.
The first shock of existence is the death of the human being. Existential risk is the second shock of existence. The second shock of existence is the death of humanity. There are two forms of the death of humanity. One is the literal potential extinction of humanity at the physical level. This is the first form of existential risk. There is a second form of existential risk, not the death of humanity, but the death of our humanity. You cannot respond to the first shock without the second shock, or to the second shock without the first shock. You cannot respond to either the first shock or the second shock of existence without going inside and finding out, what do we really know? We need to know we have the capacity to access intrinsic first principles and first values of the cosmos that are not fictions, not social constructions of reality, nor figments of our imagination. Rather, we have the capacity to go inside and access evolving first principles and first values embedded within a story of value. Humanity will not have the capacity to look up and respond to existential risk until we move beyond and articulate evolving first values and first principles. Only first principles and first values embedded in a story of value have the capacity to respond to the first and second shock of existence, for looking up itself is a first principle and first value. In the end, it is only evolving first values and first principles that have the authority to demand you look up, love madly, love yourself, love your life, love me, love my life, and love our lives together, and be willing to die rather than violate the integrity of that love. This is the only true meaning of being alive. And then we realize that you and me will never, and none of us will ever ultimately die. For life and love are eternal, and death is a night between 2 days. And yet from this perspective of this moment in evolutionary time, whether humanity lives or dies depends on us.
Life is a series of conversations. That's a big sentence, right? In the original Hebrew lineage, the word for Messiah, and Messiah means the possibility of the new human. Messiah is the lineage technology, right? The lineage way of saying it can be better. There's a potential for a new human. And Messiah is not one dude riding on a donkey, right? Messiah is every person participates, right, in the body of the Messiah. When we did the movie Dune together, we pointed out that the tragedy of that movie Dune that just came out, the epic from the 60s that we did a very deep dive for 2 weeks into, is that it still looked at one person as being the Messiah. But Messiah is actually, right, we all participate in Messiah. Messiah is the new human and the new humanity. Now, the word Messiah in the original Hebrew means conversation. Mashiach, right, its root word is siach, S-I-A-C-H would be in English, and siach means conversation. This is a big sentence. Life is a series of conversations. So to be able to break down a conversation and understand how a conversation moves and flows is enormously important. And sometime in the next couple of months, we're going to spend an entire One Mountain just on conversation. And we're going to look at a series of 5 different books on conversations and how a conversation happens. and what's a victim conversation, what's a player conversation, and how the 6 core needs play in conversation. So we're going to get to that. I'm going to put that aside. 2, another way of looking at life is it's a series of stories, love stories. My life is a series of love stories. And of course, the text of a movie, like any text, is a series of conversations, and it's a series of love stories, but you cannot notice it. So I'm going to spend just the first 2 minutes, and we're just going to take a look at just for 2 minutes, and then we're going to dive in. And this is step 1. All right, we're probably at step 5 now, but this is step 1 as we kind of step into the actual body of the movie, right? What are the love stories at play in the movie? And let's just list them. And just by listing them, you get a little shocked. Okay, so it's going to create for us a map that's unavailable in culture, even to the movie makers. Okay, so first love story. I'm going to go not in order. Okay, and maybe we'll track in the chat box. And if you can think of any, you can write them in the chat box. But just track me in order, and maybe if someone will, if someone's up for it, just write it in the chat box. Okay, here we go. So the first love story that we'll do, will be Yule. Right, Yule is the young guy that gets together with Jennifer Lawrence, who's played by Kate. So there's a love story that takes place between Yule and Kate that comes to fruition towards the end of the movie. That's love story number 1. Let's call that love story number 1. Second love story, it's an earlier love story that doesn't go well. Right at the beginning of the movie, between Kate, his name is Philip. That's her original boyfriend. And there's 3 scenes with Philip, and we'll kind of see how that goes. So Kate and Philip, right? Philip breaks up with her when she doesn't do well in the public eye, and then writes a book and sells the book about his relationship with that crazy woman on TV. So he monetizes their relationship. He commodifies their relationship. So that's Kate and Philip. That's number 2. 3, let's just begin to see the movie through this prism that no one's looked at. Through this prism. 3 is interesting, is Dr. Randall Mindy with his wife June. That's 3, right? Mindy, right, with his wife June. And that relationship's going to go through a bunch of stages, okay? That's 3. 4, interesting, right? Randall Mindy, Dr. Mindy, DiCaprio, with Bree. Remember Bree? Bree is the woman who's the talk show host. And actually, at the end of the movie, when the president, Janie Orlean, calls Leonardo DiCaprio, who's at home with his family, right, as the comet's about to hit, she says, "Oh, we've got a seat for you on the plane, the spacecraft that's escaping the Earth's atmosphere, and you could bring either Bree or your wife." Right? Thank you, Janie Orlean. Right? But he's got those 2. That's number 4. Those 2 love stories going on. So Randall and Bree and the vector of their story. Everyone get that? And when we write Bree, let's just write radio announcer, because we won't remember who that is. And even when we write Randall, Mindy, and June, let's write his wife, June. So we can just look at it and get it immediately. So it's Randall with Bree, right? The television announcer, because we won't get it just with the name. I want it, right? People should be able to look at it immediately. So if someone can write, right, not just Dr. Mindy with Bree, but Dr. Mindy with Bree, the television announcer. We can get that in the chat box. That'd be awesome. Okay, so we'll actually see that, right? Bree, TV announcer. Fantastic. Awesome. That's 4. Who else? So you've got the president, Janie Orlean, and she has 2 stories, which are each fascinating. When I say love story, it could be a successful or not successful love story, but there's a love desire theme at play. One is her and this particular porn star. There's a porn star character, right, who it turns out she had a secret relationship with, and they're sexting pictures to each other, which is in and of itself completely fine, but there's something problematic in it, and she hides it from the public, and it doesn't seem to be a relationship that has a lot of radiance and joy. It's actually a kind of hidden, tawdry relationship, not because they're sexting pictures. You could sext pictures and it could be beautiful, right? But it's because, right, it's purely commodified, right, visuals, right? It's actually, as one great thinker said, right, it's not the eros, right, of erotica, it's the sensation of porn, which are different. So there's Jane Orlean and the porn star who actually, right, she is desperate to nominate to the court. So she's got this kind of desperate relationship. She's not married. She doesn't have any loves. And she has this kind of desperate relationship with, we'll call him the porn star character, right? So that's number 5. Number 6 is Janie and her son, right? Her son's name is Jason. And that's a strange relationship. We're going to notice at the end of the movie, right? Janie gets on the spacecraft and forgets to take her son with her. Right? What's that about? That's deep and it's real, and we're going to have to look at it. So that's Janie and Jason. Okay. So that's what number are we up to? Number 6, right? That's 6. Good. Who else? Then we have Jack Brenner. So Jack Brenner is the television announcer, right? The African-American man who's the partner, right? He's the partner on TV, not the romantic partner of who? Of Bree, the other television announcer. So it's Jack and Bree, but let's put their actual names, the 2 talk show hosts, right? Jack, talk show host, Bree, talk show host. They have this relationship. And again, there's this key moment, right, at the end of the movie, where the world's about to end. And Jack says to Bree, what do you want to do now? You want to fuck or you want to pray? And what she responds is very important. Okay. So that's relationship number what? What are we up to? Like number 7, whoever's counting here. Okay. Right. Whoever's counting here. Right, what's the next relationship? You've got anybody? You've got DJ, right? The DJ Cello and Riley Bina, right? DJ Cello and Riley Bina, who appear early in the movie on Jack and Bree's show, right? And they do this whole kind of, they get together, right? They had broken up and they get together on air, and it seems very commodified. And yet they come through. Both DJ Cello and Riley Bina actually turn out to be really, really interesting characters. They actually get what's going on. And they do this whole concert, to try and save the world. So that's a relationship that runs a thread all the way through. What other relationships? So you've got the relationship between Katie and her parents. And we're not going to get to all of these, but I want you to just see the thread of relationship between Katie and her parents. Who remembers that scene when Katie goes back home and her parents lock the door and don't let her in? What's that about? So that's the relationship between Katie and her parents. You have the relationship, there's a couple of really important relationships here, right? Between Peter Isherwell. Who knows who Peter Isherwell is? The head of BASH, right? So there's a moment between Peter Isherwell and like a 10-year-old girl. When Peter Isherwell is on stage doing this kind of high-tech presentation, right, of a new technology at BASH Technology. Who remembers this, right? And there's these 3 kids on stage, right? And one of the girls says to him, I love you. And he doesn't even notice her. It's a dead giveaway. It's a key moment. She says, I love you, right? She's like totally blown away by the father, right? He's the father. He's big tech. He's the father. She says, I love you. He doesn't even notice she's there. So here you have the feminine, right? The young goddess, right? 10 years old, says to the patriarch who she's trusting, I love you. He doesn't notice she's there. It's a key scene in the movie. Again, complete unnoticed. Okay. So that's about, give me a number. Who's giving me a number? What number are we here? About kind of 9 or 10. Let me just see if we missed any that are important. Yes, the relationship between Randall and Kate. It's not a romantic relationship, but it's a love relationship, right? Randall and Kate, right? Jennifer Lawrence and DiCaprio, right? Finally, there's a relationship between Teddy. Who knows who Teddy is? Teddy Oglethorpe, who's the head of that planetary body that's in charge of protecting the planet, the African-American man who actually goes to, right, and campaigns for Teddy Oglethorpe. Thank you. So there's kind of Teddy and his relationship both with Jennifer Lawrence and his relationship with who? With Randall Mindy, with Leonard DiCaprio. So he's a key relationship. And if you remember, in the dinner scene at the end of the movie, who gets together? Yule and Kate and Randall Mindy and his family and Teddy. They're all family. So that's a kind of evolutionary family. That's not a biological family. Teddy's part of the family. And our family is often not our biological family. It's our evolutionary family. It's our soul root family, how the lineage says it. But for now, let's just hold it right here. Let's just see. I think we got all of the relationships. I think we got the whole thing. And maybe one last one. Jason, remember who Jason is? Jason's the son of the president's son. Who's Jason's relationship with? Anybody? Nobody. It's very blatant in the movie. Jason is related only to himself. Until one moment, not quite money, until one moment, there's one key moment in the movie where he actually moves to relationship for a split and tragic second. But for the moment, right, Jason has no romantic relationship, He has no obvious love relationship, right? Until the very end of the movie, he doesn't even relate to his mother as his mother. And we'll talk about that in a couple of seconds. So now just look what we've just done, everyone, okay? We just took about 8 minutes. We haven't started yet, okay? Right? We're just orienting, but we just remapped the movie, right, as a series of relationships. Now, I'm not going to do it now, but if I was doing a kind of a deep dive structure, kind of in an inner circle of students, I would say, okay, now how do we read the 6 conversations in every relationship? And you begin to see, okay, you can get a sense of this. There's a way to read culture. There's a way to read life, because life is a series of stories. That's what life is. Life's a series of stories. Okay, so now let's begin. So we're going to get through today, right? We're going to get through today maybe 3 or 4 sets of clips. The first one's going to be super short. We're going to look at the clips. The first one's going to be 20 seconds. We're going to talk about it. Then we're going to look at next set of clips, which some of them will be 3 minutes. There might be one which will even be 9 minutes. And I'm asking everyone to kind of stay in. Okay, stay in. Now we're gonna do it now. Okay, we've set up the whole context. We're ready to go in. So take us in if you can, right? Christina Tahel, who's kind of mining, and managing, our control tower here. Take us into the desire scene, which is number 11, right, on your sheet. Take us into the desire scene. Okay, so everyone kind of sit back. Get some popcorn. I'm going to ask everyone, don't make the movie mistake. Don't text anyone now. It's not unless you're inviting someone to join. But don't text. Don't get things done in between. Like, actually, let's do the practice. Let's love each other madly, and let's give each other the greatest gift we have, which is our attention. Where do we place our attention? Right? The entire world of social media is about the hijacking of attention. It creates an attention economy based on the commodification of the individual. Right. Our response to that is we actually reclaim our attention. We place our attention. In the original Hebrew, the word for the placing of attention is simat lev, the placing of the heart. So let's put our hearts together. I'm giving you my heart. Give me your heart. Let's give each other our hearts. Let's step together as a band of outrageous lovers, as revolutionaries, as evolutionaries. And let's do this. Okay, let's look at the first clip. Take us inside, Christina.
Want me to go?
Yeah, why not?
You don't say why not. It's like, makes me feel like you don't want it. It's shitty.
Sure, whatever.
That's better.
Oh my God, what a great clip. Okay, do you want to make out? Sure, why not? Right? Don't say, right? Don't say, wow, don't say why not. Makes me feel shitty. I feel like you don't want it. Then she says, sure, whatever. And he says, that's better. And he turns over and reaches, right, for Jennifer Lawrence, for Kate. What a beautiful scene. So here we are, all right, we're hours, we're days before what could be death. And death always discloses life, right? Death and life are opposites that can't live without each other. And we'll get to that maybe next week, maybe the week after. We're going to spend an entire week just on death. What is death, and what's our relationship to death, and what's after death, what's before death? That's a critical story, okay, the story of death. So let's stay close. And in COVID, all of a sudden, death began to grin at the banquet. Death lived all over the world and could threaten people. But in the kind of middle income Western world, we displaced death. We engaged in what Ernest Becker called the denial of death. So COVID-19, right, brought death into the center. No one is meta-theoretically exempt. So this is a death story. This story is about the death of humanity, right? This is about existential risk, but you can't think about the death of humanity and you can't relate to that because the death of humanity is actually just a global replay of individual death. And that's a big conversation we've had before a few weeks ago. We're going to come back to it in the next couple of weeks. We're going to do an entire conversation around death and try and break that open in a deep and critical way, because what I can't understand my life without understanding my death. Okay, so this is taking place. This desire scene is in the shadow of death. All right. Yea, though I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, the Psalmist, chapter 23. Right? Right? When I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, then I know what my life's about. So here they are. Seems like a casual scene. No one comments on the scene anyplace. It's a 15-second scene. Throwaway. It's considered part of the satire of the movie. And when, a whole series of writers wrote about the movie, they kind of say, why are they doing all these funny satirical scenes in the middle of this serious movie? And whatever the intention of the movie makers, the intention of reality is deeper. These throwaway scenes are actually everything. Although no one mentioned this scene, but the scene's everything. What's the scene about? It's a desire in the shadow of the valley of death. I can't tell you, in my time in which I functioned in a more formal clergy role, right, I did many, many funerals. I loved doing funerals, right? Because everyone was alive at a funeral, right? You could actually find people because death presses us into our aliveness. And I can't tell you how many stories I know of makeout scenes or more between people in the funeral party in the bathrooms, right, of cemeteries. That's a genre. That's a book. Someone go write it. I'm not going to have time for that one. Okay, but it's fascinating genre. Absolutely true. I've walked in on 2 of them, right? When I was in, my mid-20s. It's like, wow, what is that? So there's this, why is desire so important in the shadow of death? Now, you could understand it as a desperate move. You want to make out? We're just going to pass the time. But it's not. Reality is desire. Desire is part of the essential quality of reality. And in fact, if you look carefully at the interior sciences, for example, in Hebrew wisdom and in Sufi Arabic understandings, the name of God is desire. There's a 4-letter name of God, for example, in Hebrew wisdom, in which each of the letters, the first 2 letters are said to be in constant lovemaking, and the second 2 letters are aroused by human beings to lovemaking. And the lovemaking in the letters of the divine name is the eros, the desire of reality that's making love. And in a constant, unceasing eros. See, desire is not this strange thing that arises in the human being, right, which undermines, our sense of being a social self or being enlightened or being, a good citizen. That's how we relate to desire. But actually, we need a new narrative of desire. Desire actually is the nature of reality. It's the intrinsic value of reality awake and alive in me. If you read carefully the interior sciences, or you read the good mathematicians like Alfred North Whitehead, take a look, for example, at Process and Reality. He's in Cambridge, a very proper Englishman, but he's talking about the appetites of reality. He didn't want to say desire. Reality has appetites. Reality has desire. Reality is desire. You could actually even say that God is desire. Divinity is desire. Right? And it's the desire of divinity. In Kashmir Shaivism, they talk about a stirring of desire in the infinite, which generates reality. And the desire that arises in me participates in the field of desire. So as I'm standing before death, as the shadow of death begins to be cast over my life, the skull grins at the banquet, and Yule, right, and Kate are on this rooftop. And he says, you want to make out? And what does she say? She says, yeah, why not? He says, no, whoa, that makes me feel shitty. But this exchange is critical, meaning I need you to want it. But he's not saying it in an egoic way. It's not a kind of male, macho, egoic, I need you to want it. No, it's not like that at all. He's beautiful, Yule. Right? Yule is saying, no, I want to feel, give me the gift of your desire. Right? She says, sure, whatever, sure. But that was enough. He says, that's better. Because eternity lives in the ephemeral moment of desire. Right? And that what seems to be that transitory moment of desire is the eros of all eternity. Now, pornography, right, we need a new form of pornography. We need erotica. Right? We now have a debased form of public erotica, which we call pornography, right? There was a different vision, for example, in the temple in Jerusalem, where you had sexually intertwisted cherubs above the Ark of the Covenant, which was a public erotica, but of an entirely different form, right? So our contemporary pornography, rooted in human trafficking, rooted in commodifications of the worst kind, right? Without art and without aesthetic and without beauty, without knowing that sex is love in the body, right? So that's not eros, that's pseudo-eros. But any moment of desire that lives in that space between Yule and Kate, right, in which she experiences his desire and he experiences, you want it, I experience your desire, in that moment we've transcended death, right? It's why an orgasm is called a little death, because in the orgasm we cry out, oh God, meaning, oh eternity. That transcends death, right? It transcends, right? It ends the trance of death. I actually have an experience in desire of the eternity that resides in the moment. And I actually feel the infinite value of this moment. Right? When you're having your most gorgeous moment of desire, at the right place and the right time and the right person. And it might be a moment you've had. So find that moment if you can right now. Or it might be a moment you imagined, right, that you should have had or that you might still have. So bring that moment. So when you're in that moment, right, of this kind of ultimate desire, where there's a mutuality of feeling, of pathos, mutuality of desire, mutuality of recognition, right? You're literally in this dance together, right? Do you stop and you're now seconds before explosion, before the ecstasy where you've stepped into the inside of the inside to the holy of holies, and all of evolutionary eros is moving through you. You're awake and alive, and you're participating in the field of desire, because there's no local desire. Desire is always non-local. There's no local desire. Desire always participates in the field of desire, even if unconsciously. Right, so in that moment, do you stop and do you say, what's the meaning of life? I'm not sure. Let me figure out the meaning of life. No, you don't. Of course you don't. You don't because it's not because you've answered the question of what's the meaning of life, but it's because the question has disappeared. The question's fallen away. Because in this moment, you are in right now the self-evident meaning of life. So desire, right? Isn't that fascinating? Right? Isn't that beautiful? A new narrative of desire. Right? Sexuality is at the center of our culture. We live in a culture in which the internet is the nervous system of our planet, and the internet is driven technologically and structurally by pornography. Right? What does that mean? Right? And that sexuality is fully available, and yet we have no sexual narrative. Right? The old narratives of the church don't hold. They don't hold. Sex negative doesn't hold. The bland sex positive of the 19th century, too bland, right? Sex neutral, as Kinsey suggested, just like having lunch. When was the last time you thought sex was having lunch? Clearly not sex neutral. It's not merely sex positive. Sex negative of the church doesn't quite get us there. Sex sacred because it creates babies, right? When was the last time you had sex to create a baby? Right? So the four major sexual narratives, sex positive, sex negative, sex neutral, right? Right? Sex sacred, right? They don't address this most powerful experience at the center of our lives. Right? We've killed all the goddesses except for Aphrodite, but we don't know how to worship at her altar. We have no narrative of desire. So we have sexual harassment. We have Me Too, right? We have false complaints. We have rape, right? We have demonized male desire. We have demonized feminine desire, right? All of which contribute to the desperate rivalrous conflict win-lose metrics, which is the pseudo-erotic story that drives the extraction model and the exponential growth curves that are about to fall off, that bring us to this place, right, of existential risk. And so actually, although Adam McKay would say, like, what? But actually, with the movie implicitly, there's this moment where she reveals her face. And it's deeper, right, to the movie makers. I think I shared with you last week, I spent an evening with Lana Wachowski, a bunch of years ago, talking about his movie V for Vendetta, right? And we said, it's not about what the movie maker thought, it's what was written by reality into the text. Desire, right? Having a narrative of desire, right? A new story of desire. And that new story of desire is critical. In parentheses, just a little parentheses, right? We spend 3 years at the Center for Integral Wisdom writing a 12-volume and a short version of it, 4-volume phenomenology of eros to actually articulate for culture a new narrative of desire. which is utterly critical, and we'll be sharing it in a few months. Like, oh my God, but it's huge. So this moment is this moment of desire and of the intrinsic dignity of desire in which all questions disappear. Wow. And let me just finish with one last thing. Right, just in this context, then we're going to look at the next set of movie clips, right, which is every person has a right to be desired. Now stay close, and this is core to a new book that I actually was very privileged just to finish. I'm actually going to meet with a close friend on Tuesday, and I have some new ideas dancing about how to maybe play with that book in a new way, right? But here's a core principle, right, in this new writing, which is utterly essential. Reality is driven by needs. That's a very big sentence, not a small sentence. I spent a decade on that sentence. Need drives evolution. Not at the human level. People think of needs at the human level, and they talk about what are the human needs. No, need is a structure of reality itself, right? It's deep. And need and desire are intimately related. When there's an authentic need that has integrity, right, that need becomes a right. So desire is an authentic need. And we have a need to desire. We have a need to be desired. And Maslow, who is a wonderful man, and his hierarchy of needs didn't come close to this. And we'll talk about it in this book, and we'll talk about it in a different week, and maybe we'll do with a friend of mine a whole podcast on this, right, on desire and need, right? But let's stay close to this, right? If there's an authentic need, that need becomes a right. So we have an authentic need to be desired. That is what Yule says to Kate in this movie. I need you to want it. But again, not in a macho male way, in a poignant human way. Right? I need to be desired. I need to desire and I need to be desired. And because those are authentic needs, they're also authentic essential rights. Every human being has a right to desire and a right to be desired. Right? Now, I don't have a right to be desired by a specific person. And then that's the mistake of the incel movement. Right, the incel movement, incels, right? It's an entire movement now mostly populated by men who are bitter, say, I need that woman who looks that way to desire me in this way. And there's some sparks of the sacred in the incel movement, but I actually don't have that right. I don't have the right to claim a person, to force a person, to compel a person's desire. And at the root of rape, right, the great heinous crime of rape is to compel someone's desire or to force someone to engage without desire, violating, right, their essential humanity, right? Obviously, that's clearly true. But what we do have is we have a right to desire. We have a right to be desired, and we need to facilitate a reality, right, in which desire is not based on a tinsel, exterior, commodified version of beauty. We need to actually move to much a deeper sense of radiance, right? And that we actually need to, right, be able to be aroused by love, right? Imagine that, right? And imagine if men could be aroused by love, right? Imagine if the circuit in the masculine, right, between love and desire was actually connected. That's unbelievably important, right? If my desire, right, we would live, literally the earth would tilt on its axis. If we actually changed that one dimension of culture, right, that we could be aroused by love, right, aroused to desire by love, right, we would change the reality. And we have actually, there's a moral, ethical imperative to actually get to that moment of transformation because everyone has a right to desire and to be desired. And that's directly related to existential risk, right? There's no split between them. In a world in which there's a demonization of desire, in a world in which there's a crisis of desire, in a world in which desire is thwarted and degraded, right? We create a planet drenched in shame, right? The demonization of desire, the degradation of desire, the denial of desire, the unfulfilled desire creates shame, right? I'm shamed that my desire is not fulfilled. I'm shamed that I want to fulfill it in a way that seems culturally incorrect. So this moment, this little 15-second moment in the movie, right, about desire is actually paradoxically, right, she, when I say she, I mean culture herself, speaks louder than the movie makers, right, begins to point and invite us to something, right? A new narrative of desire is utterly essential in healing a planet drenched in shame, which then begins to heal the rivalrous conflict win-lose metrics, which then allows for the emergence of a new story, right? The new understanding, what we call here reality, the universe colon a love story. Wow. Okay, like, oh my God, right? 15 seconds in the movie. Mother is eros. Mother is desire. Mother is the intrinsic value that lies at the core of reality, right? Mother is, right, the knowing that it all matters, that nothing's left out, that you don't have to search for meaning. Let's stop searching for meaning, friends. It's right here. It's in every exchange, right? It's in every conversation, right? It's in every love story, right? It's in every gesture, right? It's not that there's a paucity of meaning. And it's actually, there's a plentitude of meaning. Every single moment is infinitely meaningful. But I'm going to look at a second set of clips, and I'm going to call these the mother clips. Okay, the mother clips. Now stay close. These clips are wildly important. Again, we're collecting these clips. We collected them and put them together. And I want to thank Jacqueline and Jamie and Krista, who did a gorgeous job in kind of creating this. So these are the mother clips, an unknown genre. And no one even realized these clips exist in the movie. And stay with us 3.5 minutes. No phone, no social media, no texting. Take your computer with you to the bathroom if you have to go to the bathroom. Let's stay in because you don't want to miss these clips. So we're going to look at now Christina Amelon. We're going to look at the mother clips. And let me just look at the number so I can give you the right number for them, for the mother clips. The mother clips. Hold on one second. Let's see what the right. Let's call it number 12. Number 12, right? Jason, son, mother clips, okay? So here we go. So sit back. Here we go. It's wild. It's going to get even like, and David and Eugis, right, did a huge piece in creating these clips, right? Jamie just writes in the chat box, David and Eugis creating the clips. David and Eugis, thank you.
Commence simultaneous explosive separation stage now. Yo, Mom. Sir, the President. We need to know what the mission status is.
She's coming right back.
Screw this. I'm going to see my husband.
I'm sorry, I've got a 20-year-old daughter. I've got to go see her.
I'm doing an 8-ball.
She's coming back.
I'm good, but thank you for the offer. You have fun with Jason.
Jason? Oh, shit. She's coming back. Mom! Mom! Shit's all fucked up. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We out here. Ah!
Let's take a look at that, everybody. You're like, oh my God, right? Who's with us here? Okay, this is unbelievable. Right, and this is where it starts. Okay, and this is, and I want to just ask everyone, just step in for a second. This is the last set we're going to do today, but I want to look at this set really careful with you. Okay, really carefully. It'll take us about 6-7 minutes. So what happens here? So what we did is we wove together. We created this clip when we wove together 5 or 6 different scenes. So you can actually catch a hidden genre, right? A hidden theme, a hidden mystical note, a hidden wisdom, right? That the movie makers, again, were almost undoubtedly unaware of. It doesn't matter. The movie speaks by itself. So it starts with, how many can we lose, right? Jason turns to Bash, right? This is the Bash attempt to take down the comet. There was an earlier attempt in the movie that would have succeeded. Bash, right? The head of Bash, Peter Isherwell, gets the president, Janie Orlean, played by Meryl Streep, to turn the nuclear missiles around in order to try and commodify the comet because it has key rare minerals needed for cellular and other technologies, which is at the core of Bash's enterprise. And Bash paints a very utopian vision of what we can do with this comet. Now, I'm just going to put in one sentence I'm not going to talk about now. There's a combination in the high-tech sector of utopianism merged with profit and power. But that's a topic by itself that needs to be talked about and needs to be understood very deeply. But bracket that. But that's Bash. So now Bash is going to do its own mission, but its own mission, which is run by Nobel laureates, right? They've actually hijacked some of the best minds in the world, but there's no time. It's not peer reviewed, but it's not done appropriately, right? And it's going to fail. So here we are. So Jason turns to Peter Isherwell, the head of Bash, and he says, after a few of the rockets have blown up, he says, how many can we lose? And this is the first time in the movie where Isherwell goes quiet. He's silent. It's not a silence of presence. It's a silence of absence. Scene 1. Stay with me. Scene 2. Okay. Right. For the first time in the movie, the relationship between Jason and his mother becomes mother and son. For the first time, he says, yo, mom. He's never addressed her as mom. Anywhere in the movie, there's been a million interactions between them, but they're not mother and son. You can actually feel that's not what's happening. They're actually both participating in the same win-lose metrics and riding each other's coattails, and there's a coldness between them. There are 3 earlier shots in the movie, of Meryl Streep looking at her son, and you see a kind of disdain on her face, right? One of the scenes is as Jason is giving a speech at one of the rallies, right? And she kind of looks at him and he says, you know what I mean? And she looks at him like, who are you? So there's this disdain that's captured in 2 or 3, I think 3 shots, right? You gotta watch very carefully. And it's worth watching the movie again. But now something breaks out, this new moment. Yo, mom. Okay. Then the next piece of the scene, Isherwell realizes this is not going well. And he says, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, everyone. Nature's calling. It's fine. I'll step out for a moment. He steps out, right? We realize later he's going into the space, going to abandoning spaceship, right, that they've prepared to escape the Earth's orbit. And then in the next second, Jason's mother, the president, Jenny Orlean, says, yeah, I should step out also. Can I stay close, friends? And then what does Jason say? Jason says, she's coming back. She's coming back. Then camera pans in another direction. And then he says again, right? She's coming back. She's coming back. Now, friends, what's this about? So at the very core of reality, okay? And let's just see it. At the very core of reality is this moment of mother. Now, I want to unpack that moment in a second. Let me just give you a couple more pieces, and then we're going to do a 3-minute unpacking. And it's beyond heartbreaking, but it's also beyond beautiful. So what's the next moment? So the next moment is when Jane Orlean, Meryl Streep, the president, calls DiCaprio, Dr. Randall Mindy. She's now on the spacecraft. She offers him a place, right? And he says, hey, have fun with Jason. She says, Jason, oh shit. She's forgotten to bring her son. Right? Jason's not there, right? Then we flip back. Then the scene, a couple of scenes later, flips back to Jason, who's the only person left at the command center at Bash. And what does Jason say? For the 3rd time, he says, she's coming back. She's coming back. Then a couple of frames later, you have a picture of a baby. And the baby, of course, evokes the mother and the baby. And then the very last scene after the credits. So even if you've seen the movie, you probably didn't see this because it's after the credits. The one person who survives, who climbs out of the rubble because he's been glued to that chair waiting for his mother to come back, is Jason. And what does he say when he comes out? What does he shout? Anybody, what does he shout in the chat box? Anybody, what does he shout? Anybody, what does he shout? What does he shout? Anybody, what does he shout? Mom, mother, mom. And that's what he shouts, mom. He shouts, mom, right? Mom. Like, wow. let's bring this together. And then mom's not there. So he goes to social media, right? Social media is the pseudo-eros, right? And he says, yeah, here I am, pseudo-eros. And then he says, mom, for the last time. I'm like, wow. So let's bring this together. So number one, let's look at it from two key, gorgeous shots. One, the most important advance in understanding human interiors, I would say in the last 100 years, was mapped by people like Fairbairn and Harry Stack Sullivan and Kohut and Donald Winnicott. And they talked about the early, Margaret Mallard did some of it, the relationship, Ainsworth, right? Bowlby in his four-volume work, Separation and Loss, published after World War II. They talk about the intimate relationship between the mother and the child, right? And what they essentially all say, each has a different piece of this, and it's something I've looked at for a few decades. It's wildly important, right? It's a new field of knowledge that didn't exist before. We didn't understand. We didn't have a depth understanding of this. They actually talk about each in their own way, that the wholeness, the joy, the power, the beauty, the goodness, the truth, the health, right, of the child is based on his relationship to mother, and particularly, writes Winnicott, on the baby's ability to know that mother will leave the room and she's going to come back. Right? And Winnicott calls that, he says, the ability for the baby to stabilize. And the baby stabilizes through what Winnicott calls transitional objects. So that might be a security blanket, where the baby invests the aura, right? The quality, the presence of the mother in this security blanket. And the baby then can locate and stabilize and know mother's there, even though I can't see her. I know she's coming back. And if a baby doesn't know mother's coming back, then the baby actually goes internally. There's a kind of mini insanity that plays out within the baby, right? And then all of the disasters of attachment theory, right, come into play, and all of the breakdowns of culture and all of the anxiety and all of the mental breakdown and all of the depression, right, and all of addiction all comes from, right, this essential dimension of the intimacy disorder, because I don't have the experience that mother's coming back, right? So that's piece one. Why? Right? Because mother, right, represents, incarnates, and we're now not talking just about the physical biological mother, but the physical biological mother alludes to, right, participates in, right, points towards this deeper sense of mother, right? Just like Jason walks out of the rubble and he calls mom. So Ramakrishna, right, at the altar would scream, mother, mother, mother. And mother's the experience that I'm welcome in the universe. It's the experience that I belong here. It's the experience that value is real. It's the experience that it's not a tale told by an idiot, right? Full of sounds and furies signifying nothing day after day. It's the last syllable of recorded time. And this movie is about the last syllable of recorded time. Mother stands against that, right? The experience of mother, when Ramakrishna cries out, mother, right? What he's saying is, mother, I'm welcome here. There's a welcome sign in the universe. And when the postmodern deconstruction of value, right, wants to express, right, the horror of being denuded, right, of intrinsic structures of value and meaning, Albert Camus begins his book, The Stranger. And then George Steiner alludes to Camus' book when he says, strangers are we, errants at the gates of our own psyche, right? The Stranger begins with the line, mother died today, or was it yesterday, right? Mother died today, or was it yesterday? And it doesn't matter because there's no mother. See, that's Jason, right? Jason, right? When he's before the shadow of the valley of death, right? Because death presses us into life, right? And this relationship, this non-relationship between Jason and his mother forgot to take him with her. And he sits there on the deck and he speaks for all of humanity, denuded of the mother. And he says 3 times in 3 different scenes, she's coming back. She's coming back. She's coming back. Mom. And he comes out of the destruction, out of the ark, and the first thing he screams is, Mom. Right? And it's the reclaiming of she. Right? Mother is eros. Mother is desire. Mother is the intrinsic value that lies at the core of reality. Right? Mother is, right, the knowing that it all matters, that nothing's left out, that you don't have to search for meaning. Let's stop searching for meaning, friends. It's right here. It's in every exchange. Right? It's in every conversation, right? It's in every love story, right? It's in every gesture, right? It's not that there's a paucity of meaning, and it's actually there's a plentitude of meaning. Every single moment is infinitely meaningful, right? Oh my God, right? The BBC read this wrong. It's not about meaning that we create out of a world that's meaninglessness, that's meaningless. No, it's actually, we don't create meaning, we disclose meaning. And then because we participate directly in the fabric of cosmos, right? We participate in the field of desire and meaning, right? Desire and meaning are the same. Desire has intrinsic meaning, and clarified desire, my deepest heart's desire, discloses the deepest meaning. Like, wow. So, right? This is to mother you, sings Sinead O'Connor, right? We gotta mother each other. We hold each other. Right? We never let go. We welcome each other, right, to the universe. When someone does something for us, we say, right, thank you. And they say, you're welcome. It's not a commodified it, bash, Peter Isherwell, Janie Orlean relationship. Thank you. You're welcome. Mother. Okay. That's the beginning of a new story of intrinsic value. Mother is a first principle and first value of cosmos. Now, we think that we can retain value even after we deconstructed it, right? Postmodernity thought we can declare all value to be social constructions of reality, mere fictions, right? Figments of our imagination, but still retain value. We can't. That's what Camus said. That's why he opens the novel The Stranger by saying, Mother died today, or was it yesterday? Right? The second I denude the world of value, and the second that fundamentalism, in all of its forms, whether it's scientific fundamentalism or religious fundamentalism, hijacks value, we don't actually articulate a new universal shared grammar of value, then mother ceases to have meaning. Mother died today, or was it yesterday? Right? Doesn't matter. And Janie Orlean, right, can't actually establish with her son that mother-son bond, right? That actually is the core of all value. And you can have a mother-son bond between two men, between women, between two women, between, right, mother and a son and a mother, a son and a father. It's about this unshakable, right, this irreducible bond that has intrinsic and ultimate value. It's not about the biological mother, although sometimes she participates and sometimes she doesn't, right? But it's about being connected, right, to the field of value, which is the field of she, which is the field of eros, right? That's the beginning of the new story. But once we're pressed into the fullness of life, we actually experience that life is so irreducibly alive and valuable and full in all the 7 ways we outlined, that we actually have an intrinsic experience in our bodies that our life is going to go on beyond death. And therefore, we make choices in alignment, not with the win-lose metrics. We make choices in alignment with value, in alignment with joy, in alignment with the whole. And we live omni-considerate lives which are for the sake of the whole, where the whole lives in us and we live in the whole. And we're blowing open, right? Loving each other, right? In ways that are unimaginable. The core question that we have to ask in our lives is there a welcome home sign in cosmos? And Einstein intuited it for a moment when he says, is the universe friendly? But it's more in a way, it was an intuitive question to a reporter. The reporter said, like, what's the big question? He kind of off the cuff said, well, is the universe friendly? What he meant, or he should have meant, but what we mean is there, are we welcome? It's the ultimate question. And our knowing here in One Mountain, Many Paths is that in fact, the answer to that question is a resounding yes. And that yes is the intrinsic, radical positivity of cosmos. It's the very yes of the Big Bang. It's the yes when the unmanifest became manifest. When infinity disclosed itself as finitude. When the infinity of intimacy, sometimes called the implicate order, other times called God, other times called Mat, other times called Geist, right? Other times called Atman as Brahman, other times called Adonai Elohim, otherwise called the Great One, right? She goes by many names. But when the infinity of intimacy said, I want to have lunch with you, right? I don't want to be alone. And somehow I want to love you into existence and gift you with all of me and share my very identity with you, which is the moment of the unmanifest becoming manifest, which is the beginning, the biogenesis, the Big Bang, the cosmogenesis, right? That moment of cosmogenesis is a yes, right? It's the same yes, that explosion, that Big Bang, it is the same yes that we experience, right? When we see something gorgeous and we say, oh my God, that is, yes. It's the same yes we experience at the height of rapture, right? As it explodes, right? In the climaxes of embodiment, right? We cry out, oh God. And underneath, oh God, we're saying, oh eternity. And we cry out, yes. And we cry out the name of the other person. And that's transcultural. And that's transtemporal. That's across space and across time. Why? Because in that moment, we understand yes. And that yes echoes the yes of the Big Bang. And the yes is saying, we're welcome. The yes is saying, we're needed. And at this moment, as we literally stand poised between utopia and dystopia, we need to actually take responsibility for the knowing of that yes. Because that yes says there's intrinsic value in cosmos. That value is not merely a fiction, as my friend Yuval says. It's not merely a figment of our imagination. It's not merely a social construction of reality. Value is innate to cosmos. And we are part of cosmos's expression of its own innate value. So when I cry out at the moment of ecstasy, oh God, in your name, and yes, it's actually the infinity of intimacy, oh God, saying yes to your name. It's the infinity of value that is your life. And you actually have the direct experience that you're intended, right? And you're needed, right? And you're desired, right? And you're love adored, and you're recognized, and you're chosen, right? By all of reality. And those are the basic core needs of a human being beyond Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Wow. And so this is a big moment. I spent very, very early in the morning reading a series of studies and papers from various sources about the crisis in hospitals, particularly in the United States, but also in other countries in the world. And the core of the crisis has actually tragically, its root cause, nothing to do with COVID-19. It's actually the structure, and this is particularly in the United States, the structure of hospitalization, right, itself is a win-lose metrics. The hospital is no longer a place of unique self-medicine. It's no longer a place of caring and nurturing. It's corporatized. It's turned into commodified units of time, and decisions about health and wholeness have been hijacked from the doctor, right, to the university administration, which itself is owned by larger interests that are looking at bottom line graphs of profit loss. That's tragic, right? And the breakdown, right, the breakdown in hospitals is only in some small sense overcome by the doctors and nurses who are actually putting in insane amounts of time, overtime, right, to an absolute breaking point, which is why doctors and nurses in America have virtually the highest suicide rate, because they have a sense of first principles and first values. But the new generation of doctors and the new generation of nurses are actually growing up without first principles and first values. And then the whole thing begins to implode, right? That's where we are. We're at this place between utopia and dystopia, facing existential risk in so many ways because we're not looking up, because we're actually operating right under the assumption in our bodies that we're not welcome in cosmos, that we don't have intrinsic value. And all moments of intrinsic value, my friends, are priceless. All moments of intrinsic value are priceless. All moments of intrinsic value can't be measured. They can't be bought. Right? Money can buy you marriage, but money can't buy you love. The Beatles weren't wrong. Right? It's always the priceless moment. It's immeasurable. Right? It can't be commodified. Right? It can't be won through rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics. Right? So if I don't know that I'm welcome in the cosmos, and if I don't experience the eros of my own innate, gorgeous value, my irreducible beauty and dignity, right? So I feel this emptiness. So I've got to cover over this emptiness, this failure of eros with pseudo-eros. And pseudo-eros always means a false story about who I am. It means, right, I'll place you outside the circle. You're the loser, I'm the winner. And by placing you outside the circle, I have an illusion of being inside the circle, right? So that's what we're about. What we're about here at One Mountain together and welcome, like mad welcome. We're here to come together and to actually tell the new story of value. And at the core of the new story of value is we are welcome in cosmos. And I want to understand something with you. This is critical to understand. Right, friends, in the old world, what mattered was the legacy media, right? The key media outlets. What mattered was, what the particular university department is saying. What mattered was how government agencies decided things should be. But actually, the legacy media, right, is no longer, right, authoritative, right? And the university departments are no longer, right, speaking into the heart of culture. And the governmental agencies are no longer, right, that which is, right, charting the course. We've actually lost our rudder. But paradoxically, in this moment, what's happened is the center, the heart of culture has moved from the classical legacy institutions, right, to the heart flutter of those who feel the call of value and are willing to stake their lives on it as lovers of reality, as outrageous lovers, as a holy band, and to speak truth to power and to work together to articulate the new story of value, right? And to, just like we would in wartime, right, in our war room, but in our peace room, in our room that stands for a better world, to lay down our lives, meaning to give everything we have, right, to actually tell the new story. The new story is not being told at the university departments. I did my doctorate in Oxford. My co-president at the center did his doctorate in Harvard. We've written way too many footnotes. That's not where it's happening. Oxford and Harvard are bankrupt. And Harvard's actually not bankrupt financially, it's bankrupt morally. And if you've actually tracked Harvard in the last several years, it's spending all of its time actually focusing on its trust fund and making decisions based on its trust fund and its wealth. Harvard itself is lost in a win-lose metrics, as is Oxford, which is essentially a business on multiple levels. You can't, right? The information ecology is not going to come from the university anymore. It's not going to come from, like, the trusted figures in the legacy media. Right? We actually have to come together as bands of outrageous lovers and actually be revolutionaries and actually tell the new story. And the reason I was excited about this movie, Don't Look Up, is not that they told the new story, right? They didn't tell the new story. They avoided the new story. They avoided any statements of value. But they focused the lens on this Don't Looking Up, and that was important. And the force, if you will, she, right? Eros, right? Meaning speaks through a movie when the intention is good, even if the movie makers weren't thinking of it. And so we're using this movie. It's not that we're spending 6-7 weeks in one movie. We're actually using the movie as a foil to actually hear the unconscious, the hidden voices. We're engaged in cultural hermeneutics, meaning we're reading the texts of life. We're reading the text of culture, and we're unpacking much larger issues, much more critical understandings, right, through, right, stepping into these sacred texts of popular culture. Wow. And we're doing it for one reason, because we're the revolution. Because we can't rely on other people being the revolution. It's ours to do. We're taking full responsibility for the future together, loving each other, right? We're fully responsible to generate the new story and the new story of value. And we're actually taking the position of the atheist. And what I mean by that is, and it's subtle, it's beautiful. One great master in the 19th century, Nachman of Breslov, says, why did divinity create atheism, right? And Nachman answers, so that when it comes time to stand, you're an atheist, meaning you don't rely on some God who's going to do it, right? You actually say, it's only me. It's only me and my friends. This is ours to do, right? Excalibur, right? The sword of Arthur has been pulled and it's in our hands and it's our quest, right? And it's our code of chivalry, right? It's ours to do. Even as we know paradoxically that the infinity of intimacy, the divine force lives in us and holds us. And every place we fall into her hands. So it's a crazy honor to be with you, right? And to love each other outrageously. And to be in this conversation, to record everyone and to put it into the source code of culture and to articulate these understandings together for the sake of the whole, right? For the sake of the evolution of love, for the sake of facing into existential risk and understanding that its root cause is a failure of story and that it's ours to do, it's our quest, right? To retell that story of value based in first principles and first values. So it's my mad delight to turn to David, who's going to resonate the code. We've been working with the same code the last 3 weeks. And then we're going to dive into either one or two sets of scenes, which we're going to look at about 5 minutes. And then we're off. Then we're going to we're going all the way. David, take us inside, brother. Here we go.
The first shock of existence is the death of the human being. Existential risk is the second shock of existence. The second shock of existence is the death of humanity. There are two forms of the death of humanity. One is the literal potential extinction of humanity at the physical level. This is the first form of existential risk. There is a second form of existential risk, not the death of humanity, but the death of our humanity. You cannot respond to the first shock without the second shock, or to the second shock without the first shock. You cannot respond to either the first shock or the second shock of existence without going inside and finding out, what do we really know? We need to know we have the capacity to access intrinsic first principles and first values of the cosmos that are not fictions, not social constructions of reality, nor figments of our imagination. Rather, we have the capacity to go inside and access evolving first principles and first values embedded within a story of value. Humanity will not have the capacity to look up and respond to existential risk until we move beyond and articulate evolving first values and first principles. Only first principles and first values embedded in a story of value have the capacity to respond to the first and second shock of existence, for looking up itself is a first principle and first value. In the end, it is only evolving first values and first principles that have the authority to demand you look up, love madly, love yourself, love your life, love me, love my life, and love our lives together, and be willing to die rather than violate the integrity of that love. This is the only true meaning of being alive. And then we realize that you and me will never, and none of us will ever ultimately die. For life and love are eternal, and death is a night between 2 days. And yet from this perspective of this moment in evolutionary time, whether humanity lives or dies depends on us.
We're going to look at a set of clips now. It's going to take about 5 minutes. We've edited them together from different parts of the movie So we're going to look at them. Then we're going to go deep dive. The topic of the clips is death. And death is critical. And David resonated the code, right, so beautifully. Two kinds of death. First shock of existence, I die. Second shock of existence, humanity might die. First shock of existence, the death of the human being. The second shock of existence, the potential death of humanity. And how I understand those changes everything about life. Right? How I understand death completely redefines how I understand life. And Jung wasn't wrong. The psychologist Jung wasn't wrong when he said, I can't establish mental health in my patients unless they have some access to the experience of life beyond death, to the experience of immortality. And I would say that the dividing issue today in culture is actually precisely that. How do I actually understand my relationship to death? And we have a kind of fundamentalist view, which has this image of kind of God in the sky, having nothing to do with the world, denies the evolutionary process. The human being is an inert piece of dead matter that God happened to put a soul in. And if you obey God, you get rewarded and you go to heaven, and heaven happens to have harps playing. So that's one fundamentalist vision. But then you've got a kind of materialist vision. That's what I would call creationism. Then you have scientism, right? Scientism says it's all material, right? It's all just material. There's nothing here other than atoms, material. And when your material body disintegrates, collapses, it's the end of the story. Because whatever consciousness means, it emerges, right, as an emergent from your material body, but it's not fundamental. So when your material body disappears, everything disappears. So that's scientism, that's creationism. And that's the great battle. And there's different versions of each. My colleague Sam Harris is a great expresser of scientism, right? As was Derek Parfit, right? As is Nick Bostrom, right? There's a whole school, as is Sean Carroll, as is Brian Cox, right? Who Christine Amlon mentioned because we talked about him a couple of weeks ago, a physicist in England, right? It's part of a very, very influential school that has entered into Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, right? They've entered into the source code of culture, and they've basically challenged and said, no, materialism. And of course, this position is old. And it's not new. It started with Epicurus. It was one of the famous expressions of it in ancient Greece, right? The notion that it's over when you die. And they're in rebellion against, right, creationism and that caricatured version that I just described. And both views are true but partial and don't actually exhaust the evidence available, right? The deeper understanding is what we're going to call cosmo-erotic humanism. Right? That's the deepest understanding that integrates the best insights on both sides of the aisle, from scientism, from creationism, right, into a deeper and wider view and understanding of our relationship to death and our understanding that it's not over when it's over. That actually, when you marshal all of the evidence, the conclusion is shocking beyond imagination. And I want to unpack that conclusion with you. And I want, with your permission, to try and demonstrate today that I'm going to tell you nothing you don't already know. That if you actually do a deep interior meditation, there are 12 distinct reasons that live inside of you that you have access to, but have not accessed, that tell you irrevocably that life goes on beyond death. That's a big deal. Let's start with, that's the theme of the movie. Let's start with this set of clips. If I had more time, I'd play you 2 sets of clips, but we'll start with one. Maybe we'll do another one at the end. Okay, here we go. Take us inside 5D, right? This is a set of 4 or 5 clips we've linked together in which the theme of death moves through the movie. Here we go.
And you should stay up all night, every night, crying. When we're all 100% for sure gonna fucking die!
I think this whole administration has completely lost their fucking mind! And I think we're all gonna die!
Okay, let's see if we can gather this, friends, okay? So you have these two clips, and they're intense. And the clips are about the second shock of existence. Not the death of the individual human being, the first shock of existence that we experience at the dawn of humanity, when we realize physically we're going to die, the individual human being, but the second shock of existence, right, the death of humanity. But these two shocks are intimately bound up. Now, let's stay close for a second. The statement that's made by DiCaprio, who is Randall Mindy, the doctor, and the statement made by Kate Diabasky, right, who is his student, the scientist, is, we're all going to die. Right? They scream out, we're all going to die. But friends, here's the paradox. The paradox is, of course, they're right. That's absolutely true. And actually, any life saved is only death deferred. Right? When you save a life, so you're deferring death by 10 years, by 20 years, by 5 years, by 30 years. But the end of the story is that we're going to die. That's a very big deal. Clearly, we have this intuition. We had it for a couple thousand years, but it's now atrophying. It's now getting lost. We had this intuition that every dimension of life we can save is intrinsically valuable and needs to be saved. And so we stand for life. And we appropriately stand for life. That's been our position. That position is now slowly getting lost. And what happens in the movie, where this band of elite people actually escape planet Earth, is where much of dimensions of the leadership of reality is going on multiple levels today. But let's put that aside. Let's stay with the kind of core premise that we actually still have access to that value of life. We've got to stand for life. Okay, that's good. We stand for life. We got to stand for every individual life. We got to stand for the quality of every individual life. Okay, let's take that as a given for now. I'm not going to go down that road. It's an unbelievably important idea. The notion that we stand for every life and for the quality of every life, that itself is a huge gain. That itself would be a momentous revolution. We're losing access to that today. And when I talked earlier today about corporatizing, right, the hospital system, the direct result of that is a much higher rate of death. And that much higher rate of death is directly justified by an increased bottom line, right, in the privatized hospital system. That's shocking. That's shocking. So, but I want to put that aside from now. I want to actually focus on something which is actually even more essential, which is they're actually telling the truth. We are going to die, right? In other words, that's a big deal. And we're so engaged, and we talked about it last week, and Christina recapitulated it in our Dharma recap. We're so engaged in the denial of death. We displace death. We kind of think we've got plenty of time. We can't quite imagine our own death. So when someone screams and says, you're going to die, we reject it. But actually, the only thing that we can actually do in response to someone screaming, you're going to die, is to actually face into it. And if I don't face into death, I'm not alive. And when I face into death, I need to actually know, what do I actually know about death? And why is death important? And why is death an inexorable part of my life? Right? Why did my teacher, was 32 years old, right, standing next to me when I was 16, right, who was super healthy, just drop down and die in the middle of a party, looked up at me and said, hey, go on without me. I'm going to be okay. And he was dead, 10 seconds later. Right? I've buried not one, not two, and not three students, right, when I was teaching for many years in the Middle East, right, who were 18 and 19 and who were killed. How many of you, right, know someone who died unexpectedly, quote unquote, before their time? But we're sure it's not going to happen to us. But here's the story. Even if you don't die before your time, you're going to die. And actually, the entire map of priorities and to-do lists and egoic issues and traumas and unresolved anxieties, all of that's going to disappear. Actually, everything that you think about, most of the time, most of the day, 99% of what you think about, 99% of the day will be in a very short amount of time irrelevant. Because you're going to be dead. And the whole egoic game is going to be gone. We're going to die. That's a big deal. Right? And it's only by unflinchingly facing into the reality of death and then feeling into it and feeling what it means to us in our bodies and why it matters and why it's important that we actually can become alive. I don't trust anyone who hasn't faced death. You can't trust a person who hasn't faced death, right? And you can't actually live and be alive if you don't face death. Okay, so this is a big deal. Let's try and find this. So here's number one. Okay, and I want to try and understand this. I want to face into death. I want to understand why we need death. And I want to actually see, do we actually have information that tells us about how we should hold death? So here's number one. And I want to try and kind of go and do this, step by step. I'm going to do this. We got about 10 hours to do together. We're going to do it in about 20 minutes. Okay, so let's go every step. So number one, why are we afraid of death? It's the first question, right? Like, why are we afraid of death at all? Okay, so we're afraid of death for 4 reasons. All right, one, and let's all find this in ourselves, right? We have a fear, right, of nothingness, right? Our sense that death, oblivion. Try and find that in your body, right? I don't exist. Can you find that? Not easy to find, right? That's terrifying. It's terrifying, right? Death is terrifying, right? It's a horror, and we can move through it. We can move through the terrifying nature of death to an incredible sense of joy and freedom, but not by looking away, not by looking down, by actually walking through. So I'm going to walk through to freedom and joy with you, but let's start with terrifying, right? It's terrifying. The notion I'm not going to be here, the notion that all disappears, and that I'm actually in oblivion and nothingness kind of disappears me, right, in this moment and makes everything insignificant. So that's one. Second fear of death. The second fear of death is a fear of, what's the second fear of death, friends? It's a fear of accountability, right? I'm held accountable. I'm held accountable. There's a fear of, let's call it judgment. When I say judgment, I don't mean fire and brimstone judgment, but I mean judgment. I'm accountable. And all that stuff that I did that actually no one actually knew about, and the things I got away with, and the things that were out of integrity, right, that I've kind of slipped by, right? So I've got this sense in me that I'm held accountable. Now notice, stay close, the second fear of death is the opposite of the first, right? If there's nothingness, there's no accountability. Does everyone get that? If there's nothingness, no accountability, game over. So I've got this second fear of death, which is opposite of the first. Does everyone get that? My second fear of death is I'm accountable, right? There's judgment, right? And I can't talk my way through it, and I can't fudge on my tax returns, and maybe fudging on my tax returns is one of the things I'm worried about having disclosed, right? So that's two. That's the second fear. The third fear is I have a fear of what I would call failed significance, that somehow my life wasn't significant, right? And failed significance could mean, one, right, violations of integrity, that we already talked about. But two, it could mean I didn't achieve, I didn't create, I didn't produce, right? So failed significance, I didn't create anything. Or two, second expression of failed significance is I didn't live deeply, right? I was actually invited by reality to incredible depth, and I stayed on the surface. So either I failed to achieve, right, to create, to produce, to generate. These are fears that live in us, right? Or but I failed to live deeply, to live with depth. A third version of this fear of failed significance is I somehow failed to transform. That's part of depth, but I want to name it uniquely. I didn't transform. I failed to grow. I failed to be more. right? I failed to rise above the lowest common denominator of my humanity, and it's actually become who I could really be. And the fourth expression of this fear of failed significance, or this fear of not having lived my life, is the fear that I've actually failed my unique self. I haven't been me. I haven't showed up with the fullness and depth and radiance and goodness and splendor and truth and beauty that's me. And I actually have this intuitive understanding that accountability and that judgment is real, but it's not about the little things. It's not about I crossed against the light, right? Not about that. There's a much bigger issue, which is, was I me? You know, one of my favorite stories in the tradition in which I grew up, in Hasidism, interior sciences of the Kabbalah, is about Zushya of Anipol. And Zushya of Anipol is on his deathbed. He's one of the greatest masters. And he's about to die. And he's ecstatic at his death because he feels he's going to merge into the divine. And his whole life has been about becoming part of the one. And then he begins to cry. He begins to cry on his deathbed, and his students ask him, and why are you crying? Zushya, great master. Why are you crying? But what they mean is, you were such a great master. Your whole life was about union and mystical realization and goodness. And why are you crying? And Zushya says, because I know that when I die, I just had this realization on my deathbed that I never understood before. He says, I know that when I die, they're not going to ask me, why wasn't I Moses? They're not going to ask me, why wasn't I Abraham? And if I'm going to rewrite the story a little bit, they're not going to ask me why I wasn't Jesus or Lao Tzu. And they're not going to ask me why I wasn't Buddha. I know that when I die, there's only going to be one question. And the question is going to be, Zushya, why weren't you Zushya? Zushya, why weren't you Zushya? Mark, why weren't you Mark? Right? Each one of us. Why weren't you Jack? Why weren't you Christina? Why weren't you Terry? Why weren't you David? Why weren't you Oriana? Right? Why weren't you Mosa? Why didn't you give the gift you had to give? Why didn't you live the life you had to live? Wow. So the fear of death is a fear of failed significance. Okay? Like, wow, that's a very big deal. And so we've located, right, these senses of these fears of death that live in us. But now let's stay close, okay? Let's stay close together. But what does that tell me about death? It's gorgeous, right? What does it actually tell me about death? What does it tell me? And here I want to go with you, step 2. What this tells me about death is that it's actually not over when it's over. If death was over when it's over, if death meant that life ended inextricably and that we moved into nothingness, that would be the ordinary nature of reality. And there'd be no dimension of us that was mortally terrified by nothingness. The fact that we're terrified by nothingness is because nothingness is foreign to our deepest nature. Because actually, we are intrinsic existence, and we are intrinsic value, right? And we are intrinsic aliveness. And so the specter of nothingness that culture has induced, right, through a kind of materialism is nothing short of terrifying, right? It's terrifying. It's terrifying because it violates who we are. Now, stay close with me, right? In the original Hebrew, for example, the word for terrifying is yirah, Y-I-R-A-H. And yirah means two things. It means terrifying, but then it means perception, depth, consciousness. Meaning, if you trace your experience of the terrifying back to its root, which is the tantric act, trace every experience back to its root, you realize at the root of your terror is your own immortality. You realize that nothingness is actually fundamentally foreign to your nature. Wow, that's a big deal. Let's go to the second step. The second step of fear of death, we said, is the sense of accountability. But the sense of accountability, if we go deep into it, right, it's not the accountability of creationism. Creationism, right, is generally associated with one or another form of fundamentalism that claims that a creator God that's external entirely to the world created reality, chose one people as the people, gave them a set of laws and precepts and rituals, and you're judged by how well you did all of those, right? And only the chosen people actually have the highest level of immortality anyways. No, that's not true. So the creationism story is not true either. Let's go deeper. Let's go to cosmoerotic humanism. Cosmoerotic humanism means the reason, right, I'm afraid, right, the reason I have a sense of, right, a fear of failed significance, a fear, right, a sense of accountability, because I count. It's because my life matters. And my life matters because I have intrinsic dignity, because reality intended me. And reality intended me and manifested me uniquely. And there's no one who has my unique configuration of atoms, and there's no one who has my unique cellular configuration, and there's no one who has my unique DNA code, and there's also no one who has my unique gifts, and my unique quality of being, and the tone of my laughter, and the unique quality of my intimacy. And that actually I am a gift of cosmos to itself. I don't live in the universe. Right? The universe lives in me. I'm an expression of the universe. Right? So I am a unique gift of cosmos to itself. Right? When I live my unique self, right, I'm an outrageous love letter written by cosmos to itself. I'm an outrageous love letter intended by reality, written to itself. And that's my life's about. Right? And so my fear is, wow, did I write that outrageous love letter? And did I write it well? But what that actually tells me is that my life matters beyond death. Right? It tells me my life's significant beyond death. It tells me that I participate, right, in intrinsic value beyond death. And I'm going to go deep into this because it's a very big deal. Right? In other words, there'd be no accountability if there was just nothingness. That's what we said a few minutes ago. So accountability means I'm held to a bar of judgment, but not in a fire and brimstone way, of evaluation. How'd I do? Right? How'd I do? Right? Meaning beyond life, I now stand, right, beyond, right, all of eternity that invites me to evaluate my life because my life had value. That's a big deal. So just notice, here's step one, and we're going to go a bunch more steps, but step one is the very fear of death itself. If you trace the fear to its root, the fear becomes, as in the original Hebrew word, consciousness. And I realize actually my life matters, and my matter, my physical body, my matter matters. Isn't that a gorgeous word? Right? Matter, physical body, but matter is not just materialist, matter matters. Right? My life matters. Right? I need to know that I matter, and my matter is my embodiment. My very embodied experience of myself tells me that I matter, that my matter matters. I'm infused with meaning. Whoa. Okay. So now just notice for a second, I'm not talking about near-death experiences, which are very important. I'm not talking about all the evidence from telepathy. I'm not talking about evidence about reincarnation. I'm not talking about evidence of remote viewing. I'm not talking about, right, there's an entire world of parapsychology that adduces evidence to life after death. That evidence actually happens to be in part quackery and in part valid. There's a lot of quackery, but underneath the quackery, there's actually genuine, real research. There's enormously valid evidence for life after death. But we're not talking about that. That's not our subject today. I could also do a rigorous philosophical analysis and tell you why dualism and materialism, dualism, which is the basic position of fundamentalism, that matter is empty and God is dual and God steps into matter and infuses it with meaning, is wrong. And materialism, it's only matter, there's nothing else, is wrong. And that actually matter itself matters. Matter is infused with life. Matter is eternal. I could analyze that for you philosophically. And I call that pan-interiority. meaning every exterior has an interior, and the interior lives beyond the exterior. And that's the core of cosmorotic humanism, but I'm not going to do that either. We're not going to analyze that philosophically today either. Those are two very important ways to go. What I want to look at just in these next few minutes, and it's going to get like wildly beautiful and crazy and gorgeous, right? I'm madly excited just to be here with you for these few minutes. Nothing else matters, right? Meaning, in deep meaning, that we're actually going to see, as we've begun to do, but we're going to go even deeper, that actually you yourself know, I myself know, it lives inside of me, that actually it's not over when it's over. So step one, I know it's not over when it's over because the fear of nothingness, right, tells me that nothingness is an anathema to my being, because my being is not nothingness. My being participates in eternity. 1. 2, right? My fear of judgment tells me it's not over when it's over. Right? I understand that there's a larger accountability because I count, and my life's significant, and therefore it's going to be evaluated because it has value. Right? That's 2. That's 2. Those are 2 ways I know inside of me, but let's go even deeper. Let's go even deeper. 3. Because I know I'm a unique self, right? I also know that there's a gift to give that was mine to do. Okay? Now, how many people feel, right, as we get towards, let's say, the last third of our lives, okay? I feel like I'm in the last third of my life, right? How many of us have this deep feeling that we didn't get to finish it all in this lifetime? And go to the chat box. Who's got that feeling? Anybody? Anybody have that feeling? Well, I didn't get to do it all. I didn't get to do a lot of the things that were really important, that really matter. Who's got that feeling? Who can find that? Who can find, right? So that feeling that I actually can access inside of me, right? Anthro-ontologically, anthro-human being ontology for real, meaning the mysteries are within us, right? I know, right? I can feel in me the truth of reality. That feeling that I'm not done is real. And that feeling that there's so much left undone. But when I say left undone, I don't mean petty items in my to-do list. I mean, in my essential life story of growing and transforming, I actually feel in my depth, I'm not done. Right? I'm not done. So that feeling of I'm not done, that my unique story's not over, right? That itself tells me that death isn't the end. See, that's not an illusion. That's not a psychological sense of grandiosity. That's a universally felt sense shared by all human beings, where I actually have a sense that my unique life force, even if I don't have the language of unique self, but I have this experience that, number one, it's worth preserving my unique life force. So I fight for life as I should. And number 2, I have this feeling that I'm not complete, that there's more to do. And I'm actually right. And I'm in the midst of the process of transformation, right? I've still got, so that feeling of my unfinished unique self itself is telling me it's not over, right? There's actually more to do. So that's 3. So that's an interior anthro-ontological knowing. Again, for those of you who've never been with us, anthro means anthropology, human being. Ontology means true knowledge about existence, meaning true knowledge about existence lives inside of me. Like the mysteries are within us. So I know by my experience of the fear of nothingness, by my experience of the fear of not having lived with full accountability, and right, 3, the experience that, oh, I'm not done. That experience is not a psychological experience, it's a metaphysical experience. It's an ontological experience, and it tells me I'm indeed not done. And I'm in the midst of a larger cycle, of a larger play. And in death indeed is a night between 2 days. I can actually feel that in my body, right? 3, this is a big one. 4, I apologize, 4, right? How many people feel like within the period of one lifetime, all people on planet Earth experience justice and fairness? How many people experience that? Let's go to chat box. Let's see, anybody. Is there even one person? Anybody? Do we feel like within the experience of one lifetime, all people on planet Earth experience fairness and justice? Right? None. Right? Now stay with me. Now, how many of us actually have a direct experience in our bodies that justice is a true value and that fairness matters. That fairness is a value, it matters. How many people have that experience? How many people? Everybody. So just watch this. We just did an anthropological experiment where we actually experienced a fragrance of enlightenment. So all of us, without exception, everybody said that there's no way to assert that everybody on planet Earth, or even most people on planet Earth, actually experience full justice or fairness or even partial justice or fairness for much of their lives. One, so we die without justice and fairness. Two, we all have an intrinsic experience that fairness is a true value, that it's of overarching significance and importance, that justice is an eternal and critical value. So how do you resolve those two things? The answer is it's not over when it's over. That's a big deal. The answer is that this dimension of reality, this virtual reality that we live in, is wildly important and infinitely significant and infinitely valuable, but it's not the whole story. And I don't know that because a theologian told me, theologic. I don't know it because it's a dogma of a creationist. Right? I know that materialism is wrong because I know that my matter matters. I know that it actually matters. Justice, fairness matters. A child in every part of the world, right, says to the parent, each in a different language, it's not fair. And the child screams when it's not fair because the child experiences in their very being and body and their soma that reality should be fair. But if death is the end of the story, right, there's no justice, there's no fairness. So we actually know in our bodies, that's shocking, isn't it? We actually know in our bodies, it's an anthropological lived realization of enlightenment that lives inside of us that tells us, wow, it's not over when it's over, right? Ultimately, there's going to be a balancing of the scales. Right. Ultimately, right, it's gonna work out. There's going to be a distribution of the good, the true, and the beautiful. Right? That this inequity, right, that defines the human experience within the context of one lifetime is actually, as we experience it in our bodies are right. Our matters matter. Meaning our matter, right, our somatic experience knows meaning. And actually, no, it's got to be fair. It's not okay. It's not okay to actually, right, experience genocide. But it's not okay for people to be born right into indelible poverty and then never be able to fight their way out of it, no matter how hard they try, right? Which is true for maybe 1 billion people on the globe right in this very second. And it's not, right? So, wow. Okay, so that's the fifth, right, expression, right, of this anthro-ontological knowing that it's not over when it's over. Okay, wow. I'm going to give you just 2 more, right? There's actually 12 of them, but I'm going to give you just 2 more, okay? And it's just wonderful. Number 6. When you actually step into the fullness of reality, which is the fullness of, we call it in Sufism or in Kashmir Shaivism and Hinduism, we call it the fullness of the divine name, of the name of God, right? And the name of God, for example, let's say in Hebrew, right, is eternity. Is the first letter means eternity, and the second 3 letters of the 4-letter name of God means the now. So it's the eternity that lives in the now, right? It's the fullness of the now. And even the logical positivist Wittgenstein, right, talked about the eternity of the now moment. And the eternity of the now moment, he said, is not everlasting time. It's the eternity that lives beneath time. Right, that's an unshakable Wittgenstein, logical positivist. Right, he says, but you can't deny the eternity that lives in the eternal now moment that's available, right underneath the surface for every human being. And you might get there sometimes through ecstatic dance. Right, you just, right, you get there through lovemaking. You get there through the rapture, right, of beauty. You get there through the wonder of nature. You get there through the radical amazement in creativity. You get there through, now stay close, brothers and sisters, it's gorgeous. You get there through any activity that actually allows you to transcend, to end the trance of the surface, to access the depth of eternity that lives in the now. You get that through any activity which is priceless in that it has self-evident goodness. You're not doing it to get somewhere else. You're doing it for itself. So we make love. Why do we make love? Because for itself, right? Right? Why do we engage in creativity? Right? For itself. Why are we moved by beauty? Right? For itself. Right? Why do we want to align with goodness? For itself. Dostoevsky asked this question. He said, Raskolnikov wants to kill the old woman to see if he can get away with it. Maybe it's okay. And the whole point of Dostoevsky, right, Crime and Punishment, is that no, right? The reason we uphold value is not for social utilitarian reasons, right? But actually we honor the life of the old woman for itself. Value is intrinsic, right? The reason we're moved, right? This is the gorgeousness of the scientist. The scientist is moved, right? Steven Weinberg spent his entire life studying muons because he wanted to know the truth about them, and it had self-evident value. Anything we do, we dance. Why do we dance? We dance to dance, right? Dance me to the end of love, right? Anything that we do that has self-evident value, meaning we do it for its own sake, right? And in interior sciences, it's called lishma, L-I-S-H-M-A, lishma. I do it for its own sake. It's not instrumental. It's not to get me somewhere. It's why I'm alive. It's self-evident meaning. When I step into with my full body, heart, and soul into any activity which has self-evident value and I just throw myself into it, oh my God, I actually get a taste of the eternity of the now. Play is another place we access it. When I actually have an experience of eternity, sometimes I get it on a medicine journey, right? Sometimes I get it in meditation. Sometimes I get it in other ecstatic practices, but time stands still, and I actually have a full first-person experience of eternity. I actually know directly, I have direct access in my body to the truth that we're beyond death. Wow. Direct access to eternity that actually lives in my body itself. Cha. Wow. I'm going to hold here. I'm just going to now make one more step, but I'm going to hold here in terms of, right, relating to the first shock of existence, right, which is the death of the individual human being. Now, friends, just this last gentle permission, right? Just stay with me one more moment. If I don't have an experience of my own eternity, meaning I don't have experience that my life is valuable beyond the win-lose metrics, right, that I'm engaged in this futile race against death, then the only thing left is that win-lose metrics. The only thing left is that success story, those two announcers who are trying to be successful and chic and, hot on the air, so their ratings are going to go up. And the movie is filled with scenes of win-lose metrics, whether it's Perry Isherwell, who's the head of BASH, who's in a win-lose metrics, whether it's the president, win-lose metrics, whether it's Jason, her son, win-lose metrics, whether it's Randall, who gets co-opted in the movie almost by the win-lose metrics and almost loses his way. And Teddy says to him, a man's always got choices until he finds his way back. It's like, wow, right? If I don't have an experience that actually that which is most precious is eternal, and it's not commodifiable, and it's infinitely gorgeous, and it transcends death, and it's all meaningful. The whole thing's meaningful. And I'm responsible to give my unique gifts and to live my unique life and to play my instrument in the Unique Self Symphony. If I don't have those as intrinsic values, then actually the only thing left is this futile race, this futile success story that generates exponential technologies, that generates extraction models, that locks us into the banality, right, of tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow that creeps in its petty pace, day after day, until we finally find ourselves facing existential risk generated by that win-lose metrics. And we're actually right before the last syllable of recorded time. And we think, oh my God, this was all a tale told by an idiot, full of sounds and furies signifying nothing. And Faulkner actually wrote the book, The Sound and the Fury. He won the Nobel Prize for it in 1949, playing off those words in Shakespeare. And the image is Quentin Compson, the protagonist, looks at a clock striking, and the face of the clock is broken. So there's no time being measured, and it's just talk, talk, talk. And Quentin Compson can't find meaning in all of it. So the second we have a failure of eros, which is a failure of meaning, which is a failure of the priceless, which is a failure of the measurable, because we've stopped telling a story of value. We've stopped understanding that I'm a unique self, that I have a unique gift to give, that I'm much more than Homo sapien. I'm Homo amor. I'm a unique expression of the love intelligence and love beauty. The second we don't actually understand that we live beyond death, and that death is actually the constraint, the virtual reality structure, right? It's the scaffolding of our lives, which forces us to make choices, right? The reason death exists is because it forces us to confront that, at least in this run of life, we've got to make choices, and choices are valid, and choices are real, and our choices matter, right? Life tells us, it presses us into the fullness of life. But once we're pressed into the fullness of life, we actually experience that life is so irreducibly alive and valuable and full in all the 7 ways we outlined, that we actually have an intrinsic experience in our bodies that our life is going to go on beyond death. And therefore, we make choices in alignment, not with the win-lose metrics. We make choices in alignment with value, in alignment with joy, in alignment with the whole. And we live omni-considerate lives which are for the sake of the whole, where the whole lives in us and we live in the whole. And we're blown open, right? Loving each other, right? In ways that are unimaginable. Wow. Wow. It's only when we respond to the first shock of existence and we affirm the innate, intrinsic, immortal value of our lives that we begin to live lives that don't bring us to the second shock of existence, right? Let's just read it. Right? Humanity will not have the capacity to look up and respond to existential risk until we move beyond and articulate first values and first principles. My uniqueness is a first value and first principle. The dignity of my personhood is a first value and first principle. In the end, it's only evolving first values and first principles that have the authority to demand that you look up, that we love madly. We love ourselves. We love our life. I love me. I love my life. I love you. I love your life. And that our love matters. Our love matters more than anything. And here's the last piece. We did 7 expressions of anthro-ontology. I'll finish with the 8th. We love each other. And when we love each other, we actually sense that love itself is eternal, that we'll all be together again. When I really love you, what do I say? We're going to be together forever, love. I'll find you in the next lifetime. But that's not because we're deluded. It's not because we're terrified. It's because that truth lives in us. It's a cross-cultural, universal truth. When you really fall in love, you begin speaking the language of eternity, which is forever, which is I love you forever, because that's the anthro-ontological knowing. And we've got to reclaim, not in a fundamentalist way, not as creationists. We've got to reclaim the eternity of life. We've got to reclaim the dignity of that with all our passion, with all our being. Friends, we really do have everything. We're a band of outrageous lovers. For some reason, we've been drawn together, just like particular atoms are drawn together to form molecules. We're a molecule, right? We're a superorganism. We love each other madly. We're having dinner together, and we have a mad commitment. We're going to tell the new story. So just delighted to be together. And our intention is clear. Our intention is, at this moment in which we're poised between utopia and dystopia, we understand that the source, right, the root cause of the breakdown is the failure of story. Not story which is a conjecture, not story which is contrived or made up, but the failure of a deep, validated story based on the most profound integration of all the different wisdom streams, pre-modern, modern and postmodern, integrated together synergistically into the fabric, the weave of a new story, right? A whole greater than the sum of the parts. And this new story is a new story of value. And it's rooted in first principles and first values. And at this moment, when global coordination is the single biggest challenge, as we face potential catastrophic and potential existential risk, and we need to coordinate right to the fundamental challenges of our age, none of which are local, all of which are global. And we can't coordinate. There's no global coordination. There's no global coherence. There's no global intimacy. The reason there's no coordination or coherence is because there's what we call a global intimacy disorder. That's one of the core terms in what we call cosmoerotic humanism. And cosmoerotic humanism is the name we've given to the new story. And like Romanticism in the 19th century, or existentialism in the 20th century, right? Our hope, our vision, and our intention is that cosmoerotic humanism should become a fundamental story in the world and ultimately the shared global story. And our shared global story, it's not the hegemony of one set of opinions. The shared global story is a context for our diversity. The shared global story is a context for our diversity, but it's the context in which there's a shared grammar of value. And it's only a shared grammar of value that allows us to actually find each other, to create intimacy between each other. We're part of the same story. And we can only respond to the challenges of fate that threaten to obliterate the future of humanity, not the planet will be here, but of humanity, if we actually have a common destiny. You can't create only a covenant of fate. Let's help each other because we have a common fate. It doesn't work. That's what the environmental movement didn't understand, right? Common fate, planet Earth, let's bring everyone together. It won't happen. You can only create global coordination if we have a common destiny. Coordination, we have common ordinating values. Coherence is a function of intimacy. Intimacy is the function of a shared story. If we don't have a shared story of value, then we respond to COVID, for example, exactly as we have. We vaccinate the wealthier part of the world. We straggle, right, in vaccinating, right, the people in the world who can't afford vaccination, right? We create polarization by broken information ecologies about the nature of vaccines and how they work and how we should respond to them. We don't create, right, a shared grammar of value where facts are all on the table and all the sides are talking to each other. Polarization upon polarization, right? It's a strange moment when you have this pandemic, which is a virus that doesn't know national boundaries, and yet national boundaries and regional blocks actually completely divide between and against each other in dealing with this pandemic as if it could be handled country by country, which is obviously patently absurd. But the pandemic, my friends, which is becoming endemic, is but a dress rehearsal. It's a dress rehearsal for real catastrophic risk. It's a dress rehearsal for real potential existential risk. And our very future is on the line. All of our present is on the line. Our commitment to receive the baton from the past and to complete the great work of the past is on the line. So all of the past is on the line and all the future is on the line. Right? All the future unborn generations have only one voice in the world, and that's us. So how do we respond? So what we're saying here is we can't just respond, friends, with good new infrastructure ideas or with good new social structures. We need, and these are words from Manfred Harris, right, a great social theorist, we need new superstructure, which means a new story, a new worldview, right? A shared grammar of value that's a context for our diversity. And it's only when we have a shared grammar of value, then we know, what does it mean to have a good life? How do we actually find joy? You can't split anymore. And this is the big sentence. This is a new way of saying it. And it's gorgeous. Then we're going to dive into this movie. You can't split anymore my personal story from the larger universe story. Does that make sense? I'm going to tell you guys a little secret, okay? But just keep this between us. Let me go to the chat box for a second. I'm going to tell you a secret now, but do I have a commitment, everyone, that you're not going to share what I'm about to say? Who's got a commitment? Anyone got a commitment? You're not going to share this? We good? Okay. So here we go. I like Westerns, like American Westerns. So I was exhausted the other day. I'd worked like 16, 17, 18 hours. It was an exhausting day. I couldn't quite sleep. So I turned on an old Western called Silverado, right? Silverado. It's a great Western. You got to see it. And the great thing about Silverado is that the structure of the world's okay, right? We're not worried about the structure, right? There's value in the world, and there's the good guys and the bad guys. And you've got the guys who stand for ethics and integrity, and they stand for goodness, and you've got the bad guys who are filled with greed. And it's all very clear who everyone is, right? And the good guys win. It was such a pleasure, right? Complete joy, Silverado. That's not where we are in the world today, right? We actually don't understand that actually, now stay close to me, it's not about which president, right? It's not about which president is at play. That's not how it works, friends. That's exactly wrong. It's not about who the bad guy is. And what Adam McKay said was, which is really deep and important thing to say, was it's actually an amalgamation of actually the last 4 presidents. And there's a little bit of Obama and a little bit of Clinton, a little bit of Bush and a little bit of Trump. And his point was that the underlying structural issues are what are challenging us today, right? We all know that Trump was an egregious problem, but we try and have a bad guy, right? We try and have a bad guy, right? So what Adam McKay said, Meryl Streep ducked the question. It was Adam McKay who said that actually is an amalgamation of all these presidents, because the issue today is not actually which president. It's not a good guy, bad guy issue today. There's something broken in the essential narrative that's driving culture. We're driven by a success story, and the success story is governed by rivalrous conflict, and rivalrous conflict is governed by win-lose metrics. That's the story we all live in. Am I successful? Right? Not am I devotional? Not am I good? Not am I true? Am I successful? And that lives inside of us and in every department in every government, in every family, in every interaction, right? Between governments, between departments, between organizations, between sections of organizations, between sections of businesses. It's all win-lose metrics all the way down, all the way up. That's the very source code of culture that drives our extraction model, that drives our exponential growth curves, that drives, right, our broken hospitals, right, that drives, right, the entire set of factors that lead directly to all forms of catastrophic and existential risk, that drives how we're dealing with vaccines today, both their distribution and bringing together the facts, right? The whole thing is animated and driven by, am I successful or am I not? And successful means, right, win-lose metrics, right? That's a disaster, sweethearts. So friends, come together here. We're going to now look at the final week. And what week are we? Are we on the 5th week, right, or the 6th week? What week? Tell me, somebody. Okay, who's the 5th week? 5th week, thank you. We're on the 5th week of looking at Don't Look Up. And and this is this movie by Adam McKay. And we're not here to say this is what Adam McKay thought. That's not our issue. Right? I shared with you a few weeks ago that my friend Lana Wachowski made a set of movies, The Matrix, and Lana and I spent, many years ago, a night right at her apartment in Chicago with Karen talking about one of the movies he made. Actually, it was called then V for Vendetta. And I was saying to him, hey, this is what the movie means. And he's saying, no. And it doesn't matter that he made the movie. It's not about what the movie maker thinks. It's about what the movie says. And the movie often talks unconsciously. The movie culture finds its way and speaks through the movie, whatever the intention of the filmmakers are. So we're not interpreting this text, what was Adam McKay or the writers thinking. We're saying this movie appears in culture, and it's actually the invisible scenes, the scenes that are barely noticed, that speak, right, way beyond the, like, wow, right, way beyond, right, what the actual text says. So this is week 5. If you haven't been here up to now, that's totally perfect. Complete welcome. You can dive in right here. Now, I want to say one other thing. Okay, with permission, everyone, we good? Everyone good? We're here. We're alive. We're awake. We're ready to go. right? Can we have a drum roll? Let's set our intention. Our intention is for the sake of the evolution of love. Our intention is we're ready, right? We ask this question every week, right? Are you ready to play a larger game? Who's ready to play a larger game? Are we ready to play a larger game, right? We're ready to play a larger game. We're ready to play a larger game. Are we ready to act as revolutionaries for the sake of the evolution of love, for the sake of telling the new story of value as a context for our diversity, for the sake of responding and taking responsibility for the future? Oh my God. Okay, we're at a dinner party. Here's a dinner party. We're at a dinner party now, right? We invited everyone. We're all at a dinner party, right? Welcome to the dinner party. Everyone here ready for the dinner party? We're going to be going to dinner tonight, right? We're going to end tonight with a huge conversation about a dinner party. Okay, so I brought a drink. Cheers, everybody. Right? Everyone got, if you've got a little salud or a l'chaim, you got a little food, right? Right. You can grab something from the refrigerator. We're going all the way. We're having a dinner party together this week. Okay. So who's got some food? Okay. So raise a glass. Let's raise a glass, everyone. Right. This is what Plato did at the symposium. This is what Plato did at the symposium. Right. And if you're sitting with someone, raise your glass. Plato's symposium was people gathered at a dinner party to talk about the deepest issues of life, right? And life and death, and to chart the future. So here we are at our dinner party. We're at Plato's symposium, right? We're ready to go all the way, right? And we're going to cheers. Got to drink a little bit. Okay. So here we go. Step one. Okay. Step one. Now, what we're going to do, friends, is we're going to show a clip, then we're going to discuss the clip. Now, a little secret, today's 90 minutes, so I'm going to get to the 3 most important clips at the end, right? And I know that some people will have left, and I know that we have this sense and culture of kind of pop culture. I come in for an hour, I leave. I get that, but that's not the way to go deep. If you've got a schedule, of course, go. Blessings, mad love, obviously, right? You know, my friends, some of them who did something called the intellectual dark web, right? Some I know, some I don't know, right? So, you know, but they're colleagues. We're thinking together, right? And in the intellectual dark web, right, the general clip is 3 hours, right? Because this is where people go deep and they're getting, you know, huge amount of participation, right? Because people are tired of like getting entertained for a few minutes. So we're not doing entertainment. Now, next week, we're going back to our usual, you know, kind of 60 minutes. But this week we're going kind of in and all the way, and we're going to leading up to the dinner party and the clips at the end. Okay. So in some sense, the way we're going to frame the conversation today, okay, I want to read you something, is we're going to look at who we are as a culture and who we are as human beings. And we know that by how we respond to death. We know that by how we respond to death. And how we respond to death is actually everything. It tells us who we are. And I want to just read you, it's something from Rilke. Rilke's writing to a friend of his, a countess. And right, he says, our effort, I suggest, can be dedicated to this, to assume the unity of life and death, and to stop standing in opposition to death. Right? So long as we stand in opposition to death, we will disfigure it. Death is our friend, dear Countess. Death is our closest friend, perhaps the only friend that can never be tricked by our ploys and deceptions and vacillations. Death is our friend precisely. Now, I want you to get the sense, because we're going to be looking at these clips today, right? Death is our friend precisely because it brings us into absolute and passionate presence with all that is there. I want you to get that sentence, right? Death is our friend precisely because it brings us into absolute and passionate presence with all that is there, that is natural, that is love. Life always says yes and no at the same time. But it's only death that really says yes. Death stands before eternity. Get this sentence. This is for you, Inika. right? Death stands before eternity and says only yes. This is a very deep passage from Rilke. And I want to get it together. Life exists beyond death. That's absolutely true. That's a big conversation that we've had about a year ago, 2 years ago. We'll have more of it. And I'm trying to complete, between other books, a full book on death now. But that's not what we're talking about now. We also confront death in this lifetime. The fact that there's life beyond death doesn't mean that we don't have to have, in order to be human, a fundamental experience of moving towards our death. And instead of engaging in what Ernest Becker called the denial of death, it's only when I confront my death full on that I become alive, that I actually know who I am, that I know what I value. It's only when I confront my death full on that I'm able in any way to say a full yes. This is a very big deal. So when I confront the first shock of existence, which is when humanity realizes at the dawn of history, oh, the individual human's going to die. And when every individual human actually brings into, when you bring into your interior the knowledge of your death, that's when you're born. That's when you begin to choose deeply and choose wisely. That's when you begin to realize the full preciousness of your life and that every choice matters and that it's all wildly meaningful and alive and you're desperately needed by all that is, right? It's a big deal. And when we confront the second shock of existence, not the death of the individual human, but we're now confronting today the potential death of humanity, then as humanity, we wake up and we have to actually claim who we are. What does it mean to be a human being? We can't avoid the issue anymore like we've done for the last 200, 300 years of modernity. Right? What does it mean to be a human being? What is value? What's intrinsically meaningful and not made up? What matters more than anything? And in some sense, whatever the movie makers thought, what the movie's about in its core is about these different responses to death. These are the different responses to death. So we have the Rilke quote, right, as our frame. And now let's take a look together, right, at the different responses that we have to death itself. And again, I'm going to start with, in a certain sense, the less important clips, but each one's important. But I want to go through them relatively quickly till we get to the key clips. But we're going to go specifically in order because these are sets of responses to death, which tell you actually, right, what is actually my philosophy of life? Who am I for real? What is society's philosophy of life? And here's the thing, it matters. It matters because actually each one of us matters infinitely and we're accountable. We're accountable means we count. And how we live our life and how we make our choices matters. It actually creates the next lifetime, right? What's going to happen to us, right? The next stage of our journey, we are the writers of the screenplay of the next movie of our lives. When this movie ends, we go into the next movie. That's the best way to summarize, right, the great traditions, right, of interior science. When this movie ends, we go into the next movie. What we're doing in this lifetime is we're literally writing the script for the next movie. Now, there's an enormous amount of interior and exterior sciences, right, to actually point out that actually there is this next movie. The next movie is not a belief. It's not a dogma, right? It's actual real information about the structure of reality. I've talked about that in earlier weeks. We're not going to engage that today. I'm going to take that as a given. But I want to kind of get the image. What I'm doing in this lifetime is I'm actually living fully alive and writing the text, the screenplay. I'm writing who I'm going to be. I'm writing my part, right? I'm writing the movie of the next stage of my life after death. That's shocking. That's like, wow. And so actually how we find each other today, how we step in, how we reach for wisdom, how we deepen, how we transform today, how we love each other today, right? What we're doing is we're actually writing the text, the screenplay of our next movie, both as individual human beings, but also as humanity. And so here we go, right? We're outrageous lovers, right? Outrageous lovers means we're outrageously committed to each other and to the future of love. to the evolution of love, to the future of this planet, to the future of humanity, to the future of life. So that's how we're coming together. Here we go. So what we're going to do is let's take a look at the first clip. This one's going to be super short. This is 9. Let's take a look at it. This is 9D. So as Christina Amlon brings up the clip, I'm going to tell you what 9D is about. Kate, right, who is Kate Biaski in the movie, who's Jennifer Lawrence, who's identified the comet and who's friends with Randall Mindy, right? Kate at the beginning of the movie has a boyfriend, okay? And there's like 4 scenes with her boyfriend and what he goes through. And what you're going to see is there's a moment where he realizes that humanity might die. And let's look what that moment did to him. Because what it's all about is in each one of the scenes we're going to see is how I respond, right, to that place where I can no longer deny death. Death has broken through. I know the skull grins at the banquet. What does that knowing, what does that realization do for me? Scene 1 coming at you.
Oh my God.
That prick!
I'm told that you've written a book about your past relationship with Kate Dibiasky.
Funny you should say that. I'm actually working on that right now. It's going to be called Brush with the Devil.
Let's just get what just happened, okay? So the first scene, Kate's going out with Philip, and she actually tells him on the way to the show where she's going to share with the world, that's the beginning of the movie with DiCaprio, they're going to share with the world that the comet's coming. She tells him, and did you see what happened? Everyone see what happened? He gets it, right? So he's taken death in, right? How many people know what I'm talking about? Get what I'm talking about in that scene. Everyone got that? But he actually took death in there in a kind of real and serious way, just in the chat box. Who got that? Who saw that happening? That was the point of it, right? He's taken it in. Now, what happens though now? What happens after he takes it in? It actually destroys him. And it's now nothing matters to him anymore because he has no sense of first principles and first values. So what does he then do? Right then when his girlfriend goes crazy on the show, now she's getting hit on social media, he dumps her. Right? I slept with that girl. Right? He dumps her without calling her. So all human communication, all human love, all human depth, right, disappears. It's gone. He dumps her on social media. She says, that prick. And then later, he becomes a television commentator because he's associated with her, he gets some fame. So he gets some status in the rivalrous conflict, win-lose metrics success story game. And right, he says 23% of the people don't even think there's a comet. He's just reporting on it, meaning he's completely removed any real relationship with existential risk. He's involved in he's got a new job, right? He's a commentator. And then they say, oh, you're working on a book, aren't you? He says, yeah, it's called A Brush with the Devil, right? About me, right, being with Kate, right? So what he's done is he takes death in. Remember in the first clip, he can't breathe. Then he can't hold it. He can't hold it. So what he does is he just throws it out of his system. He dissociates from it. You know the word dissociates, everyone? He's completely dissociated from the experience of death. He reports, he knows Kate. He knows she's reliable. He knows she's a trustworthy scientist, but he can't. He just re-engages the absolute denial of death. He's now, in his own experience, he has no sense of value because he has no sense of first principles and first values. So he betrays love, right? So this response to death is the betrayal of love. Wow. Now just notice, go online, take a look at all the interpretations, right, of this movie. These scenes aren't even mentioned. What we've done is we've gathered scenes together. We've edited them together so you can begin to see the pattern. Because reading a movie and reading the text and reading the text of culture and reading the text of your life and my life, same process. You can never look at an individual situation. You got to see what's the code, what's the pattern, right? Where is it going? And then meaning begins to appear. Okay, so that's one. That's the betrayal of love. We're going to go now to 7G. Okay, and these are going to be the scenes, right, with Peter Isherwell, who's the head of BASH. Now remember who BASH is? BASH is the conglomerate, Bash is the conglomerate, the corporation that's kind of running the whole thing behind the scenes. And this is what, in that conversation that I mentioned at the beginning with Meryl Streep and Adam McKay, and in that conversation, right, Adam McKay says, it doesn't matter who the president is, right? There's a win-lose metric, a success story that's underlying who the president is. That's the structure of everything. That's what's driving things. So in this movie, that's represented by Peter Isherwell, who's the head of Bash. Remember, he's the guy with the funny voice. He keeps saying to everyone, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Remember that guy. Get some popcorn. Everyone got popcorn? Popcorn, easy listening, total watching. We're going to have a fabulous conversation after these 9 minutes. But again, staying in the 9 minutes. Okay, sweethearts? Here we go.
Introducing Bash Life. Life without the stress of living.
May I say something, Mr. Isherwell?
No.
I love you, Peter.
Are you sure that the video of the puppy on the rooster is... Oh my God. Janie, no!
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Peter, I didn't mean...
And when these treasures from heaven are claimed, poverty as we know it, social injustice, loss of biodiversity, all these multitudes of problems are just going to become relics of the past. This is evolution of the human species. What are you doing bringing this? Well, do you know that Bash has over 40 million data points on you? Your death was so unremarkable and boring. I can't remember the details, apart from one thing. You're going to die alone. Okay. We're all fine. Everyone's fine. It's going to be all right. If you'll excuse me, nature calls.
So here we go, friends. Let's take a look at this. This is a very big deal. So let's go through this together. Okay? So this is the second figure in the movie. Peter Isherwell, head of Bash. So how does he start? How does he start? And let's find each other. If you're listening to the replay, listen. That's fantastic. Gorgeous to be together with you. If you're here live, also perfect. Just let's find each other in the chat box so we can see each other. Okay? Right? See each other, meaning if we want to write something. So number one, right? Here's the first thing. How does he start? Right? He comes out onto the podium. Clearly, it's a high-tech kind of scene. And he's surrounded by 3 young children, 2 girls, a boy. What is he says? He says, the goal of Bash is life without the stress of living. Does everyone get that line? Life without the stress of living. That's a big deal. So meaning the stress of living, and there's some very, very good science today, right? That stress actually is not something to be avoided. Stress is the creative tension of being alive. It's the creative tension of the dignity of our free will, the dignities of our choice. When I try and create life without the stress of living, that's exactly what B.F. Skinner, the behaviorist psychologist who thought that human beings are purely material and there's no meaning and there's no value. And he wrote a book called Walden 2 in 1948. And he's actually the hidden architect of the internet today. And Goddess willing, I'm trying to complete a book on that called Technofutilism with my dear friend, Zachary Stein. But the hidden architect of the internet is B.F. Skinner. And his goal is to create life without the stress of living. That's Walden 2, right? You don't have to choose. It's no more stress. It's all taken care of. That's step one. Now, step two, let's just stay close because we're going to see now how this actually creates a response to death. So that's one. Now, here's two. So what the structure of the internet does, right, developed by what's called, it's a name that I created with Zach. We call it technofutilism, right? The techplex that actually creates our environment. The environment we live in today is technology. So technology is no longer, and I want to get this distinction, technology is no longer a tool. Technology has become an environment. I'm going to check in the chat box. How many people get what I mean by that distinction? It's not a tool anymore. It's an environment. We live in that environment. We can't afford not to live in that environment. And the younger we are, the more we live in that environment. So my son, age 11, Zion, right? He lives in that environment, but we all do in certain ways. We're all forced to in certain ways. We're all engaged. Our attention is hijacked. We live in that environment. So this environment, what it does is, step 3, it hijacks human values, commodifies them, uses them for manipulation, right? And actually, B.F. Skinner writes in his book, Beyond Freedom and Dignity, he says, we control human beings because they're manipulable, means we can manipulate them by manipulating their interior experience. And B.F. Skinner wasn't evil, by the way. I want to get this is very important. He wasn't evil. B.F. Skinner thought that actually controlling human beings and creating what he called Walden 2, exactly what Peter Isherwell is describing in this movie, right? Remember, B.F. Skinner is the architect of the internet. If we can create an environment without friction where we can manipulate and control human beings, then we're going to actually respond, says B.F. Skinner, to existential risk. B.F. Skinner was one of the first people to think about existential risk. And he basically said, if you've got 7.5 billion human beings running around on the planet and there's no grammar of value, how are we going to control this out of control, insane situation? So what we're going to have to do, he said, is we're going to have to actually use the digital frame. And B.F. Skinner in the 1970s was one of the key people in the development behind the scenes of the internet, of something that was called the Plato system. The Plato system is a very important book on it by an independent scholar, was the early architects of the internet before anything that we recognize as the internet existed. And at the center of this group, envisioning the internet, was B.F. Skinner. Wow. Right? It's called The Orange Glow is the name of the book. And it charts what's called the Plato system. So B.F. Skinner, this behaviorist psychologist, and his students like Alex Pentland from the MIT Media Lab, they organized the internet as a place where we can kind of control the human being. Now, people are really completely unaware that B.F. Skinner's behind the internet, but you can sense that quality. You're getting manipulated. So what's being manipulated? What's being manipulated is actually that which is most precious. What's the next line? We're now in clip 1. Next line is, right? I've always had a need for a friend. You get that? Right? The internet's based on manipulating authentic human emotions. Says, I've had a need for a friend, right? And we're going to give you that friend. So your friend is going to be now social media. Your friend's going to be the internet. And look what happens, right? I mean, it's actually shocking, right? He says, we have so much information about you. Where did this information come from? But actually what's happening on the internet now, what the structure of the business model of the internet is that data points are collected about you by what's called the digital exhaust, meaning every move you make on the internet, whether it's how long your mouse hovered before you clicked, and every pattern of your behavior, right, is mapped by machine intelligence without you knowing. Every data point that you've ever done, but not just something you actually did. It's not which website you went to look at. No, it's much more subtle. Every move you make is fed into machine intelligence. Like I just said a second ago, like how long your mouse hovers, which gives you psychological information on who you are and what your pattern of viewing is and what days of the week and what times of the day. All of that is fed into machine intelligence that then creates a personality profile on you. And then that personality profile is sold by the technofutilists, which are the major tech giants in the world, is sold right to third parties. So the product of the internet is selling predictive analysis to third parties who are interested in manipulating you. Right? That's actually the product, the business model of the web. That's a big deal. And that is actually exactly what Bash says here, right? But he doesn't tell you this is happening. He says, no, we have all these, data points on you, and we can tell when you're sad or afraid, and you don't even need to say something, and we're going to immediately take care of you. Does everyone get that? The word for that in English is infantilization. We're going to regress you to being a baby, right? We're going to regress you to being a child. You're completely manipulable, B.F. Skinner's phrase. You're completely controllable. right? You've become an infant again. You're actually not traveling up from Eden. You're actually regressing. It's a regressive move when you go back to a false Garden of Eden. Okay? Now, stay close. How do you know that this is manipulation? So do you remember when the girl on the stage, who remembers this, right, in the chat box, the girl on the stage, may I say something, Mr. Isherwell? Do you remember that? No, it just goes on. Now go deeper. Then after they come out of the stage, and why are those three children on stage? Anyone, why are those three children on stage? One word. Why are those three children on stage? Manipulation. Does everyone get that? Manipulation, right? And but cute means, in other words, we're going to appeal to your sense of children and innocence to manipulate you, right? So it's a false innocence, right? Exactly. Now, stay close. Then, as soon as they get out, win-lose metrics, power and profit, what does the person who's working for Bash say to them? Put your phones back. They're not yours, right? So that's right, power and profit. And then the girl says to Mr. Isherwell, who remembers? Chat box. Who remembers what the girl says to Mr. Isherwell? Anyone? Who remembers? I love you. And I love you. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, right? We're going to talk about when we get to the last three clips, it's going to be all about I love you. And what is his response, right, to the girl who's the goddess? She's the innocent 10-year-old goddess. And she's looking at him with those eyes. And she's saying, I love you. What's his response? He can't even hear. Did you get that? He can't even hear her. There's no response, meaning he doesn't dismiss her. There's no conversation, meaning there is no friendship, meaning the entire thing's a manipulation, meaning there is no love, right? Those are just words used, right, to hijack attention. He literally, right, can't even hear her. Okay, so that's clip one. Now, let's take a look for a second. What's clip two? So clip two is, right, anyone remember in the chat box, clip two, right? They're going, what's clip two? I don't remember what clip two is. This is the moment in which the mission is launching. Does everyone get that? The mission is launching. Mission is launching, right? The nuclear warheads can actually 1000% take down the comet, right? And as they're launching and everyone's excited and the copter is, yes, we've got 85% success in the mission, right? What does Isherwell say? Can I have a word with you, Madam President? And she doesn't respond immediately. And then his voice gets harsh. Then the mask drops. Who catches what he said? Janie, now. Everyone catch that? So, oh, I'm sorry, Peter. So now where's the power? The power's not with the president. The power is with the win-lose metrics success story that's operating behind the scenes, no matter who the president is. The issue today is structural. We won't change it by changing a president or a prime minister. That's actually, democracy today has become very much a distraction. We think we're voting, right, for new directions. We're not. There's very little difference between the major powers, right? What's actually at play is what's the structure that's driving the whole thing. And that's the point of that scene. Now, what does he do? He actually stops the mission, right? The missiles turn around. Clip three. Now we go to clip three. Okay, clip three. So clip three is, everyone remember where it is? You're now in the Oval Office. Okay? And Isherwell, right, he actually names and he says, oh, wow, there's existential threat. Right? Remember that? Who caught that? That there's an existential threat, the comet. And what does he say? Like, what does he say? He says, there's enormous potential to extract $140 trillion of, minerals. There's no tested technology like a nuclear warhead, but he says, but we've developed this new technology. He calls in a Nobel Prize winner. Because I want to tell you something very sad, friends. Nobel Prize winners are for sale just like anyone else. We think science is the source of objectivity, but actually the structure of science and funding today means that there's a medical industrial complex of corrupt medicine. Tragically, there's lots of gorgeous doctors and nurses, but the structure, right, the Nobel Prize structure, right, behind the scenes, the Nobel Prize scientists are subject to rivalrous conflict, win-lose metrics, just like anyone else. So he hijacks the nobility of the Nobel Prize. Did everyone get that? That's been hijacked. We think if we hear Nobel Prize, what are we supposed to think? We're supposed to think credible, true, fact, trustable, reliable, which is why Isherwell says twice, right, in that speech, Nobel Prize. And then the Nobel Prize winner actually gets up, the woman, and we think, oh, feminine must be good. No, it's not feminine or masculine. We don't need more feminine values or more masculine values. We need more feminine and masculine values at a higher level of consciousness, right? Does everyone get that? So she speaks, and very persuasively. Now, if you don't know the science, is there any way you can disagree with her? Anybody? Can you disagree with her? Of course you can't. Of course you can. So what do you have to do? There's no way you can disagree with her. So what do you need? You need trust. But trust is exactly what's missing in this movie, right? The 3-star general, you remember in a clip we saw a couple of weeks ago, sells snacks in the White House for $20 when they're free. The point is the core structure of trust, which is based on first values and first principles, has completely broken down. Okay, now what happens? Now, as he's making the presentation, the kind of music comes on, right? So it's very soft background music. And he says, now stay close. He says, treasures from heaven. Who caught that? Remember that? Treasures from heaven. And then he gives this great speech, and I'm going to introduce a word here, utopian speech. Now, this is actually exactly accurate. The leaders of high tech today, of technofutilism, are speaking in a utopian language. So there's a utopianism. We're going to change the world. We're going to reshape the world, right? Right? You start actually to believe Isherwell, you're drawn in, and then he gives this big utopian speech about these great utopian values, right? And biodiversity is going to be restored, and suffering and inequality are relics of the past. Now, there's actually no connection. Stay close. There's actually no connection between actually getting the $140 trillion, which will be then controlled by Bash Enterprises, and solving any of the great existential problems. But the techno-feudalists, right, they disguise, right, the win-lose metrics through utopian rhetoric. Did everyone get that sense? Now I want to get even closer. And in some sense, they may believe their own utopian rhetoric, but it's utopianism sans, meaning without first principles and first values. Does everyone get that? And it's if you don't have first principles and first values, you're seduced by your own utopian rhetoric. And there is literally nothing more dangerous than utopianism without first principles and first values. Who are the two, who's, let's say, the one greatest example in the 20th century of a utopian without first principles and first values? 3 tries. First, let's say top 3. Top 3 would be Mao. Mao, right? Mao, the head of China for 30 years, right, who was responsible for more genocide than any other leader during that time. And it's the entire movement of communism is utopian. It's utopianism, but it's utopianism, right, without first principles and first values, or the Khmer Rouge, Pol Pot in Cambodia, right? He's a utopian. But when a utopian moves without first principles and first values, you get slaughter. And when the utopian's not, Pol Pot, who has limited power in Cambodia, but the utopians are young men and women who grew up in schools without first principles and first values, like Mark Zuckerberg at Exeter Academy in the United States, where I've had the privilege to give a number of talks and talk to hundreds of students, right? Where Exeter Academy is built on the statement that there are no intrinsic first principles and first values. It wasn't originally built that way, but that's what's happened there in the last 30 years. There's no longer first principles and first values. Mark Zuckerberg comes out of Exeter. Larry Page, Sergey Brin come out of Stanford, right? So this is post-modernity without first principles and first values, gets married to enormous power of the techplex, driven by unimaginable power gains and profits, which then reach for value by becoming utopians, but their utopianism itself is not grounded in value. Does everyone get that? Does everyone get that? That is exactly where we are today. That's exactly where we are. It's very easy to miss in the movie. And I don't know exactly what the intentions of the movie makers were, but clearly this is the script that culture, right, is putting out today in order to kind of tell us to pay attention. Now let's get closer. Let's get closer. It gets even more dramatic. Let's go to the fourth clip. Who's with us on the fourth clip? Okay. This is the fourth clip. What's happening in the fourth clip? Now, DiCaprio is now at the center at Bash. We're now preparing the mission to use these technologies, right, to actually split the comet, right, into 30 different pieces. Do you ever remember that scene? Just give me a yes in the chat box if you remember that scene, just so we're together. Okay, remember that scene? Okay, now what happens in that scene? It's actually quite unbelievable. So what DiCaprio, which Dr. Randall Mindy, says to Peter Isherwell is, he says, you know, I'm a little worried that you're not following a peer-reviewed process. And Dr. Inez and other people have been fired who've actually challenged, right, the science behind this attempt, because that's what happens, right? The scientist with integrity gets fired, which is why most scientists who want to support their family and want to have, right, their own status and their own win-lose metrics don't challenge. But that's exactly what happens. And at this point, there's this incredible moment in which DiCaprio, Dr. Randall Mindy, says to Peter Isherwell, he says, I hope you're not treating this like just like a business, like as a businessman. Does everyone remember what happens? And then he gets furious. Isherwell's mask drops and he says, right, you think you're calling me a businessman? Right? He gets nasty. He says, you know me? You think you know me? You don't know me. I am speaking for evolution. You everyone get that? That's a utopian, right? Evolutionary, I said this to my dear friend Barbara Marx Hubbard many times. Evolutionary thought without first principles and first values is the most dangerous thought in the world. It produces social Darwinism. It produces eugenics. It produces Pol Pot. It produces today's utopians in the techplex that have created not just the tools, but the environment in which we live. And this is where the revolution has to happen. So let's see what happens. And he says, you think you know me? Now stay close. He says, Bash has 40 million data points on you. You got that? Wow. He says, I know what you are. I know who you are. Now, how many people in the chat box, how many people can get the meanness in that, right? The mask is dropped, right? There's the sense of technocracy, technocratic control, right? There's a sense of complete dissociation, right, from what it means to be a human being. And he said, but then he says something very important to Randall. He says to Randall, he says, you know, I know what you are and who you are. You're a lifestyle idealist. You think you're motivated by ethical beliefs, but you really run towards pleasure and away from pain. Wow. Now, friends, stay close, friends. Stay close now. Is he right about Randall? Yes. At this moment, he's right. But stay close. Randall's the figure in the movie who's the central figure who goes through a transformation. Okay? So there's certain people in the movie who don't transform. They remain who they are. Peter Isherwell does not transform, right? Philip, Kate's boyfriend, does not transform. Randall goes through a transformation. And transformation is that quality in human being where human being feels spirit moving in them, where the human being feels love alive in them, and the human being is able to grow and transform, to exercise choice. But that can't be analyzed by the biometric data fed into machine intelligence on the web. So Isherwell says to DiCaprio, he says, and we can predict how you're going to die, right? You know, and I got to say, I can't even remember. He gets very mean. He says, I can't even remember exactly how you're going to die because it's so, remember the word he uses? Boring and unremarkable. But I know one thing, you're going to die alone. Everyone catch that? Now stay close. Is he right? Is he right? Is he right? Right? Is he right? Right? Does DiCaprio die alone? No. We're going to see that DiCaprio's got an entirely different response to death.
that he doesn't die alone, right? That actually there's a complete transformation of Randall, right? And there's, not only does he not die alone, he dies in a level of intimate communion and beauty and depth that's unimaginable to Isherwell and unimaginable to the algorithm and to the machine intelligence, which reduces human beings to their lowest common denominator, assumes that free will's a myth. Alex Pentland, MIT Media Lab, key hidden student. He doesn't acknowledge his relationship to B.F. Skinner, right? Writes an essay called The Death of Individuality, where he says individuality is a myth and free choice is a myth. It's not real. He gives a talk at Singularity University 4 years ago. He says, we all know here, we're the tech people, we know free will is a myth. Wow, this is real. Okay, so it's a shocking, right? It's a shocking understanding, right? And then what happens in the fifth clip, friends? In the fifth clip, the last clip with Isherwell, right? They're now in the control room at Bash. The mission is failing. And what does Isherwell do? He hasn't changed. He's completely consistent the whole movie. Win-lose metrics, ravenous conflict. He's got a ship set up. He's going to go to Mars with Elon Musk. Right? He's going to go to another planet. He's going to get off the planet. And who can afford to get off the planet? Only the elite. And everyone else can't afford to get off the planet. Win-lose metrics, he says, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, nature's calling. I'm going to take a break and I'll be back. Right? And he walks out on planet Earth. Does everyone get that? He walks out on planet Earth. Wow. Okay. So that's a set of clips. Now, we brought the clips together to be able to see it clearly. Okay. Now stay with us, friends. What we're now going to do is we're now going to cut to, at this moment, we're going to cut to what actually did happen, dear friends. What actually did happen, right, in this incredible moment, right, when actually they're not able to avert the comet. But I want to get this now. This is completely wild. It's how do I respond to death? So we're about to go to the dinner scene. We're about to go to the dinner scene. But before the dinner scene, we need to see something else. So I want to introduce you to one other figure who doesn't change throughout the movie. Okay? I want to introduce you to Bree. Who remembers who Bree is? Bree is the television commentator, the woman, right, who has this affair with DiCaprio. And we're going to come to her scene. It's a critical scene. Who's in? We're ready to go all the way here? Let's go all the way here. Okay. So we're going to go, and this is the clip we're going to look at is 6F, right? This is the television commentator, right? And she's invited to love, right? She's got this opportunity to get beneath the win-lose metrics. She's got this opportunity to actually step into the better angels of her nature. We're going to take a look now at, 5 clips, a total of 5 minutes. Get your popcorn out, get your drink, salute. Let's watch these clips, then we're going to talk, and then we're going to go to the dinner scene. Okay, here we go.
Oh, tell me we're all going to die. Do it. We're all going to die.
Oh
boy. I have slept with 2 former presidents. I speak 4 languages.
About 2 years ago, our family dog, Jojo, died, which was really, really emotional. I can't remember crying that much ever. And I finally got my Star Wars poster signed by Mark Hamill.
Les anges s'envolent vers le ciel.
That French?
You still there?
No. Honestly, I think I'd just rather drink and talk shit about people.
Let's take a quick look. All right. Who's together here? Let's take a look. We're about to get to the key scene, but it's really important to see these along the way because these are the characters in the movie who don't change. They're consistent throughout. Okay. Now, here's the thing. This is the key, right? They're in the hallway, right? They're in the hallway and she grabs him. It's kind of the beginning of the kind of sexual encounter. And she says, who remembers anyone? She says, tell me I'm going to die. Tell me I'm going to die, right? And what she's saying is, it's arousing, right? Tell me the world's going to end. Tell me I'm going to die, right? That's getting me aroused. right? Meaning even existential risk is now hijacked, right, to get me hot, right? So in other words, the sense of being aroused, the sense of the divinity of desire, the dignity of desire, the utter beauty, right, of fuck and all of its sacred gorgeousness is gone, right? Fuck is a way to actually cover over the emptiness. That's what it is. It's not eros, it's pseudo-eros. And so we'll commodify anything to make fuck work better, right? Even the death of reality, or the death of reality itself. So tell me I'm going to die. So that becomes, right? That becomes the aphrodisiac, as it were, right? That becomes the Viagra, right, of their first sex scene. So that's one. Okay, then two, she says, I hate when they get to know each other scene. Hate to do that. Now here's the key. Does she look like the devil? The answer is she doesn't, right? See, the win-lose metrics, right, doesn't look like the win-lose metrics. Right? The win-lose metrics, right? The devil, and when I say the devil, it's not the Christian devil. The devil meaning that which is challenging the sacred, right? That which is actually creating the conditions for existential and catastrophic risk. It looks completely charming. She is charming, and she is funny, and she's educated, and she's, well articulated. That's really important, but she can't access the inside. She's dissociated from interiors. And so they got to have this conversation. And the conversation, I slept with a couple of presidents. I speak 4 languages, right? So hers are all about status, win-lose metrics, accomplishment. Now here's where you begin to notice something. This is the beginning where you begin to have hope for DiCaprio, although he hasn't yet found himself. What does he say? He talks about his dog, Jojo. He talks, I got Mark Hamill to sign my Star Wars poster, right? None of these are win-lose metrics. They're all the ordinary pleasures of living. Because that's one. Now, the second clip. Everyone remember where the second clip takes place? Right? The second clip takes place where? Right? In the control room, where the first mission is happening, where the nuclear warheads are going up before they're called back. And, it's this very emotional, poignant moment, and somehow it breaks through. And it's the only time we see her in her humanity. And we see, now stay close, friends, we see what she might have become. And she speaks French for a moment. And he says, what were you saying? And he says, it's an old French poem from the 14th century that I remember, which says, the angels are soaring to the heavens. Does everyone catch that? And you see her eyes are open, and she's a girl for a moment, and she's innocent for a moment. And we see what she might have become. And she's not evil. She's not the devil. She's not vicious. She's a person trapped in a world without first principles and first values, where the only story is the success story, rivalrous conflict governed by win-lose metrics, right? And she can't find herself. She can't, right? She can't. And so she becomes the win-lose metric. But here's this moment, right, where everything breaks through just for a second, and she finds herself, and then she loses it again. Clip 3. Clip 3 takes place in the backseat of the car. Remember that? Backseat of the car? So the clip takes place in the backseat of a car where he's just been on her show, and where he screams, everyone's going to die. And he finally finds himself. Right? Randall himself in the movie almost gets trapped by the win-lose metrics. And there's this key scene when he says to Teddy Oglethorpe, right? The African-American man who's a great guy. And he says, I have no choice. What can I do? And Oglethorpe walks away and he says, right? A man's always got choices, Randall. You got to make the right ones. And then we're not sure, will Randall find himself or not? He does. He finds himself in that scene on the show. He realizes, right, what's happening. And he says, stop being so nice. Stop being so pleasant. Right. And we got to actually be able to speak to each other. And we've lost the ability to speak to each other. And he erupts in this enormous speech. He's taken off. He's put with a hood over his head in the backseat of the car. They're going to take him off the grid. Meaning they're going to take him out of society. She comes into the backseat of the car, and there's this enormous exchange between them. Right. And what does she say to him? She says, why did you do that? Meaning you ruined it in terms of the win-lose metrics. And she says, I liked you. I despise most people. Remember what he says? He says, I thought I loved you. And she's like, she doesn't even know what that means. And she stopped for a moment and she says, really? Really? And then he asks her, he says, are you still here? And there's silence for a split second. And this is her moment of decision. This is her moment. Can she stay? And she can't. She doesn't have the interiority, the depth. And she says, no. And she's gone. And I'm just going to look at one more. I'm not going to look at the last scene. I'm just going to look at one last scene. The last scene is now she's facing her death. This is the death scene. Okay? Now, before I go to the death scene, I just want to mention one other thing. Do you remember in the bedroom where they say, let's do the get to know each other thing? That was the first clip. Now that they've gotten to know each other, do you remember what she says? It's a throwaway line. What does she say? Let's go to dinner. Who caught that? You catch that she said that? Let's go to dinner. That's a key line because that's dinner, which is not dinner. We're about to see what dinner looks like. She goes to dinner every night, but she's never at dinner. She goes to dinner every night at the best restaurants, but she never eats food together with friends. She never gathers around the table. She never experiences the infinity of value of people coming together to eat and break bread and drink wine together. She says, let's go to dinner. But she doesn't know how to have dinner. So we meet her right before her death, right? We know the comet's about to strike. She's with her co-host. They're at an empty bar. And what does he say to her? You want to fuck? You want to pray? What does she say? She says, no, I'd rather drink and talk shit about people. And what is she saying? She's saying, and she's honest in this tragic way. She says, I have no access to Eros. Eros means I'm inside the circle. Pseudo-Eros means I talk shit about people. I place people outside the circle, win-lose metrics, to give myself the illusion that I'm inside the circle. So win-lose metrics success story is all pseudo-Eros. That's the pseudo-Eros moment. So in her moment of responding to death, she can't even then find Eros because I can only find Eros at the moment of my death if I've lived in Eros throughout my life. She's lived in pseudo-Eros. When I've lived in Eros throughout my life, I actually can come to the moment of my death and be fearless and actually experience the eternity that resides in the moment. And if I've made mistakes, we all make mistakes. I can correct them. I shift my intention. I recognize the mistake and I transform. That's completely perfect. There's no one who hasn't made mistakes. But she can't transform. Randall is the figure who transforms in the movie, but Peter Ishmael can't transform, right? And Philip, Kate's boyfriend, can't transform. And Bree can't transform. They're monological figures who are linear stick figures who can't transform. It's Randall who transforms. It's Yule who transforms, right? It's Kate, right? Who deepens through the movie. So now let's take a look at the key scene. Okay, we're going to end with these two scenes, and they're astonishingly beautiful, and they're astonishingly important. And we're going to start with a very short clip, which is just a minute. Right, in this short clip, right, is number 14, and I'm saying number 14, right, for Christina Amelon Taheli, number 14, and this is a shopping scene. This is right before the world's about to end. Okay. It's a shopping scene right before the world's about to end, an incredible scene. All right, let's go to 14. And Yule is the young man, right, who has fallen in love with Bree and asked her to marry him, right, as he knows the world's ending, right? This incredible scene, right? And so now Yule is together with Randall. Randall wants to come home. He's going home to his wife, right? He realizes, right, he realizes where love is, right? He's been asking the whole movie, I want to know what love is. Now he has a sense of what love is. He says in his great speech, when he explodes on television, he has one beautiful line. He says, I just want to go home, right? He actually realizes there's something called home. So he's going back to his kids. He's going back to his wife. And Teddy Oglethorpe, right, the wonderful head, right, of the planetary agency that's supposed to deflect comets, who's been in total integrity the entire movie, he comes right, to the dinner. He's coming to the dinner. He shows up. That's because friends find each other. And Yule comes to the dinner. So we're right before the dinner. And the dinner's going to be a gathering, not of family, but of evolutionary family, right? The dinner's going to be a mix of biological family and the close friends that we're actually walking together in evolutionary family. And you want to be not just with your biological family. At the moment of your death, you want to gather the people that matter. You're with your evolutionary family. So we're at this shopping scene 1 second before we're about to gather for dinner. So let's take a look at the shopping scene 14. It'll take just 1 minute, and then we're going to see the last scene.
Find some, what are the little potatoes called? The tiny ones?
Fingerling potatoes?
Yeah,
I fucking love fingerling potatoes.
let's get finger.
So we just got 2 more scenes after this, but this is the, right? Stay close here. So what happens? So they're shopping. Yule together with Kate, right? And Randall. And what are they excited about? They know the world's, right? It's all about, we're right before death. They're going shopping together. And he says, "Do you like those little potatoes? I love those potatoes." Right now, those potatoes, they're ordinary. They're the beauty of ordinary life, right? Addiction, and we live in a society which is addicted to cover up the hole. Addiction is the inability to get pleasure from the ordinary pleasures of life. That's what addiction is. That's the definition of addiction. The inability to get pleasure from the ordinary pleasures of life. Enlightenment is the Zen master, for example, at the Japanese tea ceremony, who's ecstatic with pleasure drinking tea. Right? You get that distinction? The distinction between these 2 archetypes. So there's a moment in which we're all enlightened, right? The moment we're all enlightened, if we know how to meet it, is when death presses us into life. And that's what Rilke was talking about in the quote that which we began in his letter to the Countess, who was his good friend. When death actually is the one thing that presses me into yes, right? He says, life is always yes and no, but death presses me, right? Death presses me into the realization that it's all yes. It's all yes. Fingerling potatoes, yes, right? Oh, it's the wild salmon, right? It's not the farm-raised salmon, yes, right? We get the yes, and then the contrast, right, is to there's this prayer, right? Remember that in the earlier scene, right, her co-host says to Bree, "You want to fuck or you want to pray?" She doesn't even know what that means. Now here, Janie Orlean asks her son, "Do you want to offer a final prayer?" And you're thinking, okay, maybe now he's potentially before his death. He's going to offer a prayer. What does he offer a prayer for? For stuff, for that sick stuff. Meaning he calls it sick stuff, meaning the stuff of win-lose metrics. Right? Because he hasn't been in Eros. He can't find it in his moment of death. He can't find it when he's facing the ultimate. He can't taste it or feel it. So the only thing he can pray for is for pseudo-Eros. Right? A prayer that's not a prayer. Okay? And now we come. Right now we're going to take a look at, and each one is about 3 minutes, then we're done. Right? But these 2, right? This is where we're going for. Everything today was for this next, few minutes. Okay, so here we go. So the first, right, the 2 last scenes. The first scene I want to show you of the 2 last scenes, and they're both short, but they're both insanely important. First one is 3 minutes and 40 seconds. It's right 10D. And I want to call these the sweetness scenes. And the word sweetness appears in the movie 3 different times. And again, remember patterns. You don't even notice it, right? The 3 sweetness scenes. It appears in the movie 3 times, and it's unbelievably important, okay? So everything we did today was for these next few minutes, okay? So together, heart open, we're at dinner together. We raise our glasses. We're having dinner together. We're loving each other. We're outrageous lovers. We're here to play a larger game. We're here to be in Eros, not in pseudo-Eros. We're here to commit to the evolution of love. We're here to face existential risk and catastrophic risk, right, with new possibility. Because God is the possibility of possibility. Okay, this is a moment of sweetness together. So it's so good to be together. It's so good to see each other's faces. Right, and let's take a look. Right, the 3 sweetness scenes, 3 minutes and 48. We're going to pull this together. It'll blow your heart and mind open. And what a joy and a sweetness, right, to be together right, in this moment to do this study, but not intellectual study, deep, cultural, going to the inside of the inside to begin to write the new story, to evolve the source code. Take us inside, Christina.
I won't tell anybody. I think it's kind of sweet.
Wow. Are you laughing? No?
I'm smiling.
Oh, this,
Sure.
This is sweet.
Why not?
Got these for you.
Thank you. That's really sweet.
So we got 3 sweetnesses, okay? 3 times in the movie. Now stay close for a second, okay? In consciousness, in the great interior sciences, we talk about 3 levels of consciousness. The first one is called submission. Submission is you fall in love. You start, doing photography. You're doing it all the time. You're just totally in, right? You're completely ecstatic because you've met someone new. You've got a new idea. You're going to a new place. It's the initial high that we get when we fall into the great excitement of life. That's called submission. Let's call it falling in love. But we always get to level 2. And level 2 is we fall out of love. We get drawn into the win-lose metrics. We get drawn into the power struggle. We get drawn into the success story. We can't feel the initial flush of love. That's called separation. Separation. Okay? But when you stay in, when you stay with the hard time, right? Randall and his wife, June, even though they seemed to be separated, but they didn't leave each other in their hearts. They didn't look away. When you stay in, you can get to level 3. And level 3 is called in all the great traditions, one version or another. In Hebrew, it's hamtaka, which means sweetness. And what's sweetness? Sweetness is, right? The first level, submission, is what we call pre-tragic. You're just free gift by the universe. You're ecstatic. You're excited. The second level is tragic, right? It's the place where the tragic is the win-lose metrics. The tragic is the success story. The tragic is the power struggle. The tragic is when you're lost in your traumas and you can't get through your traumas and you're stuck in your old patterns and you keep going round and round. But then there's this a moment when we face the depth of life. And sometimes it's only death that presses us into the great yes of life. That's Rilke where we started, right? We get that yes, that's sweetness. And what is sweetness? So here's sweetness. It's one of my favorite quotes from Yeats, right? If we've been together, you've heard it before. When such as I cast out remorse, so great a sweetness fills my breast. We can dance and we can sing. We're blessed by everything. And everything we look upon is blessed. That's sweetness. So what are the 3 sweetness scenes, friends? Just in 1 minute. The first scene, Yule and Kate are on a rooftop. And he's saying, this end of the world thing, bullshit. And she says, no, it's real. And then he says, well, if God wanted to destroy the world, and she says, what do you mean? God? You believe in God? Right? Like, wow. So you get it? The movie makers don't have a conception of God. Right? The movie makers don't understand that the God you don't believe in doesn't exist. Right? So she represents culture. God? That's for the fundamentalists, man. We're the people making culture. We're the tech people. We're the media people. And he says, yeah, my parents were evangelical. I kind of hate them, but I found my own way there. And he says, but do me a favor, don't tell anyone. And what does she say? You remember what she says? That's sweet. What does she mean by sweet? She senses something that's kind of sweet. It's authentic. It's real. There's something here that's special, that's important. She recognizes him in a new way. She can see him. Then they're in the back of the car. They're in the back seat of the car. And that song is playing on the radio. Oceans we must cross and mountains we must climb. And we pray that our only loss. So this prayer finds its way in. There's this prayer that finds its way in. We pray that our only loss is time. That's playing on the radio. And Randall is explaining the song, right? This, right, to Kate. They're driving home. He's driving home. Remember, he had said on television, I just want to go home. Randall just wants to go home. So he's going home to his wife. The world's about to end, right? They're facing death, right? And then he says from the back seat, Yule's in the back seat, and he says, Dr. Mindy, could I be vulnerable, in your car? And he says to Kate, I got to ask you something. Like, you're not like anyone, I've ever met. And I know I'm going out on a limb, right? I mean, right? They're facing death, right? But it doesn't matter because love is forever. You see, love is eternity. Do you get that? Right? When we really love each other, we start talking about forever. Love participates in eternity. Love is the very quality, right, of the universe, right? So there's this moment where he says, can I go out on a limb? Right? And he says, you want to get engaged? Do you want to get engaged? Right? And she says, what does she say? She says, sure. And what does Randall say? He says, that's pretty sweet. All right, that's pretty sweet. Okay? So wow. So David, just read us the code. It's going to take 1 second. David, give us the code. It's a gorgeous code. It's about this moment. This code is about this moment and about the dinner we're about to see before we close. So David, can you give us this code? Can you read us this code? Full power, brother.
Amen. There is science and there is scientism. Science is sacred. Scientism is dogma and therefore stands against truth, goodness, and beauty. There are some dogmatic physicists who claim without basis the impartiality of the universe. But the deepest integration of the interior and exterior sciences reveal that this claim is exactly not the case. The universe is partial to love. Love is backed by the universe, but it is deeper. Love is the universe. Who I am is revealed by our sacred creed, which we recite at the moment of death. We say, I love you. And this itself is the evolution of love.
Oh my God, right? Everyone get that? So in other words, the movie, right, is made, right, by the win-lose metrics culture that's lost a vision of a deeper vision of value. It has a caricature of value, which is pre-modern, and a caricature of God that's pre-modern, right? And we haven't articulated a new source code, right? And so the claim is not of science, but of dogmatic scientism. The universe is empty. It's impartial, and that's not true. The universe is not impartial. The universe is partial. The universe is partial to love. And actually, when you stand for real at the moment of your death, you know that everything matters, and you know that there's a forever beyond that moment. And he's feeling into the forever. Even though, right, Yule is facing his death, right, when he steps into love, he has the experience of forever. So even though there's only a few hours left to planet Earth, he says, could we spend more time? Isn't a wild set? Isn't that gorgeous, everybody? And I don't think the movie makers even quite got it, right? It was cute, but it's more than cute, right? There's a deeper voice, right? Let's spend more time. Let's spend more time in eternity. And eternity is not time that goes on forever, as Wittgenstein already pointed out to us. Eternity is beneath time, right? Eternity is beneath time, and it's right here. And when we step into love, we step into forever. And it's the experience of love itself, which tells me that we're going to all get together again, that it's not over when it's over, right? Right? Love tells me it's an anthro-ontological knowing of forever, of eternity, of the space beneath time. And so even though, again, there's a few hours left, he can completely seriously and gorgeously, right, look at Kate. And he says, are you laughing at me? She says, no, I'm smiling. And it's the first time in the movie we see her relaxed and in her full radiance. She's the goddess in her radiance because she's being loved. Can we spend more time? Could we get engaged? And then Randall says, he doesn't know anything about submission and separation and sweetness that you and I were talking about here, but he gets it. Culture gets it anyways. He says, that's pretty sweet. Right? That's hamtaka. That's sweetness. Right? That's level 3. That's the eternity that resides in a moment. And that's death that presses us into the great yes of life that only death reminds us of. And finally, right, the third clip, right? He comes home and he's at the door and he's facing June. And the last time he's seen his wife, June, was in that hotel room scene that we saw earlier when she throws his pills at him. Says, you take care of Randall. Right? And he says, right, what do you say? I mean, can we have dinner? And she looks at him and she says, yes. And they start to talk, right? As the viewer says, I'm so right. And he says, I got you flowers.
right? And what does she say? She says, sweet, right? That's so sweet. And she understands that those flowers are not about lasting forever. They're again about those flowers are the eros of cosmos. What is a flower? A flower is beauty that seduces the bee to pollinate the flower, right? To spread life. That's what a flower is. It's the seduction of beauty for the sake of life. So he gives her flowers because he understands not only even in the face of death, especially in the face of death, I understand that the flower, right, the eros, the seduction towards life, right, is everything, and that overcomes everything. He says, right, she says, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Right? And they hug each other. And she says, I missed you so much. I love you. I missed you so much. And then she says, and by the way, when we were in college, I fucked that guy. Right? It's like, wow. Okay. Now we're ready for the final scene. And everything today was for this last scene. Okay. So this is the very, very last scene. The last scene we're going to do today. This is the end of the movie. We're going to take a look, right, together, right? It's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And we're going to finish with this. 15E. This is the dinner scene. Now remember the dinner scene. Remember earlier, as we said a few minutes ago, when Bree is in bed with Randall, she says, okay, let's go have dinner. But she doesn't know how to have dinner. She's never had a dinner in her entire life, right? When the two radio show hosts, Bree with her co-host, are together in the bar, they don't know how to have dinner together, right? They don't have dinner. She says, want to fuck, you want to pray, right? Let's drink and talk shit about people. They don't know how to have dinner, right? Dinner's the whole story. We're now at the moment of death, and we're pressed into life. This is an incredible scene. Let's take a look, right? The dinner scene, and let's raise our glasses. We're together. This matters, right? It matters infinitely, right? We know how to have dinner together. We know how to love each other, right? We're a band of outrageous lovers. We're participating in the evolution of love. We're taking responsibility for the whole thing. Cheers. L'chaim, let's have dinner together. Let's look at that scene. It's so ecstatic to be with you. Let's go inside. Here we go.
And it's really good to have you home.
Dr. Mindy got really famous.
I'm thankful for that night I fell asleep out in the backyard. Woke up face to face with the baby deer.
I remember that.
Yep.
Grateful we tried.
Most of all, Lord, we ask for your love.
The thing of it is we really did have everything, didn't we?
So there we are, right? What does she say? June says, it's really good to have you home. Now, from the perspective of the win-lose metrics, should that matter, friends? Home is like 4 more minutes, right? What do you mean it's really good to have you home, right? Is this ordinary love? Is this some status and security where I've got you home? There's 4 more minutes to the world, friends, but it's really good to have you home. And it's actually true. It's really good to have you home because we're in the eternity that resides in the moment. We're underneath time. We're in value itself, right? And, right, there's this moment where his son says to him, oh, Dr. Mindy got really famous. But actually, when I'm facing death, fame, which is one of the currencies of the rivalrous conflict win-lose metrics, it's a joke. It's so obvious we've pierced the illusion. We actually get it now, right? And what does Randall say to June and June say to Randall? Say, I love you, right? I love you, right? And our sacred creed is what we say at the moment of our death, right? And today we actually understand something in the world. We might still say a particular mantra in Hinduism. We might say a particular formula in Buddhism or in Judaism or Christianity about Christ, about Shema Yisrael. But actually our shared sacred creed is I love you. And I've shared with you before, right? When we recovered the phone transcripts from the World Trade Center, when people had a few seconds left to live,
What did they say when they called home? They didn't say any of the old sacred creeds. Everyone said to each other, I love you, right? Because we sense, it's inchoate, but it wants to emerge. We sense that actually the universe is a love story, right? And I've spent the last 10 years of my life, right, gathering information that this was true, right? Gathering information, scientific information, interior sciences, exterior sciences. And what we're working now in the center is to actually be able to demonstrate in the next 5 years in a series of books, right? In a way that just like, oh my God, that actually reality is a love story. That's actually true. It's not a new age idea. It's not a fundamental study. It's not a declaration. I actually just wrote the other day, a guy named David Ray Griffin, a beautiful man. He's the greatest Whitehead scholar in the world. And I just contacted him. And I said, I said, I'm not a reader of Whitehead, but I believe he supports this idea that I'm trying to suggest with our friends of the cosmoerotic universe, the intimate universe. And he wrote back and he said, I have aphasia. I have cancer. I can't get on the phone. And I asked if we could ask him a bunch of questions. And here he is right before him, this beautiful man, is one of the most brilliant scholars. And I asked him, does Whitehead support this notion? He writes back, absolutely. Whitehead supports this. I was so happy. It was just on Friday. Right, so here we are, right? Here we are. I love you. I love you. So after they said, I love you, what's the next thing they do? Gratitude. What am I grateful for? And I saw the deer, baby-faced, his son says, when I woke up. And you asked Jennifer Lawrence, what are you grateful for? She said, I'm grateful we tried, right? And they don't know what to do. And so someone says, should we say amen? Okay. He says, the Mindy household's not very religious. I'm not sure how we would do that. And he says to his wife, do you want to say something? And June says, don't look at me. And then Yule says, he says, I got this. Right? And everyone said, wow, I got this. And they go to pray. And they go to pray, but it's not fundamentalist prayer. It's not prayer to a cosmic vending machine God. Right? Right? It's not prayer owned by an ethnocentric religion that's homophobic and anti-body and claims, right, that only my dogma, right, will take you home. No, it's actually prayer, which is when I contact the infinity of intimacy that lives in me. And in this moment before death of ultimate intimacy, I want to turn to intimacy at its source and have a conversation and be held and to hold, right? Right? God's not the infinity of power. God's the infinity of intimacy. And that intimacy, right, which suffuses cosmos, which is an intimate universe. He says, I got this. And they join hands. They just know to join hands because the universe is a love story. So we know to join hands, of course. How do we know? Who told us? It's not a dogma. It's in our bodies, right? In our bodies, we know that at this moment we join hands. And he says, oh my God, right? Father, right? Creator. Creator's the mother, the matrix, right? Almighty creator. He says, right, we're asking for your grace, right? Right? Your grace, even though we struggle with our pride, your forgiveness, right, despite our doubt, right? But most of all, he says, we ask for your love, right? We ask for your love, and we know it's there, and we're loving each other right now. And that love is mad, gorgeous eternity. We love each other madly, because it's the only possible way to be sane. And as he finishes the prayer, right, to live with courage, right, and with an open heart. And they talk for a couple of minutes about whether it's store-bought or not store-bought. And, let me admit, I really like store-bought and I make my own coffee. And it's the very last scene. And what does he say? He says, and let's look at each other now, friends. What does he say? He says, we really did have everything, didn't we? He says, we really did have everything, didn't we? Wow. Friends, we really do have everything. We're a band of outrageous lovers. For some reason, we've been drawn together, just like particular atoms are drawn together to form molecules. We're a molecule, right? We're a superorganism. We love each other madly. We're having dinner together, and we have a mad commitment. We're going to tell the new story. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to resource it. We're going to create it, right? We're going to research. We're going to search. We're going to love each other. We're going to write. We're going to tell a new story at a Darwin level, at a Freud level, where we actually bring together all the truths of the interior and exterior sciences. We call them the tenets of intimacy. And we're going to share that story. We're going to share that story as Jesus shared his story. We're going to share the story as Abraham shared his story. We're going to share a story as Lao Tzu shared his story. We're going to share the story as Buddha shared the story. And we're going to be Buddha together. We're going to be Abraham together. We're going to be Jesus together. We're going to be Lao Tzu together. And we're going to be Abhinavagupta together. We're going to actually say, right, it's not over. The story hasn't been told, right? There's a new story to tell, and it's ours to tell. And we're going to tell it together with every fiber of passion in our being. Oh my God. So welcome, everyone. Welcome home. Welcome to dinner. Welcome to dinner. Right? The infinity of intimacy. Imagine your most intimate moment ever and exponentialize it. We ask for your love. Right? We ask for your love. Right? That we can walk through this moment. That we can walk through the shadow of the valley of death and know that we're all, every one of us, going to be greeted by death, but the experience of one love tells me that death is a night between 2 days. And just like the death of an individual, even the death of humanity, that is but a night between the next birth. Everybody, happy Easter and happy Passover and enjoy. Right? This is a day of immense joy. And when we have immense joy, we celebrate. So welcome, right? Everybody, like welcome, mad welcome to celebration. We're here literally to celebrate together. And I know that this week we didn't focus on a big Easter invitation, which we probably should have, just to remind us that we're in this Easter, but I want to talk today, in some sense about Easter and in some sense about where we are in the world today, where you and I are, about this revolution that we're here to enact, right? And to create and what this revolution means and what we need to do to get there, right? And about prayer, because this is really the second week we're going to talk about prayer. And as Teheli said in the Dharma recapitulation, prayer is not a dogma. So we talked about last week, prayer is a realization of the essential nature of reality itself. And to live without prayer is to live a life of lonely desperation. And to live with prayer is to be radically empowered, not emasculated, to be radically empowered in a partnership of mad love with she, with the goddess herself, with the infinity of intimacy that knows our name and that turns to us and says, you and me, we, our holy Trinity, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, the human being, right? The individual human being, the first person of me, the force of reality, the eros that moves through all of reality, the outrageous love that animates reality, third person, and the personhood, the space in between in which we love each other madly, the Holy Trinity, right? The first person of God, the second person of God, the third person of God, the Holy Trinity. This Holy Trinity, which is one. And we're in Easter today, and we're honoring, right, the great Christian tradition, the Christian tradition which is filled with tragedy, which is filled with flaws. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young weren't wrong when they said how many people died in the name of Christ. I can't believe it all. And Sinead O'Connor wasn't completely wrong when she ripped up a picture of the Pope at a particular moment. And she meant that, right, to be ripping up the cruelties that the church wrought. And Voltaire wasn't wrong when he said, remember the cruelties, as the clarion call of the Western Enlightenment. So we understand that. And at the very core of Christianity, in its inner tradition, its animating impulse, right, there's sparks of the sacred, which are unimaginable and beautiful and necessary. Just like at the spark, at the inner core, in the broken vessels of Islam, there are sparks of the sacred, deep,
within Judaism, sparks of the sacred, deep within the Buddhist traditions, with all of their being hijacked for war all through Buddhist history. Nonetheless, sparks of the sacred, and we are gathering from the broken vessels of the great religion, the sparks of the sacred, and returning them to source. And the great myth that Walter Benjamin loved so much, the great myth of Lurio. When I say myth, I mean more than true, not less than true, right? It's our job as the new human and the new humanity, as Homo amore, not my friend Yuval Harari's Homo sapiens, who's materialistic and reductive and for whom value is not real, but Homo amore, who stands at the brink of the abyss as we're confronted by catastrophic and existential risk and says, let there be light. Let there be light, because we're going to create and integrate together a new story. And story in the original Hebrew is sapir. And sapir means sapphire. It's the blue light. And the blue light in mysticism is the new story. And indeed, the word sipur in Hebrew, sapphire, sipur, means story. It means the light of the new story. And the light of the new story, right, comes from the integration, right, of the best, most validated, gorgeous insights of pre-modernity, the traditional period, modernity, and post-modernity, which is why when we come together here, friends, in One Mountain, whenever we come to, whether it's Ramadan, sometimes it can be a Buddhist holiday, or today, Easter and Passover, right, we focus for a moment on that holy day. And today we're going to focus, and we're going to integrate, right, all of this. We're going to integrate Easter today, right, as we talk about prayer, and we're going to liberate the sparks of the sacred from the broken vessels of the great traditions in order to begin to articulate. Now, hold on to your seat, friends. Can we hold on to our seat for a second? Who's up for holding on to our seat? You got your seat? You got your seat? Okay. In order to articulate, holding on, are we holding on? Hold on. We actually have to articulate not just a new world spirituality, right? Spiritual, but not religious. Got it. Big deal. Huge way of identifying ourselves. Good way of separating ourselves from the broken vessels of the great traditions, right? And from the tragedies of the great traditions with which we began, but it doesn't have enough power. It's too tepid. It's too flaccid, right? It's too impotent, right? We need a word that's more potent. We need to literally reconnect to source. And to reconnect is to religare. To religare. Ligare, the ligaments of reality have been torn apart. And in this moment of collapse of value, we need to open up the eye of value. It's one of our core terms from cosmorotic humanism, which is what we call the new story, the story of Homo amore, the story of the new human and the new humanity. And Barbara Marx Hubbard, I miss you so very, very much. And you're with us every week. And next week, we're going to play a clip from Barbara's, and we're going to try and do at least once or twice a month, right? Or more clips from Barbara, who's so deeply with us in the continuity of consciousness. And she founded One Mountain together. We partnered and founded together. And we need to, and Barbara and I talked all the time about religaring, right? About reconnecting the torn ligaments at this moment of a collapse of value and articulating, and let's give it a name, not just a world spirituality, right? We started the first think tank in 2010, and we called it the Center for World Spirituality, right? And then it evolved to the Center for Integral Wisdom and Office for the Future. Right. And when Barbara passed, she asked us to take over, which we did, the Foundation for Conscious Evolution. Right. There's a lot happening, and come join and be, this is ours. But at the core, let's see if we can jump a step, not just a world spirituality, but are we holding on to our seats now? Okay, here's our seats coming at you. Actually, a world religion. There's actually ground and necessity today for a world religion. And this is a good thing just to hold for a moment, right? At this moment of Easter, as we move from crucifixion, right, to resurrection. A world religion means not a monological religion, which is speaking at you, which tells you every truth. No, it means not the end of diversity. A world religion is a context for our diversity. But a world religion means a shared universal grammar of value, of intrinsic value, out of which we can generate for the first time global coherence. And without global coherence,
We can't have a global co-ordination. Coordination. And a moment in which all of our challenges, those that threaten our very existence, are global, we can't have only local dialects of value, local grammars of value. We will not survive the challenge of this day, the dystopian challenge of existential and catastrophic risk, without a universal grammar of value, right? The response to suffering is to evoke a grammar of value which holds Putin and which holds Xi, right? And which we participate in together, which holds Zelensky and holds Biden, and demands, right? And demands that we actually meet each other in that grammar of value. There will be no utopia. There will probably not be a humanity unless we can actually, at this moment where we're all colliding into each other, because there's no more local. We're living in the unbearable intimacy of this one planet. And just like for a country to survive, it needed the organizing fabric of a religion, but we're no longer divided accurately along national, geographic, or country lines, as it were. We're not divided across localized sociocentric or ethnocentric lines. We're one globe. So we need the synagogue of compassion, the church of compassion, the mosque of compassion, the secular humanist center, right, of one love. Because it's one love, and it's one heart, and it's one eros. And that one love and that one heart and that one eros beats in me and beats in thee and beats in we. And that world religion becomes a context for our diversity. So Christianity remains and flourishes and deepens, and Christianity calls itself out on its tragic dimensions and evolves to the next level in the evolution of love, which is Christ consciousness. And in Islam, in all of its different forms, because it's obviously not homogeneous, resolves its interior horrific, painful, blood-curdling conflicts that have shed so much blood. And Islam becomes, right, Allah Akbar, right, truly for the sake of Allah, right, an evolved expression of love, right, in its most stunning and beautiful sense, right, as, for example, the Sufis embodied Islam. And Judaism evolves, and Tibetan Buddhism evolves, and each remain unique and gorgeous instrumentations of music, intimate configurations, right, of interior, gorgeous value, glory, love, truth, and beauty, right, in the unique self symphony of spirit. But the score of music, which is the context for our diversity, is a world religion. And so as each religion dies on its cross, the resurrection has to be not just that individual religion. The resurrection has to be literally, and feel into that, the emergence of a world religion, which is a context for our diversity, the score, right, of the unique self symphony. Can you hear that, friends? Oh my God. So David, brother David Eitan, right? So resonate this code for us, which is, and the evolutionary love codes that we're writing every week these are part of the context. These are part of the new language of world religion. Oh my God. So I'm madly delighted to turn to David Eitan, who's going to resonate this code a couple of times so we can feel it and take this next step in. Thank you, brother. Mwah.
The God you don't believe in does not exist. God is not only, as she has been described by the great traditions, the infinity of power, but more profoundly, the infinity of intimacy. God is the infinity of intimacy, desiring finitude. Prayer is intimate communion between the divine and the human. It is true that human beings participate in divinity. This is the first person of the divine that lives as us. It is no less true that we are held by divinity in every moment. Every time we fall into she. This is the second person of the divine. Prayer is intimate communion between the infinity of intimacy and the intimacy of finitude. Finally, divinity is the force of eros, always seeking deeper coherence and wider intimacies from quarks to culture and beyond. This is the third person of the divinity. So I'll resonate this again. You can see the first, second, and third person of the divine. The God you don't believe in does not exist. God is not only, as he has been described by the great traditions, the infinity of power, but also more profoundly is the infinity of intimacy. God is the infinity of intimacy, desiring finitude. Prayer is intimate communion between the divine and the human. It is true that human beings participate in divinity as well. This is the first person of the divine that lives as us. It's no less true that we are held by divinity in every moment. Every time we fall into her arms. This is the second person of the divine. Prayer is intimate communion between the infinity of intimacy and the intimacy of finitude. And finally, divinity is the force of eros, always seeking deeper coherence and wider intimacies from quarks to culture and beyond. This is the third person of divinity. So with that, I turn my word back to you, beloved Dr. Mark.
Oh my God, it's so wildly good to be with everyone. And we're going to dive into this source code evolution. And we got to hold, and I want to just do the first practice here, as we've got to hold the thread. It's so easy to forget, right? We're what, 52, 53, 54 days into the Ukraine. And just do a simple pointing out instruction to yourself. For the first day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, you held it. 20 days, we did 4 or 5 full weeks. And I'm holding the Ukraine, not just about the Ukraine, it's about the Ukraine, right? It's about Aleppo, right? It's about Yemen, it's about Afghanistan. It's about every place that people are suffering intensely in the ravages of war. And it's standing also for the gorgeousness, the heroic, beauty, right, of the human spirit. Zelensky gave a beautiful talk. It's in Ukrainian, so I wasn't able to share it. But he basically said, now we love, now we work, now we're grateful, right? Now we listen, right? It's about staying in and staying close. And it's deeper than even that. When Zelensky's in the middle of the horror and intensity of war, he understands something. What he understands is that every second matters. There's no extra gestures. There's no extra energy. Every piece of energy is focused in loving reality open in order to survive, which means in order to live. And in Zelensky's case, in order to have value, triumph, the value of freedom, the value of goodness, the value of truth, the value of dignity. But we need to actually create that energy in order to also make peace, right? Not just to make war, but to make love and to make peace. And we need to have the energy of what Barbara Marx Hubbard, my beloved wholemate, called a peace room, in which every gesture matters, in which we're self-starting, in which we're actually on the inside of the inside, and we are loving it open in every second. So we're gonna step in now, and we're gonna participate together in this Da Vinci moment. We're in this time between worlds. It's a Da Vinci moment. We're in this Renaissance moment. It's a time between stories, right? And the only way to actually move through this moment, this 11th hour of the human history here on planet Earth, is to actually tell a new story of value, rooted in evolving first values and first principles. And only telling a new story changes the vector. And in that new story, we need everything, right? We need everyone, we need everything. We need the best validated insights of every great period in history, woven together, synergized in a new story. And so we're going to talk today. This is part 2. We're going to talk about prayer. we're going to see some clips, the last set of clips from Don't Look Up. And we're going to try and find our way into prayer, okay? In a whole way, kind of moving beyond what we laid down next week. And we're actually going to do a practice, which is, if she's good to us, when I say she, I mean the infinity of intimacy that knows our name. We're going to do a practice where if she's good to us, I want to try and give you, with your permission, right, a direct transmission of the enlightenment of second person realization. And we'll talk about what that means. Okay? Wow. So I want to begin, with your permission, with first person. Okay? Prayer. We're reclaiming prayer. Week 2, we're reclaiming prayer. We're integrating it into the fabric of our reality. And we've talked together based on the great lineage traditions in Kashmir Shaivism and Hebraic wisdom, the Zohar, for example, the 13th century book, which is called the Book of Radiance. It's in one of the really pillars of our system in our world, Kirsten Zohar, right? Her last name, she has 2 last names. One of them is Zohar, Radiance, right? And Kirsten is right with Peter for Easter right now. So Kirsten, we're sending you mad love. This notion of first person, second person, and third person, let's stay close friends, as first principles and first values of reality. That's such a big sentence. First, second, and third person are literally first principles of reality. So what does first person mean? So first person means that you are the source of light, right? That light moves through you, right? That the eros of cosmos lives in you. Stay really close. You're not separate from the field. The field lives, individuates in you. You're a unique individuation beyond your egoic structures. You're a unique individuation of the field. We call that unique self, right? And our sister, Claire Molinaire, who's not with us today, she's on a plane, right, is actually starting a Unique Self Institute, right, as one of the expressions of the center, which is completely dedicated to this realization. So you're the source of light, okay? And the prophet, right, the great prophet, and remember, we're weaving together a new story, so we need to weave in the prophets. We need the poets, and we need the painters, right, and we need the rogues, right, and we need the artists, and we need the scientists, and we need the prophets, right? Prophecy lives in us. Prophecy is the ability to catch the voice of the divine speaking, embracing, moving through me. And so the prophet, and in the sacred text, he writes, Ki imcha, with you is the light. And it goes like this. He says, for with you is the source of light. Ki imcha makor chayim, be'orcha nir'eh or. In your light, we see light. For with you is the source of light. In your light, we see light. And it goes like this. And I want to, with your permission, right, and sing it if there's someone with you, sing it to the person next to you. And I want to invite you to just hear reality, singing this to you. This is your first person. This is your unique gift that we desperately need. For with you is the source of light. For with you is the source of light. Ki imcha mekor chawayim be'orcha nir'eh or. For with you is the source of light. For with you is the source of light. For with you is the source of light. And if you feel it, write in the chat box, in your light
we see light. Hey, everybody, now we're ready together around the world. Hey, for with you. Hey, is the source of light. It's you. Hey, for it's you. Hey, for with you. Hey, is the source of light. Hey, for with you. Hey, is the source of light. Hey, in your light we see light. Hey, everybody now around the world. Hey, for with you. Hey, is the source of light. Hey, for with you. Hey, is the source of light. Hey, for with you. Hey, is the source of light. Hey, in your light we see light. Right? In your light we see light. So you are the Christed one. You are Jesus the Christ. And if Christianity got one thing wrong, it got the limitation of Jesus to the Christ. Actually, you are the Christ, says the prophet. For with you is the source of light. Right? In your light, we see light. Right? You are an irreducibly unique expression of the love intelligence, the love light, the love beauty, right? The love desire of the field of infinity. That quite literally, mamash, we say in the original language, mamash, literally, ontologically, for realsies, lives truly in you, as you and through you. And as such, you have an irreducibly unique quality of gorgeous intimacy, a unique taste, a unique gift that you can gift to reality. And I want you to get the ontology of this. This is for real. It's not contrived. It's not made up. Right? This is true. An irreducibly unique gift that reality desperately needs, that only you in that particular way can speak and give into reality in a way that no one else that ever was, is, or will be can possibly do. Now, if you actually get that truth, right, then actually depression recedes, and then actually anxiety abates, then actually the looping into what happened yesterday and yesterday's fallen moments actually relaxes its hold, its grip on your psyche. Right? You actually create a completion and you actually leave yesterday behind. You actually realize that the greatest slave driver is the belief that yesterday determines today. And you step into the full infinity of this moment, which is desperately wanting and needing a divine need. Reality needs your service, needing you to love reality open in only the way that you can do it. For with you is the source of light. In your light, we see light, right? And your story is chapter in verse in the cosmorotic universe. Your amor, your love, and your loves, and your love life, and the personal nature of your particular loves are chapter in verse in the universal love story. You are a story, a chapter in reality, without which the plot line of the cosmos cannot find its direction. That's your first person. But notice, friends, that first person never lives without second person, right? I don't know, is my friend, I'm going to check, is my friend Helma here? Helma, are you here? I don't know if Helma's here. Shati, I don't know if you know if Helma's here. So I'm going to ask, Helma, are you here? I don't know if Helma's here, my dear friend from Holland, but I want to share with you something that Helma and I were talking about the other day. We were studying, okay? I just want to share with you something. And Helma, this is for you. So Helma's just moved into, and I of course not share anything that's confidential. This is, public information. Helma just moved into a new apartment, which is fantastic, near Utrecht, right, in Holland. So we were talking the other day in a context that we call Holy of Holies, right? One-on-one deep study. Helma and I have been studying together for probably almost a decade.
And we were talking about how to decorate the apartment because, we don't just do Aramaic text. We got to decorate apartments. And Helma was having like I do, like we all do, like a little sad moment. So I said, being, somewhat flip, F-L-I-P, meaning somewhat light, somewhat funny. I mean, it might not have been that funny, but it was my best attempt. But I meant it seriously. I said, Helma, reality loves you so much that reality actually sends you a rabbi, right? A rabbi who's now a post rabbi, or now a rabbi, priest, imam, hanging out, friend, spiritual friend, right? And that person's me, right? To actually meet with you every month for the last decade, to kind of do what we can to kind of be together and to love together and to study together and to find our way together. I said, so, actually, it's not this, you're not just getting taken care of, you're getting totally taken care of. And as a matter of fact, reality loves you so much that I was actually living, in the Middle East on a particular life trajectory, right? And reality shifted my whole life trajectory. Everyone with me, right? Reality shifted my whole life trajectory, and my entire biography changed in order for me to be able to, go to Salt Lake City for a while with my dear friends, Michael Zimmerman and Diane Hamilton, who's a Zen teacher, and lived there for a couple of years. And then Diane, right, was friends with this guy, Ted, right, who was living in a place called Vanuatu, right, in Holland. And Ted was partnered with this woman, Shahat, right? And so I then came, are we watching this, everybody? Then I just came, right, to the festival, right, to the first event. There was no festival. We did in 2010. And I remember when Diane and I were sitting in a room, and I remember when Shatu walked in late, right, to kind of say hi to everybody, right? And I met Helma. Right now, wow, right? So I just want you to notice this. It's so wild and beautiful, because this is the way the intimate universe works. And the first person is completely integrated in the second person. So in other words, let's stay close. So all of reality is a love story. And first person means that every person's unique story matters infinitely, right? It matters infinitely, incandescently, right? Unimaginably, right? And any other adjective you can think of, throw in the chat box, because I'm out of adjectives. So anyone have any more adjectives in the chat box for how much this matters? Give me some adjectives. Totally. Give me a totally. What else do we got? Urgently, wildly. Help me out. Right, there we go. Exponentially. Thank you. Anybody else? We need a couple more adjectives. So freaking much. There we go. We got chat box. Thank you. When I'm out of a sentence, we're gonna have to do this together. And by the way, parentheses for a second, everybody. The chat box matters. When I do dialogues with my friend Andrew Cohen, and Andrew, I love Andrew. He doesn't like people in the chat box. He's trying to concentrate, which I totally honor. That's completely great. That's great. So mad bless that. But here, we love the chat box, okay? So everybody's in together. We're doing this together. We're a Unique Self Symphony. We're here together, right? This is not, right? There's no sage on the stage here, right? We're in this together, okay? So if I'm missing a word, fill it in, okay? Fill it in. Okay, so here we go. Just watch this. This is so crazy beautiful. So Helma has Helma's personal story and trajectory, right? And that matters so much that God's going to take Mark out of Israel to make sure to talk to Helma once a month. But in order for that to happen, Mark has his personal story, his trajectory. And this dude, Ted, who was born to an industrialist family, in Holland, has got his story, right? And his trajectory. You begin to get it? And then my friend Diane Musho Hamilton, who's the daughter of a lapsed Mormon, who's a Zen teacher, right? She's got her trajectory. And Mike Zimmerman, who's the Chief Justice of Utah, his trajectory, right? And then Shahat Kortan, right? Kind of her trajectory. And all of those stories have their own independent. We're back in 2010 now, right? We're back in 2010, right? And that's how we come together, right? Because actually, right? Actually, and then there's a man named Willem Reich. I'm just going to kind of just expand the story just for fun. And Willem Reich, has a bunch of students, right? And one of his students starts something called core energetics, right? Perikos is his name. And then Perikos has another student named Stuart, who becomes the head of the Core Energetics Institute. And Stuart and Perikos are the mentors of a woman named, Dr. Christina Kincaid. And then Dr. Kincaid comes up with Stuart for a weekend that we're doing at, Shalom Mountain,
which is actually not a Jewish place, but it's called Shalom Mountain, where I've started this wisdom school. And then, right, so there, right, and all of a sudden, how's this happening? And it's all of these separate stories. Right? Does everyone get that? Right? All of these separate stories are actually individuated stories, first person. These are all first person. Check, this is gorgeous. This is realization. They're all first person. Each of these stories has independent integrity. In each one of these stories, we can say, for with you is the source of light. In your light, we see light. Each of these stories is an infinite, unique self, right? There's Christina Amelin. There she is, right? Her brother's just been killed in a car accident, right? That's her brother's story. But then that story ripples into her heart and soul. And then it just transfigures her in a certain way that allows her to actually find her way in a way that she might never have done. That doesn't explain the accident. It's just what's true. And she finds her way. And all of a sudden, there she is in Madison, Wisconsin, being this strange attractor of joy and light, right? And David, right? And for each of us, right? So we each have our independent stories. We're each first person, but here's second person. All of our stories are part of this larger love story in which we are all perfect subplots, perfect subplot lines, perfect co-stars in each other's drama and each other's story. In other words, if you connect, just imagine it through this unique self symphony. Literally, we are all co-stars in each other's story. We're all part of the actual thread of each other's story. And so while the stories seem to be independent, they're not. They're actually threaded together, right? And the notion that I'm just living my story, which I go to my therapist and I talk about, and I get in these recursive loops, in which I talk about how I've been victimized again and again and again and again, because I actually don't experience the love intelligence moving through my story, and how my story is actually inter-included and interdigitated literally with all those other stories. That's second person. No story stands alone, right? No story stands alone. There's no person who's a stranger living their own story by themselves. Terry Nelson's story is part of Mark's story, right? Lady Jacqueline's story, right, is part of Terry's story. Jamie's story is part of Sharmila's story, right? Does everyone begin to see, right? And it's, in other words, divinity is the great tailor of Eros. Right? Divinity is the great tailor of Eros, weaving together the strands, and we are strands. We are irreducibly unique strands. We're strands with infinite dignity. But we are strands in this larger weave, right? And we come together in magnificence when we realize this truth. There's no such thing as Ukraine. Putin was right about that, but there's also no such thing as Russia, right? And as the United States, yes, the strands matter. The strand of Ukraine matters and the strand of Russia matters. But actually what unites us is so much greater than that which divides us. We are weaves in this gorgeous tapestry of Eros, right? Of infinite, outrageous love that actually binds us together. We're one heart. We're one love. No story stands alone. Second person. And that's what second person is. Second person is this realization that we're intimate together, right? It's not just one Jesus Christ, that we are a unique self symphony of Christ, and we've all been crucified. And who hasn't been crucified? Who hasn't experienced their own crucifixion? Can you tell me that there's one person? And is there one person in this conversation here today? And I want to ask you in the chat box, is there one person here who hasn't been crucified? Who hasn't been betrayed? Who hasn't been hurt? And who hasn't been shattered? Who hasn't cried? Right? And what Easter says is, oh my God, right? Is there one of us? Is there one person like that? Is there one who can claim, let the person step forth now who can claim never to have been crucified, right? We're on our knees together, and we're always on our knees as we, right, before she. And what Easter says is that we're all resurrected together, right? See, no one's ever crucified alone, and no one's ever resurrected alone. We're resurrected when we come together. We're resurrected when we realize that we're actually a unique self symphony. And that unique self symphony is held by the common field of value. And the common field of value is value. Shared value creates shared story, which discloses the intimate universe. It's the field of intimacy. So just like God is the field of value, God is the field of intimacy. right? Right? God is ultimate value. Eros, right, is one of God's instantiations in this world. Eros is the instantiation of divinity in all dimensions of reality, moving towards greater wholeness. And that movement has value, right? Value means it's intrinsic. It has purpose. It has intrinsic dignity, intrinsic goodness, intrinsic truth, intrinsic beauty. So God's the field of value, but God's the infinity of value. Our value is not socially constructed. Value evolves, but that evolution takes place within the field of value. And the field of value is the field of intimacy. Right? And God is the infinity of intimacy that knows our name. And prayer is when we turn to that second person that lives not only between us, the second person lives not only between us, but the second person is the in-between. It's the space in between each of us and the infinite face of reality that lives not only in us, but holds us, knows our name, caresses us, tenderly strokes our heart, fiercely, right? Loves us open. That's God as the infinity of intimacy. And when you live in the field of value, in the field of the infinity of intimacy, even when the world's blowing up, even when you can't make sense of it all, you know that there's a larger sensuality. There's a larger truth. There's a larger vision. Even as we stand and we are activists and we pour everything we have into feeding every hungry person, into pouring weapons into the Ukraine now, because weapons are tragically necessary to stand against Russia. Right? We stand for value. We stand for the field of value. And we understand that this story is happening in this larger context of a divine embrace that's never missing, that's never absent. That's what prayer means. So I want to look with you. I want to try and reclaim prayer. We're going to look now at 4 clips. Right? And then we're going to end with like a couple of words, and then we're actually going to go and we're going to pray together. I want to look at 4 clips from that movie, Don't Look Up. These are 4 clips on prayer, right? And Don't Look Up, if you remember, is this movie about existential risk. And this realization that existential risk is real, and the inability of the 2 key figures, DiCaprio, right, and Jennifer Lawrence, are the 2 key figures in the movie, right, Kate and Randall, right, to actually convince a world lost in rivalrous conflict and win-lose metrics and commodification and kind of the cheap thrills and frills of pseudo-eros, to actually take existential risk seriously. And there's 4 moments in which prayer comes up in the movie, and it's almost unintended. It's not that the movie makers actually intended to make a statement about prayer. They barely noticed it was there, but there it is. It happens because it's real, because prayer reflects something about the truth of reality. And the truth of reality is that there are first principles and first values, and first principles and first values include first person, second person, and third person. Science is third person, the forces of reality, but not just exterior forces, right? The 4 forces, right? The strong and the weak, nuclear, electromagnetism, and gravity, but the interior forces, the force of eros that drives reality. First person, for with you, is the source of light, right? The first person of reality that lives in me, as me, and through me. Second person, all of our stories are speaking to each other. We're always loving each other. We're always part of each other's story, and we're part of the divine story. We're always speaking into that space in between, being held by the infinity of intimacy that knows our name and needs our service. So let's discover prayer again, and let's reweave the source code. I want to look with you. Each one's about 50 seconds. They're short. We're going to look at 4 clips. And the first one is the doctor from the University in Michigan who goes on TV, breaks script, and says, oh my God, let's listen to him. It's the first moment of prayer. Let's take us inside.
But if there's one thing that I pray that all of you hear from what I have just said, is that all of us.
Does everyone get that scene? There he is. He can't get the world to take seriously existential risk. He's on this show with Bree, right, and her partner, whose name escapes me right now. We're going to see them in a couple of minutes, and look how uncomfortable they feel.
right? Because they're living in a world of pseudo-eros. They're living in a world of pseudo-intimacy, and prayer is intimate. He says, I pray that we wake up. I pray. And when he says, I pray, why does he say I pray? The DiCaprio figure is not a religious figure, right? Not at all. But he uses the word I pray, and the writers of this movie are not religious. They don't intend religion, but they move to the word prayer because it captures something, right? They are what I sometimes call crypto-normative, meaning there's actually a normativity, meaning there's a sense of normativity means what's truly real upon which we base our lives, but you deny that you actually hold that as a position. So it's crypto, so it's a hidden position. So they're crypto world religion people, right? The writers of this movie, they would tell you that they are, and this movie has been interpreted by many people as being atheistic, but it's not, right? Right? The BBC did a major piece. This movie is a reflection of a kind of, atheism. It's not at all. And of course, atheism itself has its moment, right? The place where the human being has to say, I am God. So it's a beautiful moment. It's a holy moment. It's just far from the whole story. But this movie is actually a crypto world religion moment in which, in order for DiCaprio to express the depth of the reality of this and the depth of this mattering so much, the infinite urgency of this moment, the only thing he can say is, I pray, right? I pray. I invoke cosmos. I invoke the field of cosmos that lives in me. I invoke the infinity of intimacy that knows my name and speaks with me. And there's nothing more tragic than to lose our capacity to touch the field. So I want to show you what it looks like when you lose the capacity to touch the field. Let's look at the second prayer scene coming at you. And this is Jason. This is Jason. This is the president's son, who's this tragic figure in the movie, right? Who always, talks to his mother as the president. His mother, in the end, forgets him when she goes to escape planet Earth. And he's crying out, Mom, Mom. And he's the only one actually who survives the Armageddon. And the first thing that he shouts out in the end is Mom, right? Because when we leave the field of prayer, when we leave the field of value, even the mother-son relationship is broken. And the expression of the tragedy of the breaking of the mother, right? It's what Camus writes in his book, The Stranger, right? Mother died today, or was it yesterday? Which is the existentialist moment in which there is no prayer and there is no value, right? And there is no goodness, truth, and beauty that's real. And so even mother doesn't matter. Mother died today, or was it yesterday? And that's the Jason figure, right? Jason in relationship to his mother, who's the president, right? Let's just take a look at Jason. His mother turns to him right before the launch of an attempted destruction of the asteroid. This is after they've pulled back what would have been an effective way to destroy the asteroid. It was pulled back because Peter Isherwell, who's the head of BASH, who kind of represents the techplex, sees a way to profit from the asteroid and to convert its minerals into, massive wealth. So they pull back an actual, valid and what would have been a successful, coherent attempt to take down the asteroid. And they're now using this, untested technology, which hasn't been subject to appropriate peer review, appropriate testing. And we know it's going to fail, but they don't yet know that. And his mother turns to him, the president turns to her son, Jason, and says, hey, would you maybe give us a prayer?
But I also want to give a prayer for stuff. There's dope stuff, like material stuff, like sick apartments and watches, and cars, and clothes and shit that could all go away. And I don't want to see that stuff go away, so I'm going to say a prayer for that stuff. Amen.
Did you see that look on the president's face at the end of his prayer? Who saw that look? It's this little flip of the camera, right? She's like, all of a sudden she realizes, what have I done? And this is the son that I raised. And it's this tragic moment. And he says, well, I've heard all these prayers for people and I don't really know what those are, but I want to pray for stuff, for dope stuff, for sick apartments and these great watches and mad blessings to the watches and the sick apartments. He can't quite find prayer when you can feel the field of life. He's dissociated. He's disconnected from the field of life. And he's the expression, right, of a collapse of value at the very center, which would allow Peter Isherwell, right, in his rivalrous conflict win-lose dynamic, to actually make a move, right, for the accumulation of power, which literally will cause the annihilation of planet Earth. Wow. So you can't access the field of prayer. Let's look at a third prayer scene. And this is Bree with her co-star. If someone remembers the name, right, of the co-star, right, then let us know. But let's take a look. Okay. All right. So, right, let's take a look at the third mention of prayer. And 1 second before we turn it on, this is literally at the very end of the movie, right? You can feel the rumbles, right? The comet's about to strike, and Bree and her co-star, right, are in this last, bar where there's no one there, Jack, right? Bree and Jack. And this is the last moment. And this is, what are they saying to each other? Let's take a look.
We can fuck or pray or...
Honestly, I think I'd just rather drink and talk shit about people.
It's an incredible scene. Does everyone get that scene? There they are, Jack and Bree. The world's about to implode. And friends, in some deep way, just can we open our hearts for a second? Oh my God, we're all sitting at that bar, right? We're all literally sitting at that bar right now. And Jack says we can fuck, right? And Oriana, I'm just reading the text. This is Jack's word. I'm reading the text. I apologize, right? And what he means by that is, he means, in other words, like maybe we can find value there. That would be a moment of value. But actually, when your sexing is disconnected from the field of value, then it doesn't do anything. Or we can pray. And in the great traditions, we actually say that sexing is prayer and prayer is sexing. So, for example, the swaying in prayer is understood by the master, the Baal Shem Tov of the Hasidic movement. We sway in prayer because we're actually engaged, right, in eros, right? Prayer is eros, right? Prayer is, right, sexing with reality, with the infinity of intimacy, right? So they go together, but they're disconnected. They can't access the sexing. They can't access prayer. And what does she say? She says, I don't want to, right? I don't want to do sexing, and I don't want to pray. I don't even know what those are now. Right? And all I really know how to do, I don't know how to do eros, right? Right? Sexing is eros in its deepest place, and prayer is eros. It's the field of infinity of intimacy and the conversation in that field. But she doesn't know how to do eros. We've lost our access to eros, so we do pseudo eros, meaning let's drink and talk shit about people, meaning let's place people outside the circle to give ourselves an illusion that we're inside the circle. That's called pseudo eros. That's all I can do in this moment. I can't find prayer. Here's the last scene. Okay, let's look at prayer. Here we go. Okay. Right, here we go. Okay, here we go. Right, oh my God. Last scene. Take it slow. Take us inside. But before we start, give us 1 second before we start. I apologize. 1 second. So I apologize. They've all gathered together, all the key figures in the movie, right? All the people have actually tried to warn reality. And there's been betrayals between them, Randall and his wife, and they found their way back after the betrayals, and they've learned to love each other. Right? And there's this young man, right, who falls in love with Jennifer Lawrence, right, who's kind of this street kid, and now they've kind of fallen in love with each other in the last moments of time, and the kids and everyone's gathered around literally for the Last Supper. And it wasn't intentionally done this way, but actually this is a Last Supper moment. Right? This is a crucifixion moment. Here we are on Easter. This is the Last Supper enacted unconsciously by the expressions of media. This is a Last Supper scene. This is an Easter scene, a Last Supper scene. This is a crucifixion scene. This is when reality itself gets crucified. And what do you do when you get crucified? And what do you pray? And what's the text of the prayer? We're going to start it from the beginning. Easter scene, crucifixion scene, right? Prayer scene, our fourth prayer scene. Take us inside.
Dearest Father and Almighty Creator, most of all, Lord, we ask for your love to soothe us through these dark times. Amen.
Amen.
So friends, what happens in this last scene? We're at the Last Supper, and culture didn't even notice that it just wrote a new Last Supper scene, right? Wow. And what happens? Literally, as the meteor is hurling towards planet Earth, he says, I got this. Right? This young man, we learned earlier in the movie, grew up, he tells Jennifer Lawrence right before they make love, he grew up in an evangelical household and it didn't work for him. But he said, but I found my own way there. And so he says, I got this. I got this. Right? And he prays, right? And what does he say in the prayer? Right? He says in the prayer, right? Most of all, we ask for your love. Right? That's the knowing that love is not ordinary love. Love's not a social construction of reality. My dear friend, Kathy Brownback, right? We were studying the other week. We've been studying for a decade or so. And she shared with me that the secondary school, one of the elite private schools in the Western world at which she taught and was, dean of students for 30 years. She would talk to her colleagues and she was telling the story of one colleague, a leading figure teacher in the school who said, love's not real. Love's something we created. It's a social construction, right? We made it up. Can you imagine? Right? What a tragic belief. And of course, this teacher himself, and the beauty of this teacher's life who said this, right? His own actions belied the words that he spoke. Right? Love is real. The one heart, the one love, the one eros at the very center of cosmos. Right? We ask for your love. But your love is not grand out in the sky. It's more personal than that. It's not less personal than that. Third person, all the forces of energy in cosmos. First person, that lives in me. Second person is the infinity of personhood. It's not the personal God grand out in the sky. It's the infinite mother, father, the infinite lover, the infinite beloved that knows your name and loves you madly beyond any and all imagination in ways that you can't even believe could be true. Right? The infinity of intimacy. Imagine your most intimate moment ever and exponentialize it. We ask for your love. Right? We ask for your love. Right? That we can walk through this moment. That we can walk through the shadow of the valley of death and know that we're all, every one of us, going to be greeted by death. But the experience of one love tells me that death is a night between 2 days. And just like the death of an individual, even the death of humanity, right, is but a night between the next birth. And that every crucifixion leads to a resurrection. And that there is no ultimate death. And that ultimately we all rise up together. We all rise up together. Can you feel that? Right? We all rise up together and we make fun of the evangelicals. Right? Sometimes for really good reason, because they're holding beliefs sometimes that actually violate science and that are ethnocentric and homophobic and are hugely problematic. So I got that. But remember, we got to integrate everything and everyone. But here's what they got straight. They got straight that actually reality is love. And reality is outrageous love at its very core. And then they got straight, right? That's the spark of the sacred, the spark of light that we liberate from the broken vessels of the great religion. They got straight that death is a night between 2 days, and that death be not proud because we have the joy and the pride and the gay of the pride that we are going to rise up together, that we are going to be resurrected together, and that every one of us who's been crucified will be resurrected, and all of us, even when we're crucified together, we will be resurrected together. And what does Randall Mindy's wife say so, right? When he finishes the prayer, she says, that's beautiful. And then the goddess, in this case played by Jennifer Lawrence, reaches over and kisses him. And it's good. And all obstacles are melted away. Right? And the word is good. And that's what prayer means. That's what prayer means, friends.